This boy gets humiliated by his wife's family. Chin Li married the daughter of this rich family, because his family was rich too. But the mother-in-law, she hates him, thinks he's weak, thinks he's talentless. This is Ming Hao. The woman told him she regrets not realizing how talented he was. Said she should have married her daughter to him instead. Ming Hao is a family friend. He hates Chin Li too, even offers money for him to leave Chu Qingyin. What they don't know, Chin Li is no loser. He's been training for the last 10 years. A secret only his family knows. And today that day has come. He finally unlocked his hidden power. On the first day his power awakened. Ming Hao insulted him again. Chin Li grabbed his hand, crushed it, showed he wasn't a pushover, and made it clear. Say my name right, it's Chin Li. The mother-in-law had never seen this side of him. She and her sister-in-law were shocked. Ming Hao was furious but couldn't even speak. With his hand being crushed, the mother-in-law was ready to start a fight. But then Chu Zitong's phone rang. Bad news from the family company. Something big happened. Chin Li listened carefully. His wife works at the company. This could be about her, so he grabs the phone to ask what's going on. That move left Chu Zitong speechless. Until today, Chu Zitong was always arrogant, rich, spoiled. In public she always humiliated Chin Li. They treated him like a servant, their personal driver, but today, he's strangely confident and intimidating. The mother-in-law panicked, told Ming Hao to handle it. Apparently the police showed up at the store. Ming Hao was nervous but bragged his political friends would fix it. At Sky Eagle Company, a woman was making a scene, pointing at Chin Li's wife, accusing her of being the culprit. They messed up her face and they were going to pay for it. Chu Qingyin stayed silent. The woman wanted 1 million in compensation. That's a lot. Ming Hao stepped in and said loudly, side effects are normal in cosmetics. Not the company's fault, you should know that if you're so smart. But then the woman replied, the city mayor is my cousin. You sure you want to talk to me like that? Ming Hao froze. He tucked his tail between his legs. I didn't expect her to be that powerful. He started shaking and said this wasn't his problem anymore. Then Chin Li walked in and everything changed. He told the woman, give me 10 minutes. I'll fix your face. Our hero's wife is the only one in the family who likes him, and even she was shocked by his confidence. Ming Hao still held a grudge, but Chin Li didn't care. Chu Qingyun told him she was tired, begged him not to cause more trouble. But Chin Li looked confident, stronger than ever, and promised, I'm not the same man anymore. Ming Hao watched, hoping this would blow up in Chin Li's face. People in the store whispered, what can that useless guy even do? Then Chin Li spoke loud and clear, I can heal the lady's face. Of course the woman didn't believe him. She said those were empty words. But Chin Li doubled down. If I can't do it, I'll cut my own dick off. The woman smiled, told him not to blame her for being ruthless. Later that meant she accepted. But his wife hated that deal. That body part didn't belong only to him. So he pulled her close, explained the cause of the blisters, asked for her help to make the medicine. She trusted him, but Chin Li admitted no guarantees it will work. Lu Minghao told Chin Li that they'd see how things went, and he wouldn't spare him if he got Chu Qingyun involved. A little later, Qingyun Chu handed him a packet and told him to take what he needed, making it clear that the Chu family wouldn't take responsibility. If anything went wrong, he realized the Chu family wouldn't help him. But he wasn't the mute Chin Li anymore, the one who couldn't speak, and was always at the mercy of the Chu family. He went ahead and prepared the face pack for Lu Wan. And once it was ready, he asked her to try it on her face. She started applying it, warning him not to lie and threatening consequences if he did. He assured her it would work, and helped apply the face pack to her face. After applying it, she headed to the washroom. Onlookers commented on his nerve, while Qing Yincho wondered if it would actually work. A little later, Lu Wan happily exclaimed and came out of the washroom, asking how he pulled off such a miracle. Everyone was totally blown away by the change in Lu Minghao, just couldn't wrap his head around how it happened. A bystander gasped, amazed he'd actually cured her, while some guy in a white shirt mumbled, wondering if this apparent loser could really fix illnesses. Qing Yunchu stepped in, asking what exactly went down and how he pulled off such a fix. He simply explained that he'd studied medicine back in school. Lu Wan then came up to him, asking if he could treat other kinds of sicknesses too. He told her he couldn't give a straight answer just yet. He'd need to examine the patient first. She explained that her uncle's condition was super complicated, and offered him 500,000 yuan if he could treat him. He agreed to the deal. Ching In-chu, however, thought he was crazy. She stood right in front of him, practically begging him not to go through with it. She reminded him he wasn't a real doctor, and a serious illness was way different from just a pimple. He just brushed her off, saying he was confident in what he could do. She pushed further, asking who he thought he was, warning him about the potential fallout, and making it clear the Chu family wouldn't lift a finger to help if things went south. He left, insisting he'd handle everything himself, wouldn't bother the Chu family if any problems popped up. A little later at Yangcheng Hospital, Mayor Lu Jun was talking to the doctor, asking about any possible treatments. The doctor told him the condition had gotten much worse than they expected, and an operation now would be super risky. Just then Lu Wan showed up, asking Lu Jun how her uncle was doing. He explained that his father's condition had taken a turn for the worse that morning, and Dr. Mike was with him. She then pointed to Qin Li, introducing him as the Chinese doctor she'd met, saying he was super skilled and could totally cure her uncle. Lu Jin immediately questioned Qin Li's qualifications, pointing out he looked like he was barely in his early 20s, and demanded to see his medical license. Qin Li apologized, admitting he didn't actually have a license. Lu Zhang quickly told Lu Wan there was no way he'd let someone like Qin Li treat his father. Lu Wan then apologized to Qin Li, and gently suggested he should probably leave. Right at that moment, a nurse burst out of the room, urgently telling them the patient's condition had gotten way worse, and they needed to get him to the emergency room ASAP. Both Lu Zhang and Lu Wan were totally shocked by the news. A bit later, Lu Zhang was standing by his father, who was in critical condition. He asked Dr. Mike about his father's status. Dr. Mike looked regretful, saying they had truly done everything they possibly could. Lu Wan went up to Lu Jun again, suggesting they let Qin Li take a look at her uncle, just in case he really could cure him. Lu Jun immediately shot down the idea, stating he wouldn't trust his father's life to someone without a medical license, even if Dr. Mike, the city's best doctor, said it was almost hopeless. Qin Li, however, insisted there was still time to save the older man, otherwise it would be too late. Lu Jun sternly told him to get out. Qin Li then challenged him, asking if he dared to make a bet. Lu Jun shot back, asking if he could even afford the stakes. Qin Li said that if he saved the older man's life, she would have to apologize, but if he couldn't save him, she could have him thrown in jail for fraud. Lu Jun yelled at him, demanding to know who he was, and ordered him to leave. Li Wan apologized to Qin Li again and asked him to go. He replied that he would leave, but he promised her she'd regret it. Qing Yun-chu was standing outside the room listening to the whole conversation. She told Qin Li he just had to make a fool of himself, asking if he was happy now. He agreed to leave, and then they both walked out of the hospital. Inside the room, the condition of Lu Zhong's father worsens rapidly. Lu Zhong yells at the doctor, demanding to know why his father is twitching like that. The doctor orders the nurse to bring a defibrillator immediately, but it is too late and the older man passes away. The doctor offers his condolences, and admitting there is nothing more they can do. Devastated, Lu Zhong breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by guilt for not having enough time to repay his father. Suddenly, Qin Li rushes into the room and orders everyone to step aside, declaring that he can save him. He uses his abilities to start the treatment immediately. Lu Jun recalls some medical knowledge he learned from an immortal years ago and begins to wonder if he misjudged this young man, who seems to radiate a powerful energy. Qin Li performs an acupuncture technique, and moments later the father coughs up blood, but regains consciousness. The old man takes a deep breath, exclaiming that he made it in time. The doctor is completely astonished by this development. Lu Jun rushes to his father, overjoyed that he is finally awake, while Lu Wan also expresses her immense relief. The father touches Lu Wan's face and apologizes for making her worry. Li tries to slip out of the room, but Lu Jun stays on his knees and calls out to him. He deeply regrets doubting the man who just saved his father's life. Qin Li returns and tells him not to worry about it, mentioning he only did it because of their bet. He assures them the older man is stable now and will recover soon. Li Wan apologizes for the earlier conflict, and asks for Qin Li's account details to transfer the promised 500,000. Qin Li accepts the apology and says he will send the details later. He leaves the room amidst everyone's praise, however. Qing Yun-chu warns him not to take such reckless risks again. dismissing the miracle as mere coincidence. Chin-Li realizes he might have left a bad impression on her. Meanwhile, Lu Minghao watches the whole scene, seething with anger later. When they arrive home, Han Yinqiu asks her daughter if she was scared by what happened today, but the girl reassures her that it is all over now. Chin-Li heads toward his room, but Han Yinqiu stops him and orders him to clean up the house. Instead of just standing there, he agrees to the request. Qing Yunqiu says she is tired and goes to bed. Chin-Li proceeds to handle all the household chores. When he finally finishes and enters his room, he is surprised to find her sitting on the bed in her sleepwear. First he assumes she is practicing yoga. She suddenly brings up the fact that she heard Chu Zitong calling him a weirdo. Chin-Li takes a deep breath and explains that he was simply changing clothes in his room that morning and forgot to lock the door, so the girl accidentally walked in on him. She sighs and asks if that was really all it was. He nods. She advises him to be careful since she knows Chu Zitong has a temper. Tells him there is a family dinner tomorrow that he should attend. He was surprised to hear about a family dinner, but quickly agreed to go as she wrapped up her yoga. She mentioned feeling tired and thanked him for everything that day. Later at the family dinner, everyone was busy greeting each other. Qing Yanqiu's father announced that it was the Chu family's first party of the year, and everyone settled into their seats. Chin-Li meanwhile kept an eye on Chu Giken privately, wondering if she was up to her usual tricks again. Soon enough, Chu Giken asked Qing Yanqiu about her plans for having a baby. Qing Yanqiu replied that they weren't ready for kids yet, and weren't in any rush to start a family. Chu Juaiqin, however, advised her to think about having a child while she was still young. Qing Yanqiu simply acknowledged the suggestion. Then Chu Juaiqin pointed to her son-in-law, Chongwen, saying how relieved she was that he brought her such peace. She made a point of contrasting him with men, who just relied on their wives for everything. Chongwen, looking modest, accepted her praise. Han Yingqiu chimed in, praising her son-in-law even more, pointing out that he had a proper official job unlike some others. Chongwen then stood up, holding a red box, and presented a gift to Qing Yanqiu's father, marking their first party together. The father accepted it, telling him there was no need to be so overly polite. Qing Yanqiu's father opened the box, and was pleasantly surprised to see some beautiful, blue and white porcelain. Chongwan explained that he knew his uncle loved porcelain, so he'd spent 30,000 on this gift, hoping he'd like it. The sheer extravagance of the present really took Qing Yanqiu's father by surprise. Chin-Li, however, examined the bowl and immediately sensed an overwhelming evil aura. He was convinced this wasn't just a replica. It had been buried in a tomb, soaking up energy, and was definitely cursed. Chongwen then piped up, suggesting Chin-Li should have brought a gift, too, wondering what it might have been. He started teasing Chin-Li, hinting that he was totally dependent on his wife, and probably didn't have much money to throw around. He even suggested Chin-Li could try a job as a garbage collector in one of the departments, admitting it didn't pay much, but offered a monthly salary of 1,000. Qing Yanqiu got pretty upset, stating that no matter his financial situation, Chin-Li was still family, and Chongwen needed to stop making those kinds of comments. Chongwen just chuckled, remarking how much he pitied her husband, who couldn't even afford a gift. In response, Chin-Li stood up and explained that he'd been in a hurry that day, and hadn't had a chance to bring anything. This revelation completely surprised Chongwen, who then questioned Chin-Li's sudden ability to speak. Chongwen's wife jumped in, adding her own criticism, saying Chin-Li was useless at giving gifts and was still a loser, even if he could talk now. Chin-Li fired back, stating that whatever he received as a gift would be far more valuable than the fake bowl her husband had given. Chongwen immediately challenged Chin-Li's claim, insisting he'd spent 30,000 on the present. Chu Juaiqin then chimed in, mentioning that Chin-Li couldn't even afford a present, but she wouldn't falsely accuse her daughter's husband. Chin-Li stuck to his guns, saying it was still a fake no matter the cost. Chongwen, feeling pretty offended, called Chin-Li a liar, and mocked him for daring to doubt the gift's authenticity. Convinced that no one else would be able to tell, Chongwen decided to prove the gift was real. Qin Yanqiu's father stepped in, telling Chin-Li to keep quiet. Shouguiqin then criticized Chin-Li for his bad manners, suggesting he was just jealous of Chongwen, and making baseless accusations. Qing Yanqiu intervened again, telling Chin-Li not to be rude, since Chungwon was their brother-in-law. Chin Lee, however, insisted that the bowl his brother-in-law gave was genuinely a fake. A Qingyan show argued that even if it was fake, it still showed their brother-in-law's appreciation, reminding everyone that it was the Chu family's banquet today. Right at that moment, Mayor Lu Jian showed up with Hao Fengmao. He immediately asked about the possibly fake item, saying he was really keen to see it. Chungwon was thrilled to see the mayor, greeting him warmly and expressing his surprise at the visit. Chungwon went to shake the mayor's hand, mentioning he didn't expect the mayor to know who he was. He then started to introduce everyone else to Mayor Lu. But Mayor Lu Young completely ignored Chungwon's outstretched hand and walked straight over to Chin Lee. The mayor remarked on what a coincidence it was to meet again, and thanked Chin Lee for what happened the day before. Chin Lee brushed off the thanks, saying it wasn't a big deal. Chungwon cut in, calling Chin Lee on mute, and suggesting Mayor Lu must have mixed him up with someone else. Mayor Lu Young got pretty annoyed, and demanded to know who Chungwon thought he was, to say such things. Chungwon introduced himself as the newly appointed section chief. Mayor Lu Chung then turned to Chin Lee, asking if he had any problems with Chungwon. Chin Lee said no, adding that Chungwon was actually his brother-in-law. He explained, they were just talking about whether the antique item was real or not. Chin Lee looked at the bowl and asked if it was a blue and white one. He then turned to Hao Fengmao, who was an antique expert, and asked him to take a look. Hao Fengmao examined the bowl, mentioning he hadn't appraised antiques much recently, but blue and white bowls used to be his thing, and just by looking at the color, seemed like a real Yuan dynasty piece. Chungwon confidently stated he was sure it was real, pointing out how much money he'd spent on it, and that it looked like Chin Lee's doubts were totally baseless. Chin Lee, wanting to be absolutely sure, asked Hao Fengmao if he also thought it was an original. Hao Fengmao shot back, asking if Chin Lee was doubting him and if he thought it was a fake. Chin Lee simply asked, "Isn't it Hao?" Fengmao then explained why Mayor Lu had praised Chin Lee, confirming that yes, it was indeed a fake. He said that while the blue and white bowl might look real from afar, a closer look showed clear signs of it being a forgery. He added that even though the design was intricate, it just didn't have that elegant touch, making it a high-quality fake. What's more, he believed this fake bowl had been buried in a grave with a dead person and might even be cursed. Chugui Chin immediately questioned Chungwon, asking how he could possibly give such a gift. Chungwon replied that he honestly had no idea how. Fengmao complimented Chin Lee on how good the imitation was, and praised his sharp eye. He then suggested they grab a drink together. Later, Mayor Lu Jun agreed, inviting Chin Lee to be his guest. He also mentioned he was just about to ask Chin Lee for a meeting, to talk about something. Chin Lee told his family to keep eating, saying he'd be back soon. After his meeting, Zhu Guchen leaned over to Haining Chu, commenting that her son-in-law was clearly close with the mayor, and way better than Chungwon. Haining Chu agreed, adding that they hadn't talked about this before, to avoid messing up their relationship, but now Mayor Lu had actually come to visit them. Meanwhile, Chin Lee asked Mayor Lu Young what he wanted from him. Mayor Lu Young revealed that his father, who Chin Lee had cured before, had recently gotten sick again. After visiting his house over the last few months, his wife, kids, and even he himself had started having health problems, but doctors couldn't find any medical reason for it. Mayor Lu Young then asked Chin Lee to check his pulse, and Chin Lee agreed. Chin Lee checked Mayor Lu Young's pulse, and realized his suspicions were spot on. After checking the pulse, he left. Mayor Lu Young called him, asking what he found. Chin Lee told him not to worry, saying he knew exactly how to handle things. He promised to swing by Mayor Lu Young's house after dinner, to sort everything out for good. Mayor Lu Young thanked him and agreed to wait at home. A little later, Chin Lee helped Ching Yun Chu's super drunk dad into the car, putting up with all his rude comments. He told the others to go on ahead while he got out of the car. Once they drove off, he checked his phone. Mayor Lu's house was marked on the map, so he started following the route. After a bit, Lu Minghao and a bunch of thugs blocked his way. Lu Minghao declared they'd met again, and swore he'd send Chin Lee to hell today. Lu Minghao called Chin Lee trash, and suggested if he cut off both his hands right then, they'd let him go. Chin Lee just looked at him calmly and said, "Oh, it's you." Lu Minghao told Chin Lee he didn't have to do a thing. They'd handle the rest. He then ordered his thugs, promising them 50,000 if they brought him one of Chin Lee's hands. But Chin Lee took them all down super fast. leaving Lu Minghao completely shocked. Lu Minghao wondered what was happening, and why Qin Li was suddenly so powerful. Qin Li then called him closer, pointing a finger at him. Lu Minghao refused, yelling he wouldn't come, and ran off. Qin Li took a deep breath and mumbled, "Well, Mayor Lu Yong's house should be this way." He walked towards Mayor Lu Yong's house, and once he got there he rang the bell. Mayor Lu Yong opened the door, saying he'd been waiting for Qin Li for ages and invited him in. As Qin Li stepped inside, Mayor Lu Yong led him to a room. Qin Li thought the situation looked more serious than he expected, but followed along. They arrived in a dark room, and a worried Mayor Lu Zhang asked what was going on, mentioning that Xiao Jai was sick again. A woman in the room cried out that Xiao Jai was floating in the air. Qin Li was shocked to see Xiao Jai floating, and Mayor Lu Yong begged him to save his son. Qin Li told them not to worry, promising he'd save him, all while noticing a strange shadow behind Xiao Jai. Qin Li used his magic and Xiao Jai dropped back onto the bed. His parents rushed to his side, but Qin Li warned them it wasn't over yet and told them to stay back. He realized the problem source was inside Xiao Jai's body, and the next step was to force it out and get rid of it. Lu Jiang's wife angrily grabbed Qin Li's coat, calling him trash, and threatening to kill him if anything happened to Xiao Jai. Qin Li told her to be quiet. Qin Li was worried they might have been affected too, so he needed to act fast. He used his needle magic again and Xiao Jai regained consciousness, calling out for his mother. His mother rushed to him. Qin Li reassured them that Xiao Jai was fine now, but they still needed to find the source of this evil. Lu Jun asked about the source of the evil, and Qin Li sat down to check under the bed. He asked if anything weird had happened to their family lately, or if they'd gotten any unusual gifts. Lu Jun answered that nothing unpleasant had happened recently, but he did receive a pair of stone lions, one of which was placed near the entrance. He quickly runs to the entrance with Lu Jun calling out from behind. Reaching the stone lion, Qin Li realizes he has found the source of their problems. He reaches into the lion's mouth and pulls out a small stone. Lu Jing asks if that little rock is really the issue. Qin Li explains that this specific stone holds a powerful, evil attachment since it is at the entrance. People come into contact with its energy every day, making them feel weak and irritable over time. Qin Li expresses his concern about how dangerous the situation was. Yu Young's wife steps out and thanks him for saving her son, apologizing for her earlier rude behavior. He tells her it is fine as long as the kid is safe. Lu Yong also expresses his deep gratitude and offers to have a driver take Qin Li back home. Before he leaves, however, Lu Yong has an idea and asks if Qin Li would be interested in opening a medical clinic. Qin Li is surprised by the offer. Lu Yong explains that setting up a clinic would be a token of his gratitude for saving his family. Qin Li accepts, thinking that helping more people would not be a waste of time, and that his parents would be proud of him. On the way home, Qin Li suddenly tells the driver to pull over. The driver stops confused, but then notices a woman on the roadside. It is Qing Yinchu standing there late at night. The driver comments that Qin Li has a good eye, noting that she is a very pretty lady. Moments later, another girl arrives, wearing a striking black dress that turns heads on the street. She apologizes for keeping Qing Yinchu waiting. Qin Li assumes she is just meeting a best friend, and wonders if he is overreacting. But then the two women hug and kiss each other. He is completely shocked, wondering if she has replaced him with a woman. The two girls enter a bar, and the driver jokes again about Qin Li's eye for women, but Qin Li mutters that it is not what he thinks inside. The girl in the black dress asks the server for a bottle of good wine, and tells Qing Yingchu how much she missed her. They sit at a table, and Qing Yingchu admits she has been stressed with work lately. The friend suggests they forget about the unpleasant things, and just have fun tonight. Qing Yingchu agrees, proposing they get drunk and they raise their glasses for a toast. The woman in the black dress mentions Qing Yingchu's difficult situation, acknowledging the pressure she is under to avoid a marriage arrangement. She apologizes for that and encourages her to drink more. Eventually, Qing Yingchu drinks too much wine and loses her senses. Seizing the opportunity, friend guides her to a hotel room, where Lu Minghao is already waiting. He leads Qing Yanchu to the bed and tells her not to blame him. As the friend leaves, Lu Minghao locks the door and moves closer to the defenseless woman. He mutters that he has no choice, because she refuses to divorce that piece of trash. He prepares to take advantage of the situation, and records it on his phone. But suddenly there is a knock on the door. Lu Minghao asks who it is, and Qin Li's voice responds from the hallway, claiming to be security. Annoyed by the interruption, Lu Minghao rushes to open the door. He's shocked to see Qin Li and the girl in the black dress, both unconscious. He immediately asks Qin Li how he got there, quickly adding that he shouldn't misunderstand. He claims Qing Yunchu was just drunk, and he was only looking after her. Qin Li doesn't waste time punching him and sending him flying. As the man lies there bleeding, Qin Li walks up to him and menacingly asks how he'd like to die. The man quickly bows, practically groveling, begging for forgiveness, and swearing he'll never show his face to either of them again. He insists he won't do it again, pointing out that Qin Li has already made him throw up blood. Qin Li simply tells him, "Alright then, get out and don't show up again." The man quickly thanks him, but as he tries to run out, the man suddenly attempts to attack Qin Li from behind, yelling, "Go to hell!" Qin Li easily grabs his hand, telling him he'd let him off twice already, but he clearly never learned his lesson, so he has no one to blame but himself. Using his needle power, Qin Li knocks him out cold and then kicks him right out of the room. He closes the door, then looks at Qing Yunchu, saying he's glad he happened to run into her today. He uses his special needle treatment on her hand, and she slowly opens her eyes. Waking up, he tells her she's awake and asks how she's feeling. She replies like what, and then quickly gets up and slaps him across the face. He protests, saying he just saved her life, and asks why she hit him. She accuses him of trying to do something shameful to her, scoffing at his talk of saving her after the fact. Glancing down at her torn dress, she declares she won't believe any of his nonsense. He gets up and leaves, saying he didn't do anything to her, whether she believes it or not, and then closes the door behind him. She continues to verbally abuse him, looking directly at the camera. A little while later, Qin Li is sitting in a park when his phone rings. He picks up and Li Wan asks if she's speaking to Qin Li. He recognizes her voice and confirms that yes, he is Qin Li. Li Wan then asks why she's calling him so late. She asks if he has more of the ointment he gave her before, and if he could make another batch, this time with added skin whitening effects. Qin Li asks how many she needs, explaining he'll have to go back and prepare it. She suggests starting with 200, assuring him that 2 million will be deposited into his account. Qin Li agrees, saying it's no problem, but he points out that his medicine doesn't actually cost that much. Yuan explains that she heard from his cousin he'll need a lot of money to open a medical clinic, so she's happy to sponsor him. He smiles, grateful for her generosity. Meanwhile, Qing Yunchu arrives home and waits for Qin Li. The clock chimes, signaling it's 1 o'clock. She notices the late hour and wonders why he's still not back. She wonders if he's upset because she misunderstood him earlier today. Just as she's thinking this, he walks into the house. He tries to sneak quietly towards his room, but she asks him what took him so long. He replies that he had work to do. She then tells him to just pretend she didn't ask, and tries to say something else. He asks what's wrong with her today, sensing something isn't quite right. As he continues walking towards his room, Chu Zitong was really upset, thinking she was probably going to get fired from the company. Apparently, some of her colleagues kept talking about Lu Wan to their managers, and management had already spoken to her a few times, basically wanting her to resign. Qin Li tried to calm her down, telling her it would be fine if she left. She'd manage, but she was still worried, asking who would take care of the family if she lost her job, especially since finding a new one wasn't easy these days. Qin Li walked over, sat on the couch and took a sip of tea. He asked her if she remembered when he was in the hospital, treating Mayor Lu's father. She said she did. He then explained that he'd helped Mayor Lu's family again, and they'd offered him a clinic. He mentioned he'd also made some money healing people, so if she was up for it she could help him run the place. He told her not to stress too much. He thought about the clinic idea and appreciated his comforting words. As he headed upstairs, he told her the clinic wouldn't open for a while, and that he was going to sleep. He suggested she think it over and let him know when she was ready. She realized she should thank him for making her feel better, and admitted to herself that she had really misunderstood him. She even wanted to apologize. Next morning, a knock on the Chu family's door woke Qin Li up. He went downstairs, figuring if someone was making Qin Yanchu feel bad, it had to be her. He opened the door to find Tan Zijian, a college friend of both his and Qin Yanchu's, standing there. He asked what he was waiting for and just walked right in. Tan Zijian immediately started complaining about Qin Yanchu marrying him, calling her a flower in the dirt, and saying it was like toads wanting to eat swan meat. Qin thought to himself that Tan Zijin being here couldn't be good, remembering what a pain she was back in school. Then she called out to Qin Yanshu, telling her to hurry up because they were going out. They all left with Qin driving and Tan Zijin, and Qin Yanshu in the back. Qin Yanshu asked where they were going, and Tan Zijin just said she'd see when they arrived. She then pointed out a spot, and Qin pulled the car up in front of a huge building. Tan Zijin explained it was a high-class auction, only for the rich and famous, and the building was the tallest in the city. She handed the entry pass to the security guard, mentioned that the driver in the back was with them, and then headed inside. She went on to explain that the most exciting part was the stone auction, where you either doubled your money or lost everything. As she pointed towards the stones, Tan Zijin leaned in and whispered to Qin to buy a stone for Qin Yanshu too. He replied that if Qin Yanshu liked it, he'd buy it for her just then. The auctioneer announced the next item was a lapis lazuli stone, and the bidding started. Tan Zijin told Qin Yanshu to check out the stone, but Qin was drawn to a different one that seemed to react to his aura. He moved closer to touch it. Meanwhile, Tan Zijin told Qin Yanshu that Qin had promised to buy her a stone, and they should see if he was lying. She added that if he lied again, she'd kill him. Qin Yanshu tried to calm her down and asked where Qin was. He was holding the stones in his hands, asking the salesgirl about the price of that specific one. She just said these were tiny bits of old stuff, and the price was only 100 yuan. Just for him, Qin pulled some coins and cash from his pocket. Handing them over to her, he told her to use it to help cut the stone. Tan Zijin couldn't believe he actually went to the scrapyard. She thought he was just being his usual self, and his actions were totally humiliating. She wondered why he even brought up opening a medical clinic. Then she raised her voice at Qin asking how he could trick her with just a few hundred yuan. As the salesgirl cut the stone, she was totally shocked by what she saw. He exclaimed that it was done and it was completely green. Everyone gathered around to see it, commenting on its amazing green color. They all agreed it was the best find from the scrapyard, and a total stroke of luck. People immediately tried to buy it, but Qin insisted he paid for it first, so they shouldn't take his stone. One person suggested he sell it for 300,000 yuan plus a special gift, while another offered 500,000 yuan and something extra in return. Tan Lao, who was Tan Zijin's father, and the president of Tanshi Jewelry in Yongcheng, stated that this stone was worth at least 500,000 yuan. He asked Qin who he was, then introduced himself as the king of jade in the city known as Tan Lao. He then offered a whopping 5 million yuan for the stone. Qin replied that he bought the stone for his wife, so Tan Lao should ask her instead. Tan Zijin was totally taken aback, exclaiming to her dad that it was the first time she'd ever seen anything like that. She wondered if he was really spending so much money. Qin Yanshu looked at the stone and remarked that good jade should go to people who truly knew its value. She added that Uncle Tan Lao was the king of jade in Yongcheng, and it was an honor for her to meet him. Uncle Tan Lao chuckled, saying Qin Yanshu was quite eloquent. He mentioned his assistant would send her a check later, and asked if he could take a look at the stone Qin had just bought. Qin handed the stone to him casually, saying, "Well, it's just an ordinary stone. Nothing special." Qin Yanshu quickly cut in, insisting that the item was chosen by experts, and since it was Mr. Tan Lao, there was no way that stone could be ordinary. Tan Lao laughed, remarking that jade was just a stone, genuine or not, and you had to examine it from the inside to be sure. His daughter Tan Zijin told Qin that it was his first time there, and he was just gambling, totally relying on luck. She added that the stone was her father's favorite, and he wouldn't dare to lie. She threatened to see what Qin would say later. Someone from inside came out and announced that it had been checked, and it was just a worthless stone. Tan Zijin questioned how that was even possible, insisting her father had never been wrong about anything. However, Tan Lao admitted that Qin was right this time. He told Qin that Tanshe Jewelry still needed jade experts, and suggested that if he was interested, he could come and give it a try. Qin tried to respond, but Tan Lao stopped him, advising him not to answer too quickly and to really think about it. He suggested Qin could let him know his decision later. As he left, Tan Zijin asked if her father was genuinely sure about this, and he just responded with a question, asking her what she thought. Later, Qin was in the car with Qing Yunchu, driving toward their home. She asked when he learned to bet on stones. He replied that it wasn't hard to learn from books, and he offered to teach her later if she wanted. He handed her a check but she just threw it away, and asked if he had been lying to her this whole time. He questioned why he pretended to be mute and acted like such a loser. She also asked when he was going to take her out for a ride again. He responded that it would be next Saturday. She thought to herself that he was an idiot, who couldn't even understand that she needed attention and love. Chin-Li remembered what the old man had told him. He said that if Chin-Li practiced with this special book, he'd be famous in just 10 years. The old man had given him the book, explaining it would take a century of blocking his chi to build up an aura inside him. He called it Chin-Li's destiny, saying the rest was up to him. The old man also mentioned they'd meet again someday. Snapping back to the present, Chin-Li quickly assured her he wasn't lying and wasn't dumb. He told him he didn't need to explain, but then asked why he'd agreed to marry her in the first place. He shot back asking if she didn't remember what happened before. The scene then flashed back to a time when a punk was bullying Chin-Li, pouring soup on his head and making fun of his special dish. Chin-Li couldn't even respond. That's when Chin Yan-Chu stepped in, kicking the punk away and scolding him for picking on someone weak. Back in the present, she remembered the incident and said she recalled it now. Chin-Li nodded, revealing that when she asked him to marry her after graduation, he was actually pretty happy, even though he knew he was just a shield for her. She then asked if he'd never resented her. He replied asking how he could ever resent her. He pointed out that the Chu family had never wronged him, and neither had she in his heart. He'd always seen her as his wife. She thought to herself, damn, why did he say that? He quickly changed the subject, mentioning he was opening his clinic tomorrow, and suggested she come check it out. She asked if he was joking, but he reassured her he was serious, adding that saving lives wasn't as easy as she might think. He told her not to worry, as he was just treating people with normal diseases. She turned her face away, muttering that if something happened, no one would go to jail for him. He wondered why he couldn't understand that she was actually worried about him. The scene then shifted to the opening ceremony of Chin-Li's new medical clinic. Chu Juai-Chin commented that the Chu family had a good son-in-law, admitting she didn't even know when Chin-Li became a doctor. Her husband chuckled in agreement, adding that even if Chin-Li suddenly opened a clinic, he shouldn't try to cheat people. Chin Yan-Chu's father stepped in, telling everyone not to worry. He explained that his son-in-law was a man of many secrets. He'd heard Chin-Li helped Mayor Lu's family not too long ago, and Mayor Lu had insisted on helping Chin-Li open the clinic, so they couldn't really say no. He then suggested they all have some tea and snacks. Chong-won, however, challenged Chin-Li, asking if he thought he'd be fine just because he knew Mayor Lu. He criticized Chin-Li for even daring to open a clinic, calling him crazy. Chin-Li replied that he didn't understand how a medical clinic could be so dangerous to people. Chong-won reiterated that Chin-Li shouldn't forget his place was under his men's inspection, reminding him of the embarrassment he caused in front of Mayor Lu last time. Just then, Mayor Lu arrived and greeted Chin-Li, congratulating him on opening his clinic. Lu Wen also offered her congratulations, and Chin-Li thanked them both. His family members were all pretty surprised to see Mayor Lu there. Chong-won remembered toasting with Chin-Li at the banquet, and found it amazing that Mayor Lu actually came to congratulate him. He wondered what their relationship really was. Lu Wen commented on how great the place looked, and Chin-Li warmly welcomed them. Chin Yan-Chu pointed out that Chong-won was sarcastic just a moment ago, and was now completely silent. After a while they heard a voice from outside, someone desperately pleading for help to save his son. Mayor Lu asks what's going on, and everyone heads outside to check it out. They find a guy holding his son, practically screaming for help. Chin-Li steps up, telling people to move aside because he's a doctor. He checks out the really sick kid Hulong. Han Yen-Chu worries about the child, and tells Hulong's dad to get him to a hospital. His father-in-law agrees, hinting that Chin-Li probably can't cure him. Chin points out that it looks like they're about to close up shop, but Chong-won says they should wait and see what happens. Hulong's father cries, begging Chin-Li to save his son. Chin-Li promises he'll save the boy, and tells them to bring him inside the clinic. They bring Hulong into the clinic, and Chin-Li examines him with his special abilities. He sees that the boy's stomach is in really bad shape, and figures out he's been poisoned. Chin-Li asks what the kid ate. Hulong's father insists that's impossible, saying their neighbors always look after his kid really well. Han Yen-Chu, though, rips into him, calling him an irresponsible dad for just leaving his kid with the neighbors. Overcome with sadness, he explains his wife died young, and he had to work to pay for his son's schooling. Chin-Li notices the boy's face is turning black, and his breathing is shallow, which totally looks like poisoning. Hulong starts coughing. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers outside the clinic, and Dr. Tang Bo-hui asks if they've heard. This doctor just got his license, and actually dared to open a clinic to treat people. Someone else wonders if he just got his license, and is trying to trick everyone. The crowd demands the clinic be shut down, and Hulong be rushed to the hospital right away. While Chu Jinshin and Chongwon just laugh, Chin Yanshu thinks about Chin-Li, and Hulong's father accuses Chin-Li of trying to hurt his son. Chin-Li shouts that Hulong is in critical condition, and there's no time to lose. He tries to pick up the child, who then starts throwing up blood. He tells the father to step back and assures him not to scare Hulong, because his dad is right there. Chin-Li uses his needle magic, focusing all his power, and throws a needle at Hulong. He says a spell and Hulong wakes up, throws up the poisonous food, and comes back to his senses. Hulong's father is overjoyed and hugs his son. Apologizing to him, Hulong says he's hungry and wants some roasted pork. His father agrees and suggests they go buy some. Chin-Li reassures them that Hulong is totally fine now, but if they're still worried, they can always go to the hospital for a checkup. Hulong's father gets emotional, calls him a real doctor, and thanks him profusely. Someone in the crowd comments that they thought Chin-Li was just a newbie, but he's actually super skilled. A woman says he genuinely saved the boy's life. A looming house stands nearby watching everything unfold. He curses, totally unable to believe Chin-Li saved the boy, giving him an undeserved good name. He realizes he'd mixed a ton of pesticide into the drink he gave the boy. Dr. Tang Bu-hui walks up to him and tells him to chill out and let the boy live a bit longer. Someone joyfully leaves the clinic and calls his wife, telling her he found an amazing doctor, and they're going to conceive tonight. Chin-Li stands at the backyard gate, mentioning he's totally exhausted. He locks up ready to head out, but then he spots someone in the backyard. She looks pretty banged up, so he asks if she's there for a doctor. Yang King tries to attack, but Chin-Li quickly steps in, telling her he's actually a doctor. She just collapses out cold. Chin-Li sighs, realizing he's in for an all-nighter. He picks her up and carries her inside. Then he calls Chin Yanshu, explaining he's got a patient who's a bit tricky to handle. She asks if he's not coming home tonight. He apologizes, telling her he'll be staying at the clinic. He gets pretty mad, yelling that he might as well just live there forever. He makes a mental note to get her a gift next time. Then he gets to work on the injured girl, pulling bullets out of her body. He even finds one in her necklace. When he sees the necklace, he recognizes it MI-19, the 19th Division. He starts wondering what that means. Yang Qing thinks about all the different units in MI-16, the ones for stealing info, the weapons guys, the tech security breakers, and the public opinion shapers. But MI-19, that's the most unique division. She gives her team orders to move, then jumps right out of the building. As she falls, someone warns her that the 19th Division has marked her for extermination. She screams no and then suddenly wakes up, realizing she's not dead. Chin-Li tells her he saved her, but if he'd been even 2 minutes later, there would have been nothing he could do. She gets up and tries to leave, so he asks her where she's going. She explains she doesn't have a home, so she has no idea. He then says he needs an assistant, and offers her a place to stay at the clinic. He promises to pay her monthly, not a huge amount but starting with 5 grand. She tells him her life is now dedicated to helping him, and she's willing to do anything. He just suggests she should stay at the clinic to recover. Just then Tan Se-jin bangs on the door, yelling for Chin-Li to open up. He tries to get it, but she beats him to it, accidentally smacking the door right into his face. She asks where he is and tells him to come with her. He holds his face, surprised she's there so early, and asks if she's feeling okay. She checks him out and says he's the one who looks unwell. Then she tells him why she's there. She wants him to represent Tan Shi Jewelry in the Jade contest. He grabs his tie, not letting him argue, and tells him to come along. The scene then shifts to Zhangchang's gambling palace, where Tan Zijin and Chin-Li arrive. She calls her father, who warmly greets Chin-Li, shaking his hand and saying how happy he is to see him. He apologizes for any trouble they had, but Tan Lao, her father, just chuckles and says there's no need to apologize. He then explains he needs Chun-Li's help for the Jade contest, which is all about stone gambling, and he wants Chun-Li to be his advisor. Tan Lao affirms that he's personally witnessed Chun-Li's abilities, and is confident Chun-Li can assist him in the contest. He goes on to explain the two parts of the Jade competition. Gambling and carving, the highest bidder wins this one. He points out a stone number 12, saying it's a full green stone. Then he introduces 3 team members, stressing that he picked each one carefully, and is counting on all 4 of them to help him with the stone. Gambling Tan Zijin tells Chun-Li that her dad put a lot of money into this competition. If they land in the top 3, Chun-Li will get paid too. Tan Lao thinks it's a sweet deal, even offering Chun-Li an extra 10 of Tan Chi's shares if he helps them win. Tan Zijin also drops a hint saying she's Chin Yanchu's best friend, which means she could totally put in a good word for Chun-Li. Chun-Li agrees to give it his all. Everyone heads into the stone gambling plaza. Zhao Lin asks Chun-Li if he's really set on picking that specific stone. Chun-Li confirms, saying that since he's here, he might as well try his luck. Lao Tzu, feeling generous, tells Chun-Li to take the remaining 1,000 and hand over his credit card. Chun-Li takes it looking surprised, and mumbles that he thought they were talking millions. Shaolin quickly asks if he's ever even seen that much money, reminding him they already gave him $1,000, so there's no need to push for more. As they walk away, Chun-Li says he's not really qualified to pick a stone. He glances around at all the stones, realizing they're all super expensive, and thinks the one he's looking at is just too precious. The whole situation leaves Chun-Li pretty stunned. The lady at the counter asks if he wants to buy the stone. Just then Lao Tzu walks by with his friend and confirms that yeah, that stone is worth almost 5 million. She turns back to Chun-Li and asks again. Chun-Li confirms, explaining that his card is solid gold and worth at least 50,000, which should easily cover the stone's price. The lady agrees to the sale. Lao Tzu and his buddies then walk up to Chun-Li, asking about the stone he just bought, and if he actually expects to win first place with it. Wang Qiu tells him not to buy just any old pebble. Lao Tzu chimes in, suggesting Chun-Li should just go home, because not everyone is cut out to work for Mr. Tan. Chun-Li replies, saying he's not sure if the stone he bought will be highly rated, but he wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for Mr. Tan. Just then, Mr. Tan Lao shows up and asks if everyone has picked their stones. Lao Tzu proudly declares that this time, they've snagged the 2 best stones for the competition, guaranteeing them a spot in the top 3, and boosting their reputation. Mr. Tan Lao checks out the stones they have, thinking to himself that these 2 really do look like excellent quality, with a good surface and probably great stuff inside. Qin Zhong then appears, confronting Mr. Tan Lao. He acts surprised that Tan Lao is back to gambling. After losing to him last time, he asks if Tan Lao still hasn't learned his lesson from that previous loss. Mr. Tan Lao just brushes off his concerns, stating that how he spends his money is none of anyone else's business. Qin Zhong then comments that he never thought Tan Lao would stoop to relying on new people for help, implying there's no one left at Tan Chi Jewelry. He tells Tao Lao to pack up and leave to avoid further embarrassment, suggesting there's no place for him in Zhangcheng's capital, and he should just go back to Zhangcheng. Lao Tzu reassures Tao Lao, telling him not to worry and to leave everything to him. He's confident they'll beat the other guy. After a bit, the stone gambling finally kicks off. Shinran announces, ladies and gentlemen, all participants in this Jade contest, please pay attention. Let's start the stone gambling part of the competition now. The host then tells all the participants to come up to the stage and get ready. Mr. Tan Lao asks Chun-Li where the stones he brought are. Lao Tzu scoffs, calling Chun-Li's $20,000 stone a piece of garbage, and sounding totally disbelieving. Zhao Lin thinks Chun-Li's actions are just plain crazy. Tan Lao muses that what Chun-Li has is considered scrap at that price, concluding that Chun-Li is still too young and he misjudged him. Shinran kicks things off by announcing that the first contestant has revealed 2 pieces of old glass green, plus an extra piece that's actually a stunning glass royal green. The crowd goes wild with bids flying around. Someone offers $38,000, and another person upes it to $42,000, totally confident they'll snag it. Lao Tzu thinks about how much that first stone went for, and realizes the competition is just getting started. Ran comments on how super intense today's competition is, with the highest bids currently sitting at $63,000, $52,000 and $42,000. Then it's Mr. Tan's turn, the last contestant who brought his own stones. Lao Tzu picks out a stone from his stash, pretty sure it's going to be green. Finley thinks that millions of dollars have just been wasted for nothing. When they cut Lao Tzu's stone, everyone is totally shocked by what's inside, calling it nothing but worthless junk. Lao Tzu is stunned, asking how that's even possible, and wondering where his 5 million worth of stones went. The crowd starts whispering, with one person asking, what kind of garbage stones these are. Someone else chimes in saying, with vision like that, it's a miracle he's even still around. Shinran announces that she never expected the 2 priciest stones bought would end up being completely worthless, calling the contestant from Tanchi Jewelry a huge disappointment. Mr. Tan admits it's all over. Chin Li stands up, but Shinran quickly steps in, saying to wait. There's still one stone that hasn't been cut. Mr. Tan cuts her off, telling Chin Li not to go up on stage and make a fool of himself. Despite that, they go ahead and cut Shin Li's stones, and Shinran makes the big announcement. She reveals it's imperial green, describing it as a regular stone that somehow turned into imperial green. She thought the competition was already wrapped up. Lao Tzu shouts that it only cost 20,000, but it's a full green stone and they're super lucky. Mr. Tan wonders if Chin Li had that 5 million, he might have actually won for Tanchi Jewelry. He lets out a scream, asking what Chin Li is doing, as he starts cutting the jade again. Mr. Tan rushes over to stop him, but he's totally shocked to find another jade inside. Shinran can't believe her eyes, wondering aloud what she's even seeing. It's a jade tucked inside the first one, and get this, there's even a piece of blood jade inside the green jade. The last blood jade like this went for $1 billion. Everyone is absolutely floored by this news. Chin Li carefully takes it out, and declares that this is Mr. Tan's final jade. Jean Ran announces that this is an incredibly rare jade, a natural blood jade that takes thousands of years to form. She says, it's worth more than her life just to witness this jade appearing. The bidding frenzy starts with someone offering 90 million, another jumping to 100 million, and then someone else saying they'll take the jade for 120 million. John Jun comments that, this guy has just dug up a super rare blood jade. His grandfather coughs, saying he seems to be getting worse and worse. He says he doesn't know if he'll still be able to. Then the jade sells for an astonishing $2 billion. Shinran congratulates Tanchi Jewelry for winning the competition with that incredible $2 billion auction price. She remarks that this competition has been truly mind-blowing, and that $2 billion sale price will definitely become a legendary achievement that no one will ever top. Mr. Tan thanks Chin Li, stressing that without him, Tanchi Jewelry's reputation would have been ruined. He apologizes for ever doubting Chin Li. Chin Li humbly replies, assuring Mr. Tan that he didn't take any of it personally. As a gesture of apology, he announces that he'll give all the money from the jade sale to Mr. Tan. Tan's agent steps in, insisting that Chin Li is their honored guest, and that they're now making a huge name for themselves. In this competition, Chin Li believes they will establish a strong presence in Jiang province. Just then a bald guy approaches, hands him an invitation, and tells him that Jiang Jin, from the contest organizers, wants him to come to the Jiang family home, and it's a must attend. Chin Li takes a seat in the car and thinks about Jiang Jin. Soon the driver tells him they've arrived at the Jiang family home. A guard lets Jiang Jin know that Mr. Chin is there. The bald man points the way for Chin Li, saying, this way please. Then he knocks on the door and announces Mr. Chin is here. Jiang Jin opens the door, is super happy to see Chin Li, and invites him in. Chin Li apologizes for the late invitation and asks what the occasion is. Jiang Jin plays down the meeting's importance, saying he's just curious about one thing. Jiang Jin brings up how Chin Li kept cutting, even after the first jade showed up, asking if he knew there was blood jade hidden inside. Chin Li explains that when he held the jade, he felt a warmth in his hand and sensed something off. His curiosity just made him want to cut it open. Jiang Jin gets it and then asks Chin Li to find him another jade. Jiang Jin's grandfather Jiang Gejong keeps coughing. Chin Li watches him closely. Jiang Jin asks if there's anything weird about his grandfather's condition. Chin Li honestly replies, saying he's worried because the condition is pretty serious and needs treatment. Jiang Jin is surprised by Chin Li's medical knowledge. Chin Li explains that he actually runs a medical clinic in Yangcheng, and with Zhang Gezhang's permission, offers to check his pulse. Zhang Jun asks if he's a traditional doctor. Zhang Wuzhang admits they haven't had any luck finding a cure, and given Chin Li's medical background, he figures there's no harm in letting him examine him. Chin Li goes ahead and checks his pulse, realizing that a malevolent aura is almost completely consuming Zhang Wuzhang's life force. So he starts the treatment. An hour later, Yung Gejong says he feels way more comfortable. Chin Li clarifies that he's only temporarily eased the condition. To get rid of it completely, they need to find the root cause within Mr. Zhang himself. Yung Jun explains that he's always looked after his grandfather, and he barely ever goes out. Chin Li asks if they've gotten any new treasures lately, and Yung Jun mentions a jade pillow. Chin Li figures out that the jade pillow was probably taken from a tomb and could cause illness from long-term physical contact. Zhang Guozhang realizes. This explains why he always feels so cold when he sleeps on it. Zhan thanks Chin Li for his medical expertise, saying that no matter if he can find the blood jade or not, the Zhang family will grant him one request. Chin Li thanks him, saying that saving lives is his duty, and he can also help find the blood jade, but he does have one request of his own. Zhang Jun assures Chin Li that the Zhang family won't waste any time helping him. Chin Li then shows a picture of his parents, explaining that they've been missing for 10 years, and he hasn't heard anything about them. Zhang Jin admits it might take a while, but promises he'll do his absolute best to help. Chin Li says he's really counting on his help. Zhang Jin explains that he's actively looking for the blood jade. Chin Li reassures him, saying he'll send it over as soon as he finds it. Zhang Jin thanks him and hands over a card with 200 million, calling it an advance payment for the jade, and showing his appreciation if it's found. Chin Li promised to get in touch once he found the blood jade. He thanked the other person, then found himself wondering if the Zhong family could ever get back to its former glory, feeling like it was the only way forward. The next day rolled around. Chin Li woke up feeling pretty good about being back. It seemed like the doctor's office really needed someone to look after things. Soon after, an older man showed up, telling Chin Li he'd been having headaches lately, and asked him to take a look. Chin Li invited him in to start the examination. Just then, someone in green loudly announced the arrival of Mr. Tang himself, hyping it up as an unmissable, guaranteed quality opportunity. The older man immediately asked if this Mr. Tang was the best traditional Chinese doctor in the city. The person in green confirmed it, boasting about their century-old medical school's reputation, which apparently couldn't be compared to some other medical clinics. The older man then went straight to Mr. Tang, saying he wanted to sign up. He also brought up a rumor he'd heard about Dr. Qin selling fake medicines and disappearing for 2 days, only to pop back up today. The older man wanted to know if the rumor was true. Chin Li, clearly annoyed, asked him what he thought would happen if he spread false information about him, right to his face. The older man quickly claimed he'd only heard it from others. Just then Mr. Tang, the owner of Tang's Chinese medicine, arrived. He told them not to bother arguing with an apprentice. He sounded pretty impatient, declaring that he'd been practicing medicine for decades, and now even young kids were calling themselves traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He asked what was going on and went over to the older man, offering his help. Mr. Tang took off his cap, looking at the older man's condition. He admitted it was a tough one, saying he wasn't familiar with this specific disease. He wondered if he could even cure it. Mr. Tang thought hard, realizing this was the first time in his decades of practice he'd ever seen something like this. He then suggested a simple, straightforward treatment. Just clean the pustules and drain them. But Chin Li quickly stepped in, warning that the older man's condition actually needed a hot needle treatment, and messing it up could put his life at risk. Mr. Tang just brushed him off, saying he didn't need someone like Chin Li to teach him how to treat a disease. Chin Li insisted that simply puncturing the pustules wouldn't work, explaining that the condition was actually a variant of viral herpes. He then went ahead and pinched the pustules, making the older man scream in pain. Mr. Tang looked completely bewildered by what was happening. Chin Li told Mr. Tang to step aside, but Mr. Tang shot back, claiming the patient was under his care, and Chin Li had no right to interfere. In response, Chin Li slapped him, scolding him for treating patients like tools, and declaring that people like him didn't deserve to be called doctors. Chin Li then grabbed his needles, thinking that Mr. Tang's earlier actions might have punctured the patient's vital energy, and he wasn't sure if it was already too late. He carefully inserted the needle into the older man's head. He quickly realized the situation was far from ideal. Not only did he have to deal with the poison in the body, but Mr. Tang's botched attempt had also caused the patient's internal cold to affect his heart, draining his vital energy. This specific treatment was the only shot they had at fixing it. Soon after the older man regained consciousness, Chin Li then scolded Mr. Tang, calling him a disgrace to traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Tang got furious and challenged him, asking how he dared to question him on something as critical as saving lives. He declared that whoever made the first mistake would have to leave traditional Chinese medicine forever. Chin Li accepted the challenge. After a little while, a crowd started gathering around the clinic. A passerby asked if something was going on, and another person explained that Chin Li's clinic was about to compete with the renowned doctor Tang Baohui from Yangqing in a disease-treating showdown. A lady commented that this was going to be fun to watch. Soon people started gathering, some lining up for Tang Baohui and others for Chin Li, hoping to get treated. One of Chin Li's patients even raved about his skills, saying they felt way better after his treatment. Someone else chimed in, surprised by how good the young Dr. Chin was. Meanwhile, Tang Bohua thought about his own 30-plus years in medicine, confident he'd never messed up once. He called his next patient over, checked them out, and quickly figured out what was wrong. Over at Chin Li's side, a woman with green hair came up, complaining about feeling dizzy and having a swollen chest. She said she couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Chin Li's hand. Chin Li gently moved his hand, telling her not to fret, and said he'd check her pulse first. He checked her pulse, finding it steady and strong, with all her organs seemingly in perfect order, showing no signs of illness. Suddenly a strange noise caught his ear. Tang Baohui's patient was screaming in intense pain, making everyone nearby worried. A doctor asked about the patient's state, and he was told the patient was critical and needed to be hospitalized right away. A girl quickly called urgent care for help. Tang Baohui's patient then suggested going to Kingun Clinic instead, saying he didn't trust Tang, the Chinese medicine doctor. Another woman agreed, calling Dr. Tang unreliable, and saying they should have gone to Kanjin Clinic from the start. Just then Chin Li's patient, the green-haired woman, suddenly complained of dizziness and collapsed unconscious. A passerby pointed out that someone needed to help her. Tang warned Chin Li not to get too cocky, believing Chin Li wouldn't be able to cure her, which would make it a draw between them. Chin Li looked at the situation and realized there was only one way to treat her. With a big needle, he stressed that he needed to be super careful, as hitting the wrong spot could leave her crippled. As he got ready to start counting down, the woman suddenly sat up. She admitted she wasn't actually sick, and that Dr. Tang had sent her. She asked if she could just leave. Chin Li then asked Tang if he had lost. Tang Bohui told Chin Li not to worry, reminding him that he was a famous doctor in Yangcheng, so much so that even Lu Chang had to give in to him. Chin Li shot back, asking if this famous doctor really stooped to dirty tricks to mess up the competition, adding that he didn't deserve to be called a doctor. He also promised to remember this and get his revenge later. A little later, Chin Li went into his clinic, and his assistant, Liang Qing, offered to handle the whole Tang situation. He asked her if she had fully recovered. She thanked him for his concern, confirming she was doing fine. She told him to just let her know if he needed anything from her. Chin Li told her she could recover from her injuries right there at his clinic, and mentioned he'd need her for something in a few days. Just then Chin Li's phone rang. He answered, and the person on the other end explained that Mr. John had asked her to give him info about where raw stones came from. He said the goods should arrive in Yangqing within a week, and that she had something else to talk about with Chin Li that could benefit them both. He agreed to meet and chat, and she confirmed she'd text him the exact time and place before hanging up. Meanwhile, at his house, Tang Bohui was watching the news. The report said that the day before, two herbalists in Yangqing had faced off in a medical challenge, and Tang Bohui, who owned Tang's Chinese medicine, had publicly admitted defeat and announced he was quitting the medical profession. Because of this, the whole Tang family was getting a ton of backlash like never before. Tang Bohui was furious, smashing a cup and telling someone to turn off the TV. Just then, Lu Minghao knocked on the door, asking if Dr. Tang was home. Tang Baohui initially claimed he wasn't there, and told Lu Minghao to leave. Lu Minghao replied saying he could offer a way for Tang Baohui to get revenge, and take down Qin Li. That got Tang Baohui to open the door. Lu Minghao handed him a piece of paper explaining it contained something only Tang Baohui could do. Tang Baohui asked what was in it, wondering if it was a prescription. Qin Li suggested they go for a walk, saying it would be good for Liang Qing's recovery. He also hoped she could finish the small task he'd given her. Liang Qing thanked him for his concern and promised to do the task. Qin Li told her not to worry too much, as it was just about buying an apartment. After a bit, he asked Liang Qing how old she was when she started training, and about her parents. She explained that she grew up in a training camp since she was 3, and didn't remember her parents at all. Qin Li felt for her, realizing how tough it must have been joining the army so young, and suggested she shouldn't sleep on the floor anymore. He just said okay. They walked up to a stall and Qin Li spotted a dagger. Liang Qing asked if he was going to buy it. The shopkeeper chimed in, saying he just found it and would sell it for 500. Qin Li decided to buy the dagger later. Liang Qing wondered if the dagger was some kind of treasure, and Qin Li told her she'd find out soon enough. He pulled out a lighter and started burning the dagger, which totally surprised her. She remarked that it definitely didn't look like a normal dagger. Qin Li asked if she liked it and then told her it was hers. He thanked him, feeling grateful. His phone rang and he answered, asking Qin Yanchu what was going on. She told him that Chu Zitong had been captured. He handed a card to Liang Qing, explaining something had happened at home. He told her to find a house by herself. He added that the card's password was 628. She asked if she was supposed to pick the house and he confirmed, saying he trusted her judgment. Qin Li then left. He reassured Qin Yanchu, telling her not to be scared, and asking if she could give him the details. Meanwhile, at the suburban racing circuits, Fang Zhao defeated Chu Zitan and told her it was her own fault. He'd warned her to behave, and not annoy him by pretending to be innocent. He added that now he wanted not just her, but the two families' property too. She called him shameless. One of Fang Zhao's men alerted him that someone was arriving. Qin Li arrived in his car, announcing he was there to pay the ransom. Fang Zhao's man commented that it looked like he was the guy. Chu Zitong wondered why her underachiever brother-in-law was here, and what he planned to do against all of them by himself. Fang Zhao remarked that Qin Li had come all this way, just to put the money on the ground, and could leave now. Qin Li drops the bag of money, saying he thought paying the ransom meant Chu Zitong would be released. He asks why they have no honor when it comes to kidnapping people. The group just laughs at him, calling him a joke. Fang Zhao says the Chu family is pretty bold, then makes it clear he's taking both the money and Chu Zitan. He tells his guy to grab the money. Fang Zhao's man picks up the bag, telling Qin Li he came for nothing and can just go home now. The man adds that they'll take care of his sister-in-law, and send her back once they're done enjoying her. Qin Li gets furious, kicks the guy and sends him flying. This makes the whole group mad, and Fang Zhao orders them to get rid of Qin Li. They rush in to attack him, but Qin Li easily takes them all down. Fang Zhao asks if he's some kind of monster. Qin Li grabs him by the neck, slammed him to the ground and gets ready to hit him. Fang Zhao begs him not to hit his face, but Qin Li ignores him and lands a punch anyway. Chu Zitan watches in disbelief, wondering if this is really the same useless brother-in-law she knows. She wonders when he got so strong, easily knocking out all of her ex-boyfriend Fang Zhao's goons. He goes over to her, unties her and tells her to leave quickly so her family doesn't worry. She thanks him, adding that it hurts a bit when he tries to undo the ropes. After untying her, he gets up and starts to leave, but she calls out to him. He asks what's up. She hesitates for a moment, then says there's a sorority event at her school next month, and asks if he'd like to come. She quickly adds that he shouldn't overthink it too much. He's just afraid these guys might try to get revenge, so she wants him to come with her. He's surprised she's inviting him to a sorority event. He tells her he'll be there on time. The next day, Qin Li heads to the clinic. Liang Qing tells Qin Li that the task he asked her to do is done, and he can check it out at Tianhao's office today. He's surprised, thinking that was fast. He realizes it's time to get Qin Yanqiu a home, since living at her family's house all the time isn't really a good idea. He goes out and asks her to come with him right now. She agrees, follows him and gets in the car. His phone rings and he picks it up. Mr. Zhang Jin tells Qin Li he has good news for him. He's bought 10 stores in Zhangcheng to give him as traditional Chinese medicine centers, and they're already in his name. Qin Li is watering plants when he hears this. Qin Li starts coughing when he hears that, and asks about the 10 stores. He's told not to be surprised and that they're still under renovation. Qin Li thanks him, and Mr. Zhang Jin acknowledges him as a great benefactor to the Zhang family. He's also reminded that they're still waiting for him to come to Zhangcheng, then he'll buy a villa for him. Qin Li mentions that he's already bought a villa and doesn't want him to waste his money. They pull up to the Tianhao building, and the staff is there to greet them. Miss Yang immediately asks Liang Qing why she's there so suddenly, and wonders why Mr. Qin Li isn't with her. Liang Qing introduces Qin Li, explaining that he's her boss and the one who bought Villa Sky One. Miss Yang raises an eyebrow, asking if he's really the buyer of the super luxurious Villa Sky One, clearly thinking he's just faking being rich. She then casually drops that a Mr. Xiao also wants Sky One, and is even offering her $500,000 as a gift. She tells them that the villa Qin Li ordered has already been resold, and asks them to leave so she can give back their deposit. Liang Qing gets super frustrated, explaining that she was the one who paid the deposit up front, demanding to know why it was resold to someone else. Miss Yang just shrugs, saying, Sky One is their most luxurious villa, and it's obviously reserved for only the most distinguished guests. Qin Li questions Tianhao's credibility, and Ms. Yang retorts that someone like him just pretending to be rich isn't qualified to live in their villas. Just then Zhang Qixiu, who happens to be the half-sister of Zhang Jun, the director of Tianhao Villa, walks in and asks if it's true that Tianhao only serves noble and high-status guests. Miss Yang demands to know what she's doing there, but Zhang Qixiu just walks up to her and slaps her across the face. Zhang Qixiu declares that Mr. Qin Li is the most distinguished guest at Tianhao, then greets him, introducing herself as Zhang Qixiu, the director of Tianhao. She adds that she saw his photo at Zhang Jin's place. He shakes his hand and reveals that she was actually the one who called him about the raw stone. Source Qin Li is pretty surprised to find out it was her. She apologizes for any trouble her people might have caused him, and he tells her it's fine. Miss Yang tries to interject, asking if Mr. Qin Li knows Ms. Yang. Qin Li walks up to Ms. Yang and makes it clear that who he is isn't important, but he just wants her to not sell his villa to anyone else ever again. She quickly apologizes and promises it won't happen again. He tells her he'll be back once all the paperwork is done, then leaves. Yang Chuxiu calls him to apologize for the delay, and assures him she'll personally take care of all the villa arrangements. After he leaves, she orders her guards to grab Miss Yang, declaring that she never wants to see her again starting today. The guards quickly obey and drag Miss Yang away. Meanwhile, a lady shows up at Qin Li's clinic, with the police making a huge scene. She claims this is the clinic that sold her fake drugs and ruined her face. Another lady backs her up, saying she also had a bad experience after taking his medicine. All the women there have a bunch of pimples all over their faces. Qin Li arrives and asks what all the commotion is about. The first lady spots him and shouts that he's the fake doctor, demanding his arrest. She yells that the fake medicine seller is finally here, while Qin Li just wonders what she's talking about with fake medicine. She claims her face got so bad because of the skincare products he sold, pointing to her now much worse complexion. Qin Li thinks about the skincare products, remembering he gave 200 of them to Li Wan, and immediately suspects a connection. She tells the police he's a swindler trying to steal their money, and insists they arrest him. Police tell him he needs to come with them. Liang Qing steps in front of Qin Li, asking the police what they intend to do. They explain that they need to bring this kind of swindler in for questioning. Another cop orders him not to move and to put his hands up. Qin Li reassures them, saying he's just trying to find a witness about the skincare products. He hands his phone to the police, who then ask for the witness's identity and start talking to the person on the other end. The officer introduces himself as being from the Yangcheng Police Department and clarifies that Qin Li doesn't sell fake skincare products. Lu Wan is shocked and asks about these fake skincare products. She rushes to the clinic and asks Qin Li about the new skincare product. He's confused because he'd already given her all the ointments She laughs, explaining she'd used up all the previous ointments, and was admiring her skin, thinking Chin-Li might have made a new one. She then asks the ladies who used Chin-Li's medicine if they thought they could afford the price. A police officer approaches Lu Wan and asks if what she said on the phone was true. As a lawyer, she solemnly swears everything she's saying is accurate, and hands over her business card. They take her card and assure her they'll thoroughly investigate. They make it clear that if anyone's found lying, whether it's her or someone else, they'll face legal consequences. The ladies get scared, and the officers demand an explanation for what's going on. The lady agrees to explain and shows them a prescription. He reveals a man named Tang gave them this prescription, and promised them 100,000 if they accuse Chin-Li's clinic. Chin-Li realizes it's him. The scene shifts to Dr. Tang Balawi and Lu Ming house, place where they're playing chess. Lu Minghao moves his piece and declares checkmate. Dr. Tang Baoli compliments his move, remarking that he's quite a skilled chess player. He adds that he's planning to deal with that kid, Chin-Li, right away. Lu Minghao responds that he's even better, mentioning how he created those ointments that cause people to develop pimples all over their faces in just half an hour, which was pretty impressive. They both share a laugh. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Dr. Tang Balawi goes to check, and Chin-Li keeps ringing the doorbell persistently. Clearly annoyed, he shouts that he's coming and asks, "Who's at the door?" trying to see through the peephole. Meanwhile, Chin-Li kicks the door, breaking it, and throws Dr. Tang Balwi aside. He enters and addresses Dr. Tang, telling him this is a serious injury and asking if he can take a look. At the same time, Lu Minghao questions whether Chin-Li has been arrested by the police, and tries to grab his gun. Chin-Li reveals that it turns out the person behind the scenes was actually him, and he gets up pointing his gun towards Lu Minghao. Liang Qing steps forward and punches Lu Minghao, thinking who is he to play with a gun. He asks her what she's going to do now. Chin-Li approaches and reassures her, saying he's just checking if he can still move, so she shouldn't be nervous. The police arrive and arrest both of them. A police officer apologizes to Chin-Li, admitting he almost wronged him today, but assures him he won't face any more trouble in the future. Chin-Li accepts the apology and checks his phone, finding a message from Jiang Chuxiu. She informs him his villa is ready to move in, and apologizes by reserving a place at the Merlin residence for him. This afternoon, he tells Liang Qing he has to go to work in the afternoon, and asks her to continue the case with these two guys. She agrees, and he leaves. The scene shifts to the Merlin residence, and Chin-Li knocks on the door. Miss Jiang Chuxiu opens the door and greets him. She invites him and offers him a seat, and points to a French black tea that was prepared for today. She suggests he try it. She also mentions that the paperwork for the villa has been completed, and hands him a file of documents. She explained that once he signed and made the final payment, the villa would be all his. Chin-Li thanked her. Then she introduced Zhang Zi, who was the general manager of the Zhang Group's Yangchun branch. Zhang Zi stood up, bowed to Chin-Li, and greeted him. Chin-Li was surprised and asked what this cooperation was all about. Zhang Zi introduced himself, explaining that he was one of Zhang Jin's subordinates, just like Miss Zhang. He mentioned that he'd recently been transferred to Yangchang to oversee the Zhang Group's entertainment program. Zhang Zi asked Chin-Li to take good care of them going forward. Chin-Li thanked him again, but still wanted to know more about the cooperation they'd mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang poured tea into a cup and handed it to Chin-Li. Chin-Li took the tea, while Zhang Zi explained that he'd heard about Chin-Li's ointment, which had successfully treated Lu Zhong's cousin's face. The Zhang Group was really interested in working with him to develop this ointment further. They told Chin-Li that by using the Zhang Group's huge resources and top-tier brands across Zhang province, they could make sure the ointment became a super successful product. Chin-Li said he wanted to hold the majority of shares if they set up a new company. He then asked how big these major shares would actually be. Yang Zi clarified that the Jung Group wanted to acquire the rights to produce and market Chin-Li's ointment. In this deal, Chin-Li would own 80 of the shares, and the Zhang family would only keep 20. He asked Chin-Li what he thought about that offer. Chin-Li thought about how Zhang Zi had referred to Lu Zhang by name, and he knew the Zhang family had a lot of power throughout Zhang province. With their backing, the ointment could potentially make a much bigger splash. He started thinking about his answer. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi noticed Chin-Li was still thinking about the offer. He wondered if Chin-Li thought his share was too small, so he suddenly coughed, signaling Jiang Qishu. Jiang Qishu took the chance to speak to Chin-Li, saying they really wanted to make up for what happened before. She presented a document and explained that, with young Master Jiang Jin's permission, they wanted to offer him ownership of the biggest casino in Yangcheng. She asked him to please accept the offer. However, Chen Li politely declined, saying that Jiang Jin was already being incredibly generous. He insisted he couldn't accept such a gift, especially since she had already sorted out the issue from the day before. She seemed worried by Chen Li's response, and argued that if he refused, it might look like he hadn't forgiven her, and Jiang Jin might not be happy either. Chen Li reiterated his decision and placed the cup back on the table. She acknowledged his decision, saying she wouldn't push him any further. Instead, Zhang Chuk-su offered him a gold card, which would give him free access to all of the Zhang Group's entertainment clubs. From then on, Chen Li graciously accepted the card and thanked her. Johnson then asked Chen Li about their potential collaboration. As Miss John refilled Chen Li's tea, Chen Li suggested a partnership, where the Zhang Group would provide the production, line and marketing channels, and they'd each own 50 of the shares, with his wife becoming a shareholder too. Zhang Se enthusiastically agreed to this proposal, assuring them he would send the contract. The very next day, however, their conversation was interrupted when her phone started ringing. He told him that a supplier of raw stones from Jiang province would be staying at their Tianhao hotel that night, and asked if he was interested. He decided to head out, telling her he wouldn't bother her anymore. She agreed and off he went. The scene then shifted to a warehouse, where a worker informed Chen Li that all his goods had arrived. Handing him a scan code, Chen Li thanked the worker for their hard work, and started cutting the raw stones. Hours passed, and as he grew tired, he realized how tough the job was. He looked at the raw stones, thinking about how rare blood jade was. He remembered the last time he'd done this, and wondered if he could still sense the jade aura. Like before, he decided to try using his magic on all the raw stones, and sure enough, he found the jade aura. Holding it in his hand, he felt a real sense of accomplishment. Back home, Ching Chu was getting more and more impatient, wondering if he'd even come back that night. Everyone in the house was anxiously waiting for him. When he finally showed up, all eyes were on him. Confused by their faces, he asked why they were still up so late. Ching Yun Chu, her voice laced with anger, immediately asked what that woman at the clinic had given him to make him forget his family. He was totally confused by her mentioning a little vixen at a medical clinic. She then pointed to some pictures on a table and told him to take a look. Han Chu angrily yelled, accusing him of cheating on their daughter, and demanding he leave the Chu family right away. To avoid ruining their reputation, he picked up the photos and realized they were pictures of him with Liang King. Chu Zitong then raised her voice, asking him if he had anything else to say. He asked where the photos came from. She insisted he shouldn't question the pictures, and just tell her the truth about who the woman was. He explained that the girl had been injured and homeless before, and after he saved her, she volunteered to work at his medical clinic. He told her to call the woman and she'd understand everything. Handing his phone over, he dialed Liang King's number. She answered the call and right in front of everyone, asked what she could do for her boss. After about 10 minutes, Ching Chu explained the situation to him. He replied that the woman in the photos was Liang King, who had no parents, and had been trained by a special organization since childhood, leaving her with nowhere else to go. Ching Chu then suggested he should have told them about her earlier. Han Chu assured him it wasn't about trust, and that they understood the situation was complicated. He relaxed, saying it wasn't a big deal. Ching Chu took his hand and suggested they head upstairs, so they wouldn't disturb her parents' rest. Han Chu whispered to her husband to quickly hide something from Chin Li. As he opened a special torture kit, Chin Li then told Ching Chu that the Zhang Group had made a business connection with them, and would be coming to their home tomorrow to sign the contract. Ching Yun Chu thought about how important the Zhang Group was, being the top family business group in the entire Jiang province. The next day, Jiang Zi arrived for Ching Yun Chu to sign the contract. She signed it, and he congratulated her on her new role as CEO of the new company, hoping they'd enjoy working together. She replied that it was tough work, and she might need his help if she didn't understand the business. Later on, he responded that she was very kind, and he'd heard Chen Li talk about her before. She realized he saw her as overly kind, and whispered that Chen Li had gone to Zhangcheng again today. She then asked if it was because of the company's opening. Zhangzhe explained that wasn't it. Qin Li had previously sold a blood jade for hundreds of millions, and now Zhang Jin from the Zhang family needed him to find another one. The scene then shifted to Zhang City Airport, where Zhang Jin was waiting to pick up Qin Li and called out to him. Onlookers started whispering, wondering if the person Zhang Jin was with was the reason he'd come to the airport himself. Zhang Jin put a hand on Qin Li's shoulder, saying he hadn't expected him to find the blood jade so fast, and that it must have taken a lot of effort. Qin Li humbly replied that it was no big deal. They both headed to the Zhang family's home. Once there, Zhang Jin shared that his father had rescheduled some social engagements to personally thank Qin Li. After hearing he was visiting, Qin Li commented that it was the first time he'd seen Zhang Jin's father greet someone so cautiously. He hoped the blood jade wouldn't disappoint Uncle Zhang Lim. Zhang Lim noticed them arrive and asked if Qin Li was the doctor who saved his father's life. Surprised by how young he was, Qin Li humbly said he'd only gained limited knowledge from books about medicine. Zhang Jin then asked about the blood jade. Qin Li excitedly confirmed that he had indeed found a rare 7-color jade for the Yang family, a gem that hadn't been seen in decades. Zhang Lim, taken aback, asked if it was the 7-color jade worth $10 billion auction. His father confirmed it, saying this jade was incredibly rare, and he never thought he'd see it again in his lifetime. He went on to explain that the last time a 7-color jade was for sale was many years ago, and it went for tens of billions of dollars. Jung Lim told Qin Li that he was truly a blessing to their Jung family and had done them a huge favor. Once again, Qin Li humbly responded that he was glad Uncle Jung appreciated it. They left the room with Young Jin. During their conversation, Young Jin brought up Qin Li's previous request about his parents' whereabouts. He handed him an envelope and suggested he read the info inside. As Qin Li opened the envelope, Young Jin added that, as he'd mentioned before, most of the information seemed mysterious and not totally reliable. Plus, there was an extra piece of info not in the documents. In the past 2 years, Qin Li's parents had been spotted in Kamiho. Qin Li asked about the information's accuracy, and Zhang Jin replied that he'd only recently gotten it and was still verifying it. He assured Qin Li he'd update him once the details were confirmed, and Qin Li said he understood. The scene then transitioned to Quanji Hotel, where they both arrived. Zhang Jin introduced the hotel as his sister's place, which was pretty famous in the city. He mentioned he planned to treat Qin Li to some of the hotel's signature dishes. Just then, Zhang Ran, Zhang Jin's younger sister, walked up and asked her brother about their shopping plans. Zhang Jin, looking a bit lost, gestured to his head, explaining to Qin Li that he'd been so caught up with the blood jade last night that he'd completely forgotten his promise to go shopping with his sister. He then introduced Zhang Ran to Qin Li. Qin Li recalled he might have read about Zhang Ran in a journal, where she was described as a 20-year-old, intelligent woman who founded a successful catering company, dominating the catering market in Yongcheng. Politely, Qin Li greeted her, introducing himself. Annoyed, she turned her face away and sharply told him to go to a private room in order. She conveyed her reluctance to go shopping with him, but now felt forced to accompany him. Young Jin leaned in to whisper in Qin Li's ear, explaining that his sister had an issue and preferred not to be around men. He kindly asked him to be understanding of her situation. Meanwhile, she was left wondering, irritated about their whispered conversation, and if they'd said something bad about her. Manager Newbie Z rushes over and tells Zhang Ran about an urgent situation. He asks why he's making a scene with customers around. He leans in to explain that a staff member is about to jump from the building, and security has already gone to the roof. Zhang Han gasps in shock and insists they have to do something, declaring she's heading to the roof. She rushes to the elevator, calling the police to report an incident at Quanji Hotel. Zhang Jin apologizes profusely, saying he just wanted to treat Qin Li to some food and had no idea about the emergency. He tells Qin Li not to be so formal if he sees him as a brother, and suggests they go help out. Head of security tells Qin Li that if he needs anything, he just has to ask, and Zhang Ran will be there soon to help. Someone else urgently calls for Qin Li to come closer, as the woman is standing right on the edge, ready to jump. Zhang Ran gets to the scene and begs the distraught woman not to do anything rash, promising they'll grant her wishes. The woman stares at Zhang Ran disbelieving and asks if she's for real. Meanwhile, Qin-li arrives. Immediately, noticing the woman's red eyes and a dark aura surrounding her, he gets worried and tells Jong-ran not to go near her, suspecting something much worse than just a suicide attempt. Just then the possessed woman grabs Jong-ran's hand, declares she's got her and tries to jump off the building, taking Jong-ran with her quick as a flash. Qin-li rushes forward and grabs both their hands, stopping them from falling. As he pulls them back to safety, Jong-ran tumbles right onto Qin-li, who gets a bit hurt in the process. The possessed woman, still determined, moves menacingly towards them. Jong-jun warns them to be careful. He quickly uses his needle magic on the possessed woman, leaving Jong-ran completely stunned by what she just saw. He asks if she's okay, accidentally touching her waist. He quickly stands up and comments on his touch, making him apologize. Young-jin goes up to Qin-li, amazed by his skills, and asks how he pulled that off. He modestly replies it was nothing, explaining he sensed something was wrong earlier, which made him act fast. Jong-ran and Jong-jun press him for more details, wanting to know what tipped him off. He suggests it's not as simple as it looks, speculating that someone skilled in metaphysics might have put the building under a mystical formation, especially after he saw the red magical smoke. She brushes off metaphysics as superstition, but he insists it's not and that the building could be cursed. He playfully scolds him for saving her life just to curse her. Jong-jin notes that the situation might involve something dark or evil, and points out that metaphysics is a pretty new concept. She asks manager Nu Busy about the woman's condition, and he reports she just seems to have passed out, so Jong-ran calls for an ambulance. Jang-jun suggests to Qin-li that they leave things to his sister, admitting that without Qin-li's quick help, she might have died. He downplays the favor, mentioning that Jang-jun has helped him a lot before too, and tells him not to sweat the small stuff. He then discreetly tucks the jade gourd into a nearby plant. A little later, John Lim shows up at the hotel with Master Chung, explaining that his daughter told him about some recent, unsettling events there. He asks Master Chung to look into it. Master Chung checks out the building, and assures John Lim that if there's really a problem at Kwanji Hotel, he can definitely fix it. He then closely inspects the red magical smoke around the building, concluding that whoever set up this evil formation is no ordinary expert. He notes that only 2 people in Gyeongchong province can dispel a formation like this. Both Master Chung and Jong Lim head into the hotel. Inside, Jong-ran makes a call to get some test results quickly, making sure any related costs will be covered as work-related injuries. Her father, Jong Lim, asks why she's there, and she tells him she came because she heard something was wrong with the hotel. Master Chung spots a jade gourd and wonders why it's there. He then realizes it's the one Qin-li dropped into a plant, and asks where it came from. Lu Biji chimes in, suggesting it might belong to the guy who was following Master Zhang. Jong-ran, a bit annoyed, asks why it's always the same guy. Master Zhang explains that without this jade gourd, everyone in the room could have died a pretty nasty death. Jong-ran secretly thinks he's full of it, and would have kicked him out if her dad wasn't there. Zhang Liang asks for more details, and Master Chang says he's worried, because only the person who threw the jade gourd can break this deadly formation. Zhang Liang then asks where Mr. Qin-li is, but Jong-ran just shrugs, saying she doesn't know and that her big brother took him away. Jong Lim insists she call him, and Jong-ran, still confused about everything, dials her brother's number. Soon enough, Jong-jun shows up, asking why they needed him back so urgently. Young Liam explains that Master Chung figured out the hotel's problem, but he still had a question for Mr. Qin-li. Master Chung then explains that he saw the hotel's bad energy spilling out, and knew something was off. He holds up the jade gourd, saying he found it. Qin-li then asks if that's not the same jade gourd he put in the hotel's plant pot. Jong-jun asks what's up with the jade gourd. Master Chung chuckles, saying he never expected a hero to be such a young guy. But hey, new generations are full of surprises. He adds that without this gourd, there could have been another disaster. John Liam suggests, but since the jade gourd can keep the formation in check, there shouldn't be any more accidents. But Qin-li explains that the problem isn't totally fixed yet. He remembers how the intense, deadly energy formation had trapped the woman who jumped from the building. He had thrown the jade gourd right into the center of the formation, to temporarily hold it back. A little later, they all make their way to the rooftop. Chinli points out that this is probably the formation's weakest spot. Chinli asks Master Chung if he can borrow some coins. Master Chung hands them over, telling him to go ahead. Chinli thanks him and then performs a spell on a coin, which causes a burst of deadly energy. Evil spirits scatter everywhere. Master Chung comments that he never thought such a fierce formation could be as strong as an actual evil spirit. Chinli keeps up his spell. Jiang Jun is totally confused by what Chinli is doing, which looks like a whirlwind of energy. Chinli assures him that he's done, and the person who tried to jump from the building should be safe now. Master Chung says that today has been quite an eye-opener for an old guy like him. Jiang Lim acknowledges how important Chinli's presence was, saying that without him her daughter's hotel could have been ruined. He then quietly tells Chinli not to mind if his daughter says anything rude, as she has a bit of a short fuse. Chinli assures him it's no big deal. Meanwhile at Ming Palace, Jiang Jun tells Chinli that he hasn't had a chance to show him around much these past couple of days, but today he's brought him to a cool spot. As they walk in, he asks Manager Jay to set them up with a private room, but Manager Jay apologizes, letting them know that Ming Palace is completely booked for the day. But Young Jun wondered if the place was really full, or if they were just messing with him. Manager Jay explained that the real problem was they couldn't risk upsetting that customer. Young Jun shot back, reminding him that he was the one trying to rent the place for a meal, then sarcastically called him Young Master Ju. Young Master Ju replied saying he often hung out with regular people, and his only real chance to show off his status was in a smaller city. Like Jiangcheng. Young Jun, getting really mad, asked if he honestly thought his family was that famous in Shangjing to be considered celebrities. Young Master Ju pointed out that, while they might not be as big as the Ju family, they still had a good name in Shangjing. He then claimed it was way better than the Zhang family's constant tries to get into the capital, only to be rejected every single time. Jiang Jun immediately warned him not to say that again, bringing up how he'd put him in the hospital a year back. Chinli noticed that this guy seemed pretty tough, but since Jiang Jun had beaten him and sent him to the hospital, before he wondered how strong he really was. Young Master Ju then hit Jiang Jun and asked, "Do you really think I'm the same person I was a year ago?" Jiang Jun blocked Ju Soul's attack with his arm, realizing how much stronger Ju Soul had gotten since their last fight. Ju Soul launched another attack, insisting it was too late for Jiang Jun to beg for mercy. Even if he knelt down and called him grandpa, he went on to express his contempt for the Zhang family, being kicked out of Shangjin, saying he wouldn't even want Jiang Jun as his grandson. He declared his intention to help the Ju family get rid of one of the Zhang family's trash. He even called Jiang Jun big trash. That's when Chinli stepped in, getting between them and easily tossing Ju Soul aside. Young Jun was totally shocked, asking Chinli when he'd gotten such amazing fighting skills, especially since he was a doctor. Ju Soul figured that Jiang Jun hanging out with someone so strong meant Chinli might be as skilled in martial arts as his cousin, who had just come back from the army. Ju Soul admitted Jiang Jun was lucky to have outside help today, then left promising to deal with Chinli later. Jiang Jun thanked Chinli, knowing that without his help, he probably would have been seriously hurt. Chinli replied that he couldn't just stand there and watch Young Jun get hurt, adding that he thought they were just sparring, not actually trying to kill each other. Young Jun then invited him to eat first, reminding him that he had a flight to catch that afternoon. He mentioned that his sister was flying to Yangcheng to see an old school friend, and he'd booked her on the same flight as his, so he could keep an eye on her. A little while later, Chinli was on the flight. An announcement came on saying they'd be serving food and drinks, and passengers could pick items from their meals. Zhang Ran spotted Chinli trying to hide his face behind a magazine. He wondered why she kept running into him everywhere. Chinli greeted her and asked how she was doing. She just walked away without saying a word. Suddenly another passenger, Lao San, playfully patted her on the back. Zhang Ran screamed, and a flight attendant immediately asked what was going on. She accused him of harassing her, but he just replied that it was just a touch. So what he added, the captain arrived, and demanded an apology from him for his rude behavior. He warned that if Lao San didn't apologize, they'd report the incident to City Airlines, and they had the power to put him on a permanent no-fly list. Suddenly a punk with a gun appeared behind the captain and remarked, Looks like you're the captain. He then asked what the captain wanted. The punk complimented Lao San on his acting. Aosan replied that he was doing well too. Both of them then went into the washroom. Chin-li told Jong-ran to stay put and lock the door. As he was going out, Jong-ran asks Chin-li what he's trying to do. He tells her he's going to confront the robbers outside. She's confused why he'd want to mess with those thugs, and suggests he just give them his phone and wallet. He worries they might get mad and hurt him. He secretly thinks she's super annoying. Meanwhile, Lao San is busy taking valuables from passengers' bags, grumbling that it's harder than he thought, since he hasn't found a single rich person yet. He even points his gun at a crying kid, warning him to shut up or he'll shoot. Just then Chin-li shows up and lands a powerful punch on Lao San. The punk demands to know who he is and tells him not to move. Chin-li ducks behind a seat, realizing it's too risky to save a hostage from this distance. With a gun pointed at them, he then moves closer to the punk to strike, and the punk fires a shot. A bit later, Jong-ran is bandaging Chin-li's shoulder, asking why he didn't just stay in the restroom with her and go along with the robbers. She wonders if he just has a huge hero complex. An air hostess comes over and tells Jong-ran that, if it wasn't for her boyfriend, everyone on the plane could have been in serious trouble. Jong-ran quickly clarifies that he's not her boyfriend. Soon after the plane lands and Chin-li gets off, she asks him where he's going. He replies he's going home. After all, he just got shot, so where else would he go? She mentions she's not familiar with Yangcheng, and suggests that since she's his friend's sister, he should totally look after her. She even plans to visit him tomorrow, and expects him to handle her meals for the day. He thinks it's unbelievable. No wonder Zhang Jun always looks so miserable. She probably bullies him all the time. A bit later at the clinic, Liang Qing tells him she never expected him to take down the gunman. With just his bare hands, he replies that it was an unusual situation, and he didn't have any weapons. She thinks even a special forces team couldn't have done better than him. He changes the subject, asking if she's ever thought her teammates might still be alive, and that he could actually find them. She asks what he means by finding them. He says he can help her track them down. She asks if she'll really get to see them again. He asks how she'll know if she doesn't give it a shot. She starts crying and agrees, saying she'll give him all their personal info. He thinks this usually tough girl actually has a soft spot. She hands him a bag, explaining she's been holding on to these documents for ages, never thinking they'd be useful again. He assures her he'll do his absolute best to find them for her. A bit later, he arrives back at his villa. Qing Yanchu is working on her laptop and notices him. She greets him, noting he's back, and looks a bit tired. He replies that luckily everything's sorted, but she, on the other hand, is under a lot of pressure since her company just opened, and she's working super hard on everything. She showed him her laptop, saying she was doing great and had some good news about the company. She told him their recently launched trial product was already getting a lot of buzz. He complimented her on her knack for running a cosmetics company. She thanked him, explaining that she could start her own company and build her career, all thanks to him. Then she switched gears, mentioning she had a meeting in Yangcheng tomorrow afternoon. The head of her old company had invited her through the organizer, but she really didn't want to see him. He asked if she wanted to go and she said yes, explaining it was Yangcheng's biggest business exchange meeting. She thought she could make valuable contacts there for the future, but she was worried they might give her a hard time. He reassured her, saying they probably just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. He then asked if she was still worried about the Jiang Group not being as good as Sky Eagle Company. She stressed that there was a huge difference between them. He told her not to worry and promised to go with her to the event. A little later, Chin-li was in his room doing some magic on his wound, thinking it was almost healed. Just then Qing Yunchu walked in and asked if he was hurt. He replied it was just a minor injury. She told him to be more careful when he was out and about, adding that her father was still hoping for them to have a grandchild. He understood, but pointed out that having a child was a different matter. He then asked her if she liked girls. She wasn't sure how to answer, but shared her past experiences. He explained that before meeting him, she had loved a senior who cheated on her, and that experience had traumatized her, making her scared of intimate contact with men. She went on to say she then decided to only fall in love with girls, but she ended up being deceived by a girl too. He said so that's how it is. He told her not to worry, promising he wouldn't let anyone hurt her again. She apologized for everything she had done before. He held her and said they should just forget about the past. The next morning a street sweeper was cleaning up, commenting that the wind had been really strong last night, so he had to clean everything again. Meanwhile, Ching Yin-chiu told Chin Li to wash his hands and eat. He asked if she was okay and if she wanted his help. She said no, she was fine. He mentioned they would go to the exchange meeting later. She said okay. A little while later, they found themselves at a car showroom. He asked if they weren't going to the meeting, and why they were at a 4S store. He explained that they'd have to travel a lot for business in the future, so he thought they should buy their own car, instead of always using her father's. He spotted a car and asked if he liked it. He said that when he was a kid, his favorite car had been an off-road one. He walked over to check out the car and open the door. Mr. Ma came over, asking who told him to open the door, and telling him not to move. He asked if he knew how expensive the car was, and warned that if he scratched it, he wouldn't be able to afford the repairs. He thought he'd seen this situation way too many times. Chin Li apologized, explaining he was just checking out the car. Then he asked if a test drive was an option. The guy told him that to even think about a test drive, I need to pay a deposit up front just in case the car got damaged and wasn't bought. Plus it was a limited edition model, so extra special. Chin Li then asked how much he'd have to cough up. The original deposit was 80,000, but because he seemed so interested, they'd knocked it down to 60,000. Chin Li double-checked if he needed to pay half of that, and the guy confirmed it was the minimum deposit. He thought about his money situation, but he still really wanted to test drive the car. He wondered how long he could keep up this act. Ching Yun-chu then chimed in, saying if they weren't welcome, they should just leave. Chin Li replied that he'd follow her lead. She suggested that, since this place clearly wasn't interested in their business, they should just head to the next one. Mr. Ma scoffed, wondering if he could even afford anything at their current spot. He added that since they were planning to go somewhere else, there was no point in even looking at them. Their clothes were so shabby, even beggars wouldn't wear them. His colleague had just mentioned that people from across the street seemed genuinely interested in their store. He found it hard to believe that those two, who looked totally broke, actually went into that store. Meanwhile, over at the New York Ine showroom, manager Wang showed Chin Li a car, and asked what he thought about that model. He mentioned the Aventador was around 800,000, and asked if they wanted to give it a spin. Mr. Ma then showed up questioning manager Wang about how he could let them test drive such a pricey car. He insisted that these two had just come from his dealership, and couldn't even afford a $100,000 car, let alone something like this. Manager Wang just said it was fine, explaining that taking care of every customer was their basic duty. Chin Li then asked how he could be so sure they couldn't afford it. He handed over his card and declared there was no need to test the car. He was buying it full payment. Manager Wang took the card, confirmed everything, and assured him he'd take them to the VIP room. Mr. Ma was totally shocked, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected to just hand over such a huge amount to the other guy. For nothing, manager Wang asked them to wait in the VIP room, promising to speed up all the paperwork. He then turned to Mr. Cho Ima, thanking him for sending such a valuable customer his way. Later that evening the scene shifted to the Xiongtu building. Chin Li told Ching In-chu that the clothes she just picked out for him were really stylish. She replied that his old clothes were super dated, and he really needed to get some decent outfits. Just then he got a call from Zhang Ran. He suddenly remembered he'd totally forgotten about her. He told Ching Yun-su he was going to answer the call, and asked her to wait for him there. He stepped outside to take the call, answering that he was at the Yangcheng Business Exchange meeting, and asking what Zhang Ran needed. Zhang Ran asked why he hadn't come to pick her up at the Yangcheng Business Exchange meeting. He replied that he was on the top floor of the Xiongtu building. Just then Jiang Chushu showed up and told him he was there too. He apologized and asked if she could pick someone up for him, explaining he wasn't very familiar with the area. She asks who the person is. He tells her it's Miss Zhang Ran, a member of his Zhang family, who is staying on the second floor of the Xiongtu building. She agrees to go right away, wondering when Miss Zhang arrived in Yangcheng, and if their family even knew she was staying at the Xiongtu building. Meanwhile, director Lu Sijian walks up to Ching Yun-chu, saying she asked her to come and she actually showed up. Lu Zijian immediately starts making nasty comments about Ching Yunchu's clothes, calling her outfit provocative, and asking which millionaire she was trying to seduce. Ching Yunchu tells her to watch her mouth, but Lu Zijing just slaps her and tells her to leave, saying it's not her place to give advice. She adds that just because Ching Yunchu left her job, doesn't mean she won't come after her. Just then Chen Li arrives and asks what's going on. Noticing Ching Yunchu's injured face, Lu Zijian asks if he isn't Ching Yunchu's husband, calling him a trash husband, and suggests he should help discipline his wife. Chen Li asks if she hit his wife, and Lu Zijian admits it. Chen Li immediately punches her and throws her aside, demanding to know how she dared to hit his wife. Lu Zijian screams, claiming King Yanzu and her husband assaulted her. Manager Chan shows up and asks what the commotion is about. Lu Zijian tells him that King Yanzu let her husband assault her. Manager Chen asks how she could let her husband attack her, and why she hasn't knelt down to apologize yet. King Yanzu admits she should apologize, and that she started the conflict. She also mentions she left Sky Eagle a while ago. Manager Chun scoffs, saying starting a new company doesn't make her a big shot. He points out that they just landed a huge contract with the Jiang company, which means they're basically connected to the Jiangs now. He warns Ching and Chu not to mess with him, or she won't be able to stay in Yangcheng. Zhang Ran walks in and asks what all the trouble is about. Director Lu Zijian challenges her, asking who she thinks she is to interfere. Zhang Chusua explains that she's the young miss of the Zhang family. Manager Chun is shocked and asks why she's there. Director Lu Zijian quickly introduces herself to Zhang Chusua as the director of Skyhawk Company and also introduces their manager, Chen. Zhang Chushuo asks if Lu Zijian was the one scolding young Miss Jiang. Lu Zijian denies it, claiming it's all a big misunderstanding. She explains they're there for a business meeting, but Xin Li is the one who hit her. Manager Chan backs her up, pointing out Lu Zijian's injured face, and insisting they've been mistreated. They then try to appeal to Zhang Chushu, calling her Zhang's business partner, and asking for her help with the situation. Zhang Chushu confirms that their company is indeed Sky Eagle. Manager Chan confirms it. She then declares that the business contract is cancelled, and the Jiang group will pay compensation for breaking it. Lu Zijian asks if she's confused about who they are. Manager Chan argues that they should be punished, but Jiang Qishu disagrees, saying she's not mistaken at all. She explains that they insulted Miss Zhang Ran, offended the second largest shareholder of Jiang and Yangcheng, and disrespected their young master's friend. Manager Chan is in disbelief, saying Ching Ying-chu is his former subordinate, and couldn't possibly be a shareholder of the Jiang company. He regrets not knowing about their strong background earlier, implying he would have acted differently. Zhang Ran mentions, this is the first time an outsider has ever scolded her, and tells Zhang QQ to handle it. Zhang QQ asks if they'll leave on their own, or if she needs to have the security guards escort them out. Zhang Ran welcomed Chen Li, saying his timing for the exchange meeting was perfect. Chen Li thanked her, but she quickly suggested that, if he really wanted to show his gratitude, he should pour her a glass of wine first. Chen Yinchu stepped up, offering to pour the wine, and thanking Miss Zhang Ran for her help earlier. Zhang Ran then asked who Chen Yinchu was, and Chen Li clarified that she was his wife. Zhang Ran remembered her brother mentioning this. Realizing Chen Li was married, Ching Yinchu noticed Miss Zhang was looking at Chen Li a bit differently. Zhang Ran then brushed off her earlier help as a small favor, telling Ching Yinchu she didn't need to bother pouring wine. Ching Yinchu appreciated the gesture, still wanting to thank Zhang Ran on her husband's behalf. Jean Li watched their exchange, and got the feeling it was probably best to just leave. He said he was heading downstairs, but both women insisted he wasn't getting away that easily. He claimed he was just going to the restroom. As he left the hall, he muttered that these two women were giving him a headache. Zhang Chuk-su overheard him, and asked if Mr. Chin also had something on his mind. He replied that he honestly didn't get why both of them suddenly got so upset. She playfully suggested it was because of his outstanding qualities. He then brought up something he wanted to talk about with her and handed her a drive. He explained he wanted to find out where the people on the drive were, and asked if she could get Zhong Shi to help gather information. He stressed that these individuals' identities were confidential, and super important to him. She thanked him for his trust, and promised to personally give it to Mr. Young. She asked if he was planning to go to the banquet hall. He said he'd be back there in a few minutes. A little later, Chin Li and Ching Yun Chu were in the car, and he asked what they had talked about with Zhang Ran for so long. She replied that they were just discussing how much he irritated her. He denied doing anything wrong, insisting he hadn't done anything to her. She then playfully said she was just kidding, and mentioned that Miss Zhang was actually very nice, but she added Miss Zhang did say he owed her a meal, and seemed to have a crush on him. He mentioned that Ching Yun Chu had come to Yangcheng to meet her friend, and he'd promised to look after her. He just hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Ching and Chu told him she had already talked to him about it. She also mentioned that Mr. Zhang had approached her after he left, and asked if she wanted to go to Yangcheng for a business trip. He asked for her thoughts, and she expressed some uncertainty, but said she didn't want to limit herself to her current situation forever, especially since opportunities in Yangcheng could be more significant. With better resources, he revealed that he had also thought about it, but found it hard to make a decision. She then asked if he planned to go with her. He replied that if she wanted to go, he would join her once he finished up some business at the clinic. When they got home, Chuzitan was waiting for them outside, exclaiming that she had finally returned. Chuzitan then asked Ching Yin Chu if Chin Li really bought this villa, because it was just too luxurious. Even the wealthiest person in their class didn't have a place like this. Chu Zitong playfully taps her head, apologizing for being rude, and then calls him brother-in-law. She repeats the title, and Chin Li, surprised and happy, thinks it's the first time she's ever called him that. She then teases him about his rich lifestyle, asking where he got all his money, and hoping he didn't overwork himself for it. Chin Li assures her it's a decent job, and she shouldn't think badly of him noticing. She still hasn't said why she's visiting. He offers her a drink. Chizitan replies that she almost forgot, but their school is holding a sorority in a couple of days. She reminds him, didn't you promise to go with me before? She explains that she couldn't find him for days, and her sister kept saying he was busy, so she had to come all the way here to find him. Jean Li realizes she's talking about the sorority, thinking he'd assume she was just joking about it. Chizitan then asks if he's trying to ditch her again, worried he might bully her. Jean Li tells her that if she's really scared of revenge, he should just skip it, but Chu Zitong refuses, insisting that if he keeps hiding like a coward, she'll be totally embarrassed at school. Ching and Chu then chimes in, saying that since he promised Chu Zitong, he really should help her out. Chin Li agrees, and Chu Zitan excitedly asks Ching and Chu if that isn't great. Chu Zitan then brings up something that happened before, but Chin Li doesn't seem to mind, wondering what she's even talking about. Getting even more excited, Chu Zitan declares she wants to eat pork ribs with slices. Chin Li asks what she's muttering about and invites her to help him, saying he'll cook for her today. Ching Yun Chu smiles and suggests that Chu Zitan can help them too. Fast forward 1 month and we're at Chin Li's medical clinic. Chun Li walks inside while Ching Yun Chu waits outside. He thinks about how Liang King is getting really skilled at the clinic. Since she hasn't heard from her comrades in a while, he figures it might be a good time to talk to her about something important. Liang King asks what will happen to the clinic after he leaves. Chin Li tells her not to worry, explaining that other renowned Chinese doctors will be available to run the clinic in a few days. He also casually mentions that he's arranged for someone to search for her teammates. He promises to inform her as soon as there's any news. She thanks him gratefully. Chin Li then hands her a set of keys, telling her she can live in the villa after he leaves, and gets things ready, and he'll even go with her to Jiangcheng. Liang King replies, "Boss, you don't need to do all that." She feels she owes him her life, and plans to stay and manage the clinic. Chin Li responds by saying he considers her a friend, and she doesn't owe him anything. Just then Ching Yun Chu arrives, calling out to Chin Li and warning him it's time to go, or they'll miss their flight. He acknowledges it's time for him to leave. The scene changes to Chin Li's in Jiangcheng. Guards are carrying his belongings inside, with one of them reminding them to be careful not to break anything. Jiangxu remarks that he's finally arrived, and Chin Li mentions, "It's been a long time." Ching Yun Chu thanks Zhang Jun for handling everything for them in Jiangcheng and helping them get settled. Zhang Jun replies, "Sister-in-law, you're welcome." Zhang Jun explains that Chin Li is his brother, so it's just a small favor he should do. He adds that Ching Yun Chu is also a partner of the Jan group, so she really shouldn't worry about it. Chin Li responds, saying he'll be relying on Jiang Jin's care and Jiang Cheng. He just laughed it off, telling Qin Li there was no need to be so formal, since they were brothers though. And by the way, he had an appointment with a colleague today, and wanted to introduce Qin Li to him. Qin Li then mentioned he needed to leave, and she replied that she'd take care of things at home. She told him to feel free to go if he had something important to do. A little while later, Qin Li and Zhang Jin arrived at Ming Palace. Zhang Jun explained that this guy wasn't just a super-educated doctor, but also pretty famous in Zhangchang. He'd even set up a big medical clinic called Xingfengtang, back in his hometown. Zhang Jun figured Qin Li might be into Chinese medicine, since he was planning to open his own clinic in Zhangchang, so he offered to introduce them. Qin Li asked about it, but Zhang Jun then spilled the tea. This guy had been trying to win over his sister, but she turned him down because of Qin Li. Qin Li was surprised and asked if it was really because of him. Zhang Jin confirmed it, saying his sister considered Qin Li her idol, and anyone who wanted her affection needed to be on his level. With that, he opened the door and announced they'd arrived. Zhang Ran greeted him warmly, saying it had been a long time. He replied that it certainly had. Dr. Xiao Wenba then asked if he was the legendary Dr. Qin Li that Miss Zhang Ran admired so much. Qin Li simply greeted him back and confirmed he was Qin Li. Dr. Xiao Wenba scoffed, saying he'd expected some amazing person, but Qin Li was just a guy from the countryside. Qin Li wondered what on earth Zhang Ran had told him. Noticing how angry Dr. Xiao Wenba seemed, Dr. Shanbo then told Zhang Ran that someone like Qin Li wasn't even worthy of being his rival. Qin Li was really confused, thinking, what did Zhang Ran even say about me? This guy has such a strong bias. Dr. Shanbo proudly declared that he had a bachelor's degree in medicine from Arrowbridge University in the US, and it even snagged a bunch of international medical awards. And then he pointed out there was just Qin Li. He challenged Zhang Ran, asking if she honestly thought Qin Li could compete with him. He went on to boast about curing President Prentel of the United States of his stubborn, polycystic tumor, then sarcastically asked what Qin Li could possibly do. Zhang Ran shot back, asking how he could possibly know that Qin Li wasn't as good as him, suggesting maybe there were still a lot of things Dr. Xiao Wenba could learn from Qin Li. Dr. Skumbo was getting more and more heated, but then his phone rang. He answered, saying he didn't realize he was taking a day off. The person on the other end urgently told Dr. Skumbo to get back to the hospital ASAP, because the patient he treated in room 903 wasn't doing so hot. He exclaimed, "What on earth?" and said he'd be right there before rushing out. He quickly told Zhang Ran there was a patient emergency at his hospital, so he couldn't hang out with them today. Zhang Ran replied that it was totally fine. His job was the most important thing. She then suggested that the great doctor, Xia Wenba, go with him and watch him work. She added that maybe Qin Li could even help him out with something. Dr. Xiao Wenba, still arrogant, challenged Qin Li, saying if he had the guts, he could come along. Zhang Ran agreed. Okay, then she reminded Dr. Xiao Wenba that he just said it himself. He continued that if Qin Li could cure that patient, maybe Dr. Xia Wenba would see him in a new light. But if not, then he should stop bothering her from now on. Qin Li figured the kid was pretty witty. Using him as her shield, they all got to the hospital, and Dr. Xia Wenba immediately asked the nurse about the patient's condition, and if he'd given the medicine. The nurse told Dr. Shwenbo that the patient wasn't looking good at all. Suddenly Grandfather Jiang stepped forward, yelling that he'd finally shown up. His associates immediately grabbed Dr. Xiao Wenba, who was totally alarmed, and asked what they were doing. Grandfather Jiang shouted that their young master, Sujin Ran's life was on the line, and what was he even doing? He grabbed Dr. Xiao Wenba by the collar, accusing him of breaking his promise to cure their young master. Shujin Ran. Dr. Xiao Wenba tried to calm him down, insisting his treatment method couldn't be wrong, and just asked to be let go so he could check on Sujin Ran. He even added that if he wasn't telling the truth, he'd let him teach him a lesson. The man tried to slap Dr. Shwenbo, but Qin Li quickly grabbed his hand. Qin Li firmly told him to stop, explaining that beating people up wouldn't help his young master, Sujin Ran, at all. He suggested they just let Dr. Xia Wenba go in and take a look. First the man yelled, "Who are you? You're a friend of that useless doctor. Do you want a beating too?" Qin Li released his hand and said, Just let him go, I'm just telling you this could be a turning point. Curious man asked about this turning point. Chin Li explained that the patient's condition had already been checked, and no one could really guarantee if he'd get better or worse now. The man thought about it, realizing the young boy's words had some truth, and finally let go of Dr. Xia Wenba. Dr. Xia Wenba couldn't believe it. He hadn't even gotten any favors from Chin Li yet, and now Chin Li was doing him a huge one. Grandfather Gang grabbed him again, asking why he was still hesitating. Grandfather Gang told Dr. Xia Wenba to go in and take a good look, warning him that he couldn't promise he wouldn't want to beat him up again later. They all went into the room, and Dr. Xia Wenba immediately checked the patient's pulse. Meanwhile, Chin Li was thinking that the poison in this person's body was super complex. He couldn't even feel any life left in him. Chin Li believed he must have missed something, and decided to take a closer look. Dr. Xia Wenba, aware that Grandfather Gang was still standing right behind him, knew he couldn't afford any mistakes. He secretly glanced at Grandfather Gang, telling himself he just needed to stay focused. Dr. Xia Wenba thought he'd overcome countless obstacles before, so this should be straightforward just like always. But then Chin Li spoke up, telling Dr. Xia Wenba to wait a minute. He asked if Dr. Xia Wenba was trying to kill the patient. Dr. Xiao Wenba replied that he was afraid if he kept going with the needle, he might actually kill the patient. He opened the patient's shirt from the neck, revealing a terrible wound, and said, "Take a look at this." Chin Li asked when such a huge tumor had appeared, saying he didn't expect the disease to spread so fast. Chin Li stated that to save him, all of his internal organs would need to be replaced. The patient's condition suddenly got even worse. Grandfather Gang exclaimed, "Save his life, why are you still just standing there?" Dr. Xia Wenba looked frightened, and said he was afraid it was too late. Chin Li then instructed him to come over and help, saying they needed to fix the patient's limbs. Grandfather Gang asked what they were trying to do, reminding them that this was their family's young master. Dr. Xia Wenbo tried to argue, saying he couldn't do anything, and asking if Chin Li didn't see whose place this was. Chin Li just told him to shut up and watch, as he used his needle technique, healing the wound. He reassured the patient, saying everything was okay now. He'd wake up soon, and after a quick checkup, there shouldn't be any more issues. Dr. Xia Wenba checked the heart rate monitor, and noticed the patient's heartbeat was back to normal. The patient woke up, and Grandfather Gang immediately started crying, exclaiming that young Master Ju Jinran was finally awake, and he thought he was going to die. The patient asked Grandfather Gang where they were. Grandfather Gang replied they were at Zhang City's city hospital, pointing to Chin Li and explaining that he was Dr. Chin Li, who had just saved his life. The patient then asked Chin Li why he was there. Chin Li was surprised and asked what he meant, wondering if he didn't know who he was. The young master apologized, saying he was really sorry, as he thought Chin Li was a friend of his from Beijing. Chin Li wondered if it was Beijing again, thinking it might just be a coincidence. The Grandfather Gang asked if the young master was out of danger. Chin Li replied there were no major problems left, but he wanted to see his medical records to prescribe some supplements. Grandfather Gang handed over the records, apologizing for the trouble. Chin Li took the records and checked them, thinking to himself that there were no memories of Beijing in his mind. He really needed to find a chance to go there and investigate. Dr. Xia Wenba then asked Chin Li if he'd be interested in becoming the deputy chief doctor, Chung Feng Hall. Chin Li replied that Chung Feng Hall was also missing a chief master. Young Master Shu Jinran was shocked and expressed his gratitude, saying Chin Li had really helped him out big time today, and he'd definitely find ways to thank him once he left the hospital. Chin Li modestly replied that he was very polite, but he was just there by chance today. Young Master Su Jinran told Grandfather Gang to book a private room for 3 days at the Heaven and Earth in Zhang City. Grandfather Gang agreed and left. Young Master Su Jinran told Chin Li once more that he hoped he could join them when the time came. Chin Li responded that he should get some good rest first, and he wouldn't bother him anymore. Then he left the hospital. A little while later, Zhang Jun and Chin Li were sitting in the car. Zhang Jun asked who he had just saved. Chin Li replied that he seemed to be some kind of elite, definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Jun then asked what their bodyguard's name was. Chin Li answered that their bodyguard's name was Su Jin Ran, and they all had northern accents. That person was probably from the Su family in Beijing. Zhang Jun asked about the Su family. Chin Li clarified that just like his own Zhang family, the Su family was one of Beijing's many aristocratic families. It's just that they had been messed with and driven out by Beijing's owner. That's why he had been ordered to find a blood jade to celebrate the house owner's grandfather's birthday next week. But he hadn't expected to hear that the old lady was seriously ill. He mentioned that for now, their family hadn't found a solution yet, but he didn't want to burden Chin Li with any more troubles. Chin Li asked if he didn't remember their bond as brothers. Zhang Jun clarified that, while he remembered their brotherly relationship, Chin Li was also the one who had said she was sick, and that he could handle it. Chin Li acknowledged their bond as good brothers, and added that he had already reached out to the CEO of the cosmetics company regarding Zhang Jun's sister, reassuring him not to worry. In response, Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude and Chin Li thanked him. 3 days later, the scene shifted to the Heaven and Earth Hotel where Chin Li arrived. Young Master Su Jin Ran greeted Chin Li. Thanking him profusely, he said that if it wasn't for Chin Li, he wouldn't be able to enjoy wine with everyone today. He then enthusiastically invited everyone to raise their glasses and toast to the brilliant doctor. Chin Li, however, politely declined, explaining that he had just recovered from an illness and shouldn't drink alcohol. Su Jin Ran just laughed, insisting there was no need to worry with Chin Li around. He then asked Chin Li if he was curious or surprised about his true identity. Chin Li simply replied that to him, Su Jin Ran was just a patient, but Su Jin Ran was serious, emphasizing that he found Chin Li intriguing and wanted to befriend him. Suddenly someone called out, telling them not to just stand there and to come join the fun. They commented that it was rare for Mr. Su Jin Ran to have time to be there. Just then members of the serious gang walked in. Their leader immediately shoved one of Su Jin Ran's friends, demanding to know if the guy was with Su Jin Ran's group, claiming he'd accidentally spilled wine all over him. The injured friend protested, insisting he wasn't the one who spilled anything. Su Jin Ran stepped forward, asking if there was some misunderstanding between his friends and the gang, but the gang leader cut him off, asserting that the man had violated their rules, and if he didn't want to face the consequences, he should leave immediately. One of Su Jin Ran's friends leaned in, explaining who the serious gang was. He mentioned that, while Zhang City might seem to be controlled by the Zhang family, on the surface, many people didn't know about the serious gang's underground power. Their influence spread across the entire city, and they were even considered one of the top gangs in Beijing. That's because they were a group of formidable warriors who practiced a unique martial art called the Dark Power. This made them incredibly tough to deal with, and no one wanted to provoke them. Another friend then told Su Jin Ran that they'd probably have to leave early today. The injured friend pleaded with the serious gang, explaining that he just accidentally dropped his money near the wine cabinets and wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Su Jin Ran stepped in, offering to settle things by reimbursing the gang member for his friend's supposed loss, asking how much it would take. The gang members just laughed, saying Su Jin Ran seemed to think they were beggars. They added that if he wanted to resolve the issue with money, what would happen next instead? They proposed he take a punch from one of them, and then they'd let him go. Su Jin Ran realized they seemed to be deliberately trying to provoke him today. Then Chin Li spoke up, asking the serious gang if they agreed with that proposition, how they'd feel about him taking the punch instead. Su Jin Ran was surprised Chin Li hadn't left yet. Chin Li just smiled, telling him not to worry and to go ahead and aim at him. He assured Su Jin Ran there was no danger, saying he was just planning to engage with them playfully and wouldn't escalate the situation. With a smile, Chin Li stepped forward and politely asked the serious gang to show mercy. They just laughed, dismissing his words as unnecessary chatter. One of the gang members taunted him, telling him to see how he'd handle the punch. The gang member then moved to punch him. Chin Li effortlessly stopped the punch, thinking to himself, how this young guy seemed familiar with dark energy, just like him. He then remarked that simply evading the punch wouldn't count. Chin Li channeled his powers to thwart the attack, stating that if the young man really knew about dark energy, there was no need for politeness. Chin Li challenged him to witness his power and launched his own attack. Both of them tried to block each other's punches. Meanwhile, Shoujin Ran stepped forward and introduced himself as a member of the Shou family from Beijing City, demanding some respect for his family from the serious gang. The gang members found him arrogant and were surprised to encounter someone who seemed to be from the army. Shoujin Ran clarified that he was indeed young master. Shoujin Ran effectively putting an end to the ongoing dispute. Shoujin Ran mentioned that not everyone knew who he was, but he hoped his brother could keep that under wraps. His brother quickly reassured him, saying it was no big deal and there was nothing to worry about. The serious gang member was pretty surprised to see someone as powerful as a young master there. He then looked at Qin Li and asked which expert he'd studied under. Qin Li, playing it cool, just said he was a regular doctor who did some exercises in his spare time. The gang member chuckled, telling Qin Li that if he ever thought about joining their serious gang, he should just come to him and they'd sort it out. Shoujin Ran seemed surprised by Qin Li's physical strength. Qin Li modestly suggested that the people he'd sparred with probably hadn't wanted to go all out, which was why it looked like he was so strong. Shoujin Ran just chuckled, complimenting Qin Li and saying he was way too humble. Shoujin Ran mentioned he'd been away from Beijing for a bit, but planned to head back in a couple of days. He invited Qin Li to visit the Shou family in Beijing sometime, so they could hang out. Qin Li simply replied, "Hey, sure." The scene then shifted to Qin Li's home, where he was on the phone. Zhang Zhang reminded him about their promise to go to Beijing together, pointing out that there were only 3 days left until next Monday. He stressed how important it was to be super prepared, since the Zhang family was one of Beijing's top families. He'd agreed to meet at 8 a.m. After hanging up, Qin Li looked at his jade gourd and thought about their upcoming trip to Beijing. He wondered why he felt so nervous, even though they'd already met. Young Master Shoujin Ran. He put the jade gourd on the floor and pondered his lack of confidence, realizing he hadn't practiced in ages. He meditated, thinking about the exercises the old man had taught him. He realized that despite the huge cost, he was worried the old man might have only taught him common skills. He wasn't sure about the identity or strength of the people who had taken his parents. He figured he really needed to boost his own abilities, because even if he found his parents, he was still scared that reuniting with them might be tough and unpleasant. The next morning, Zhang Jin showed up at Qin Li's house, asking if he was ready and if he needed any help. Qin Li replied that he was almost done and just needed a little more time. He then came out carrying several parcels. Zhang Jin asked what was inside, and Qin Li loaded everything into the car, explaining that these were the clothes Qin Yanchu had bought for him in Zhang City, plus some food. He realized he'd forgotten a pair of shoes, but Zhang Jin stopped him from going back in, saying it wasn't necessary, since anything he had at home could also be found in Beijing. They then headed to the airport to catch their flight to Beijing. While driving in Beijing, Zhang Jin suggested that his good brother should take him to some famous clothing stores on the street to buy some new clothes. Jin Li spotted a price tag for a piece of clothing that cost 10 million renminbi. After shopping, they went to a restaurant for lunch. Jin Li looked at the menu and remarked that prices in Beijing were pretty high, definitely not affordable for ordinary folks. Yang Jin laughed, saying this was just an ordinary spot, hinting that his good brother would take him to much pricier places. Later, Qin Li asked about the place and they ended up at a snooker club. A girl with gray hair recognized the young master of the Zhang family and gave him a warm welcome, saying it had been a long time. She assured them there were enough spots for two and invited them in to play snooker. While they played, the gray-haired girl called someone, asking about young Master Zhuosu and letting them know Zhang Jin had arrived. Zhang Jin complimented Qin Li on how quickly he'd picked up snooker, and Qin Li said he was really enjoying the game. After losing to Zhang Jin in the first 30 games, Zhang Jin suggested playing one more, but Qin Li thought they should save it for another day. Zhang Jin brought up that they had a birthday event to go to tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Qin Li, noticing his concern, asked what was up. Zhang Jin explained it was about the birthday gifts for tomorrow, saying he didn't think they could easily return them. Zhang Jin then asked if anyone had been blocking him. Qin Li confirmed it, explaining that his father was framed a long time ago, which led to a car accident that injured some family members. This whole incident was why he got kicked out of the family. Chin Li mentioned that, even though the person who framed his father was caught, he never got the chance to explain things to his grandfather, face to face. That's why he was worried about how to present himself, and he also felt something was off with his own body. Chin Li then agreed to find a chance to examine Jiang Jin tomorrow. Just then Jisoo walked in with some police officers. He addressed young Master Jiang Jin, acting surprised to see him there. Jiang Jin shouted, recognizing Jisoo. Jisoo then told the chief that Jiang Jin was the one causing trouble, and even damaging public property in the place. The chief ordered his officers to take them all to the police station for questioning. Chin Li tried to step forward, but Jiang Jin stopped him, telling him he should leave. John explained that Ju Suho's family was here specifically for him, and he needed to find his father to figure things out. Chin Li asked about the Ju family's power. John replied that, while Ju Suho's family might not be a first-class family, he had a lot of influence in Beijing. Jin Li's question about the Ju family seemed to surprise Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin confirmed he was indeed talking about Jusua's family in Beijing, but then emphasized that, even though that particular Ju family was powerful, they were actually overshadowed by the Ju family. Chin Li wondered why Jiang Jin suddenly brought this up. Jiang Jin reminded Chin Li about a past incident, or he saved someone from the Ju family in Zhang City. Jiang Jin then pulled out his phone and dialed Ju Jin Rant's number. Jisoo found this hilarious, commenting that Chin Li, being an outsider who just arrived in Beijing, shouldn't be trying to get help from others. The chief and Jisoo shared a laugh, with Jisoo expressing his surprise at Jiang Jin's apparent cowardice. Juso asserted that no matter what Jiang Jin did, he wouldn't be escaping today. He boasted that in Beijing, there was nothing to fear. Even if someone from the main Ju family were to show up, they would still have to show him respect to some extent. Just then Ju Jinran arrived at the scene. Asking what was going on, Joshua was completely shocked, thinking to himself, why is this young master here? Ju Jinran, known as the Little Leopard, had a reputation that kept everyone from daring to offend him. Juso couldn't figure out why he had suddenly shown up. Ju Jinran then questioned if Juso was implying that his Ju family was afraid of him. Juso quickly knelt down, explaining he didn't mean it like that at all. He emphasized that his Ju family genuinely respected and feared the other Ju family. Ju Junran kicked him, accusing him of enjoying deceiving others. Ju Junran added that he didn't care what Ju Suho said behind his back, but trying to trap his savior was completely out of line. The chief got scared, realizing that helping Juzio's family was like betraying the main Ju family. He felt trapped and tried to make a run for it. However, Ju Jinran called out to Chief Jiao, who quickly responded and addressed Ju Jinran respectfully. Ju Jinran asked if he intended to take him back to the police station as well. Chief Jiao got frightened, asking if Ju Jinran was joking. Jusua quickly insisted he was just confused for a moment, claiming Ju Jinran had actually threatened him instead. Then pointing at Jiang Sheng, he angrily called Chief Jiao a traitor. Ju Jinran wasn't having it. He kicked Jusu again, warning him to cut it out and just leave. Everyone quickly scattered. Sitting there, Jiang Sheng wondered if this was the brother Chin Li's mother had talked about, meaning they were now brothers. He asked Chin Li when he got to Beijing and why. He didn't say anything, Chin Li explained. He just arrived and thanked Zhang Zhang for his help. Zhang Zhang said it was no problem, and asked why Chin Li was in Beijing. Chin Li told him he came to join Master Zhang Zhang at the Zhang family's elderly lady's birthday party, and to give her a medical checkup. Zhu Junran chimed in, saying that according to the Ju family's info, the grandfather might not be the only one feeling under the weather. A little later at the Shang Jingjiang family home, Zhang Liam asked Jingjing if he brought their gifts. Zhang Zheng reassured him, saying he had them right here. Zhang Zheng told Chin Li they should head inside and see what was up. Chin Li agreed. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiayang, the Jiang family's eldest son, was warmly greeting a guest, saying it was a huge honor to have him there. Young Jae-young acknowledged the guest's expensive gift and invited him in, but then he spotted Young Jong about to put his own gift on the counter, and called out, asking what he thought he was doing. Young Jae-young made it clear he wasn't happy. saying that even the annual birthday gifts he gave weren't good enough for the old master. He then lectured Zhang, telling him not to imagine he could just bring some cheap gifts for the old master. He ordered Zhang to take his crummy presents and leave, warning him not to make a fool of himself. There An in a brown jacket watched the scene unfold, commenting that this might be the family branch that had been estranged from the Zhang family over 10 years ago still. He admitted that at least Jiang Jun was a Zhang family member, which gave him the right to be at the birthday banquet. Qin Li, holding Jiang Jun's gift box, suggested they first see what Jiang Jun was planning to give. Zhang Jiayang scoffed, saying there was probably nothing worth seeing. He then questioned if the family's master even needed Jiang Jun's gift. But then, surprise spread through the crowd as they opened Zhang's gift box and found a beautiful piece of jade inside. Someone immediately recognized it as a 7-colored blood jade. Another person remarked they never expected to see such a rare item here, suggesting the Jiang family must have put a lot of money into it. Someone else even offered to buy the blood jade if the Jiangs didn't want it. Zhang Jiayang was completely stunned, realizing this might be the legendary item set to grant longevity. He quickly tried to smooth things over, telling everyone he was just kidding around with Zhang. He stressed that the blood jade was a token of Zhang's appreciation, and they would happily accept it. Zhang then asked if they could go inside. Zhang Jiayang quickly replied that they should leave the blood jade there, and then they could enter a little later. Inside the party, Zhang muttered that the Zhang family wasn't trustworthy. Young Lim quickly gave him a gentle nudge, telling him to keep his voice down in case anyone heard. Zhang told Qin Li to find a seat first, as he and Zhang Liam planned to go greet the family head. Qin Li agreed, saying he'd wait for him over there. After a bit, Qin Li watched everyone at the party, thinking about the Zhang family's complicated standing in Shangjing. Qin Li noticed how influential each Zhang family member was, basically running the country's military, politics and business. He worried about what challenges Zhang and his family might face. Coming back suddenly, Zhu Jinran spotted him and waved, saying he'd been looking for Qin Li for ages. Qin Li was surprised to see him and asked what he was doing there. Zhu Jinran explained that his family worked with the Jiangs on some projects, so they sent him and his older brother to the old master's birthday party. Qin Li was happy to see him and agreed to go meet his brother and sister. A little later, Zhu Jingran introduced Qin Li to his sister, Zhu Shouyu, and his older brother, Zhu Chang. Zhu Shou Yu asked if he was the doctor who saved her brother. Qin Li confirmed it and greeted her. Zhu Chang noticed Qin Li staring and asked if he had something on his face. Qin Li apologized for staring, saying it was just a professional habit. Zhu Chang jokingly asked if Dr. Qin thought he had the same illness. Qin Li said if his guess was right, Zhu Chang had just come back from a mission. Zhu Chang admitted Qin Li was right and told him to go on. Qin Li explained that even though Zhu Chang looked super energetic, years of accumulated injuries had caused serious internal damage, leading to a chronic illness. Because of this, he really shouldn't go on any more dangerous missions. In his current condition, Zhu Jingran asked if he was sick. Qin Li replied that if he waited any longer, it would probably become a lifelong illness. Zhu Chang scoffed, saying he thought Qin Li was just a boastful liar. Qin Li just said that since Zhu Chang didn't believe him, he wouldn't say anything else. Zhu Jingran mentioned he'd seen Dr. Qin's skills firsthand, and wondered why Zhu Chang wouldn't let him examine him, but Zhu Chang got annoyed, and told Zhu Jingran to shut up and mind his own business, saying it wasn't his place to tell him what to do. Zhu Chong secretly thought that other families were watching his family, so he couldn't admit to any health problems right now. Qin Li said he'd already met Zhu Jingran's brother and sister, so he was going to leave. He started to walk away, but Zhu Jingran called him back. Qin Li asked what was up and if he needed anything. Zhu Jingran explained that his brother just had a bad temper and acted like that with everyone, so Qin Li shouldn't take it personally. He reassured Qin Li, saying it was fine and Zhu Chang probably had some kind of problem. Zhu Jingran thanked him for understanding and said he had some stuff to do today, suggesting they meet up another time. Qin Li privately wondered if Zhu Chang really was hiding something, and that's why he didn't want treatment. A little later, Qin Li walked around thinking Zhu Chang had been inside for a while, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. But then he noticed a dark energy around him, and wondered what this place was and why it had such a strong, evil vibe. He had no idea. A malevolent force was hidden deep inside the Zhu family mansion. He figured it might be related to something like Black Fury, evil feng shui door pillars or acacia wood. Peeking into a room, he found Master Zhang lying on a bed surrounded by an evil aura. Realizing it was an evil spirit formation, he used his magical needle to start getting rid of the bad energy. As he worked, he couldn't help but notice that this evil formation's aura looked a lot like the one at Zhang Ran's hotel. Qin Li wondered why these things kept popping up. He remembered his old master's teachings, how everything followed a certain pattern. Luckily, his master had taught him all sorts of ways to break formations. As soon as he sensed an evil entity, Qin Li attacked it right away and successfully got rid of it. Qin Li recognized the skill of the person who set up the formation, but he was pretty good with formations himself from all his practice. Wondered how Master Zhang got caught in such a powerful evil formation. Checking Master Zhang's pulse, he realized it was lucky he found him when he did. Using his special needle, he placed it on Master Zhang's forehead, getting rid of the bad energy from his body. Master Zhang woke up and asked who was there. Li told him he was awake, and that he was just one of the doctors at the birthday party. Master Zhang understood, surprised he almost died at his own party. Qin Li asked if he was Master Zhang, and reminded him it was his birthday banquet today. Master Zhang admitted he felt old and confused, never expecting to end up like this because of people he trusted. Qin Li asked what he meant by that. Master Zhang explained that if it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't be in this mess. Qin Li got it and mentioned that Mr. Zhang, Lim and his family had also trusted him with his treatment. He added that they hadn't held a grudge, and had even looked for a way to cure him, hoping to come back to the Zhang family. Qin Li agreed, realizing he couldn't hide anything from him. Master Zhang said he wanted to bring back Lim and Xiao Juni's families, but he knew his own health might not let him. He thought the evil spirits had caused nerve damage in his legs, and he was thinking about using the third layer of Fuji needles. Li suggested that, if he just wanted to get his basic consciousness back, that should be doable. Master Zhang asked if Qin Li meant he could fully recover. Qin Li clarified that he didn't mean just basic recovery. Master Zhang admitted he initially thought the same, but it was just wishful thinking, since many famous doctors couldn't help him. Qin Li confirmed he meant a complete recovery to normal health, and suggested a bet. Qin Li took out his special needles and said, if he could fully cure him, Master Zhang should bring the Zhang family back. If he failed, Master Zhang could decide what he wanted him to do. Master Zhang found this interesting and agreed to the bet, adding that to bring back the Lim family, they'd still need to hold an event. A little while later, everyone was seated in the Zhang family's private committee meeting. Zhang Chengzi wondered why the old patriarch suddenly looked so refreshed, and had even called Zhang Lim's family back. Master Zhang spoke to the group, explaining he'd called them to discuss something. He said he intended to bring Zhang Lim's family back home. Zhang Jaewon questioned his grandfather, asking if he'd forgotten the past, or if his illness was affecting his judgment. Zhong Chongzhi chimed in, asking how he could let someone who'd done wrong come back so easily. Another family member agreed, saying their Zhong clan had never encountered such a situation. Master Zhang turned to Zhang Lim, and asked him to explain what happened that year. Zhang Lim agreed, saying, okay big uncle, about that incident from that year, please take a look at what Zhao Yang sent. Everyone read the document. Young Chengzi pointed out that, even though Master Zhang wanted Lim's family back, the clan elders still doubted the document's authenticity, and wanted them to review it. Qin Li arrived and apologized, explaining he had some documents he'd forgotten. Zhang Xiaoyang asked who he was, and Qin Li clarified that these were separate documents, from young Master Zhang Jin, meant for the family head. Zhang Chongzi suggested they should carefully review the documents. Someone questioned how an outsider, like Qin Li, could get into their home without the bodyguards stopping him. Master Zhang stepped in, and revealed that he had personally invited Dr. Fun to stay. Zhang Chengzi was pretty surprised, noticing Master Zhang's legs seemed to be working. Master Zhang just said, he figured a wheelchair wasn't really needed anymore. Zhang Chengzi was overjoyed, saying there was nothing happier than seeing him potentially recover. He leaned in close, whispering, a reminder that he knew all about the things he'd done. He then told him to take a good look at what Dr. Chin had brought. John Chungzi took the paper from Chin Li and quickly realized that Master Zhang, that old hawk, had just been pretending not to know anything. Master Zhang then asked what everyone thought. After looking over Lim's documents, Zhang Chungzi suspected Master Zhang's intentions weren't as innocent as they appeared. He hinted that Lim's family could possibly return, but it wouldn't be without some strings attached. A guy in a red shirt pointed out that nobody had managed to become a martial artist in decades. Another bald man chimed in, saying that if the Jiang family could produce a martial artist, they might just reach first-class family status. A brown-haired lady admitted Lim's family had faced injustice, but stressed they still had responsibilities to bear. Someone in a blue coat agreed, suggesting that, if they could use a martial artist to get their status back, no one would dare stand against them. Master Zhang explained that becoming a junior martial artist was a huge deal. For anyone, you needed natural talent and a decade of constant training. He then turned to Jiang Liam, asking what level of martial arts little June had reached lately. Jiang Liam replied that even though little June was young and strong, it would still take him about 10 more years to become a martial artist. Just then Jiang Jun showed up, asking Jiang Liam why they were putting up with all this difficulty, when it was obvious they were being deliberately mistreated. Jiang Chengju cut in, suggesting it was because little June seemed to be giving up on the idea of bringing his family back. Jiang Liam admitted it felt impossible to ever return to Beijing in this lifetime. A bit later, Chin Li, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lim were sitting down enjoying some tea. Zhang Jun expressed his surprise at being handed the seemingly impossible task of finding a martial artist. Zhang Jun wondered if there was any other way besides finding a martial artist. Chin Li thought about the whole martial artist thing, and then asked if they'd ever heard of the Serious Gang. Zhang Jun was curious why he was asking, and Chin Li replied that he'd had a little scuffle with them at a bar. Zhang Jun wondered how he was still alright after running into martial artists. Chin Li reassured him, saying nothing bad had happened, since he was still right there in front of him. He jokingly admitted he wasn't the brightest. John Lim then asked if that meant Chin Li was a martial artist. Chin Li said he wasn't totally sure, but he was curious about how strong martial artists really were. When people talked about them, John Jun mentioned he'd heard a friend talk about this stuff before. His friend had said that besides their own group, there was another community of people living right alongside them. He explained, these were martial artists categorized into 9 different stages. The lowest level martial artist was apparently comparable to that young boy from the Lion family. He added that according to his friend, a stage 3 martial artist could smash a big rock with one palm, and the power of advanced martial artists was just indescribable. Back then he'd thought his friend's stories were just exaggerations. He then asked if the Tianling members were really as formidable as described. Chin Li replied that they weren't exceptionally powerful, just a bit more skilled than regular folks. Zhang Jun followed up, asking if he could crush a boulder with his hands. Chin Li answered that he hadn't tried that, but reaching a level where he could break stones with his bare hands wasn't totally impossible. Zhang Lim then asked about any methods Chin Li might have to help them. Chin Li suggested that if they were interested in trying this, he had something that might be worth a shot. The scene then shifted to later that night. Zhang Jun was getting ready for bed when he noticed a strange smell. He wondered where it was coming from, noting it was already midnight. Who would be in the kitchen at this hour? Meanwhile, Chin Li was in the kitchen busy preparing something. He commented on its quality, saying it matched the color and aroma of what the old man used to make for him. Zhang Jun enters the kitchen and questions what Chin Lin is doing there. Chin Lin hands him a bowl and says, "Look." Zhang Jun is totally confused, asking what on earth this stuff is. He adds, "Don't tell me you pulled this out of your body." Chin Lin dismisses the idea, saying it's not possible. Zhang Jun sniffs the air and comments on the pleasant smell, asking about the source. Tin Li explains that he wants to become a martial artist, and back when he was training, his master used to make these cleansing pills for him to take. Zhang Jun eats and comments on how delicious the cleansing pills taste. Chin Li then asks if he only took 2 pills. Young Jun replies, wondering what the big deal is, confirming he did eat 2 pills. He adds that he's pretty strong, so there's no need to be stingy. Chin Li clarifies that he meant Young Jun ate too many at once, and should have had them with some medicinal food. Next morning, Zhang Lin shows up and thinks it's weird that Zhang Jun isn't around, especially since it's still early. He asks Chin Li if he knows where Zhang Jun might be at the moment. Chin Li replies that Jongjun is probably still busy with his martial arts practice. A bit later Yoongjun comments that he didn't expect those concoctions to be so strong, almost making him super uncomfortable last night. Chin Li defends himself, saying it's not his fault he had to ingest it last night too. Meanwhile Zhang Lin, who stands outside the door, overhears their conversation. Jongjun tells Chin Li to keep going, since he's still feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Lin opens the door and enters. Chin Li proceeds to give Jongjun a massage. Jongjun asks what he's doing, and Chin Li explains he's clearing his meridians. Jongjun says it's okay and tells the others to go ahead and leave the room. Chin Li mentions they're almost done, adding that, while it's harder to use external force to put out the fire, Jongjun's body has been completely refined. Jongjun asks if this means he's about to succeed. Li clarifies that it's not that simple. The Zizhuai pill only helps change his body, and his actual talent will show during the training that follows. Yoongjun urges him not to wait any longer and to go down for practice. Just then Chin Li's phone rang. He answers saying okay, thanks Ju Jingran. Jongjun asks if it's from the Ju family, and if it has anything to do with him. Chin Li replies that Ju Jingran mentioned a military banquet this afternoon, and invited him to come along. Jongjun is surprised, asking if the Ju family actually invited him to their military banquet. Chin Li confirms it and asks what's going on. Jongjun explains that it was part of the competition between the prominent families in Beijing. Chin Li then asks about the ring match. Jun asks if Chin Li knows why Ju Shui is scared of young Master Ju. Chin Li asks if it's not because of the Ju family itself. Jun responds that no, the Ju family is just a front. Ju Shui is actually terrified of Ju Cheng. Not only did Ju Cheng become a commander super young, but he's also a warrior who snagged 4 military banquet championships in a row. Jun figures if he attends the military banquet, he might get to rub shoulders with these high-ranking warriors. Chin Li agrees, admitting he had no idea things were like that. Meanwhile Ju Cheng is in the middle of a fight, tossing his opponent aside. Ju Jingran and Ju Xiu quickly rush over to help him. Ju Xiu asks if he's alright. A girl with brown hair wonders what happened to Ju Cheng. Someone else points out that he got beaten in just a few rounds, making them think Ju Cheng might not be as strong as everyone believed. They're level 4 martial artists themselves, and can't figure out why there's such a huge gap in skill, even questioning if Commander Ju's position is really secure. Just then Chin Li shows up and sees Ju Jingran and Ju Shi. You helping Ju Cheng. Ju Jingran tells Ju Cheng to hang in there, because the military doctor will be there any minute. Chin Li asks what went down. Ju Jingran explains that his older brother just competed in martial arts and got hurt by accident. He asks if Chin Li could take a look at him. Ju Cheng replies that it's not needed, saying minor injuries like this are no big deal. Ju Jingran insists, saying this is a perfect chance for Brother Chin to show off his medical skills, especially since he's seen how amazing Chin Li's abilities are. Ju Shu agrees, adding that Dr. Chin once even saved her younger brother's life. After a moment Chin Li spots a big, red wound on Ju Cheng's chest and tells them it's an old, persistent injury. Chin Li explains that it should have been treated with meditation, but now the whole meridian is damaged. Ju Jingran asks if Chin Li means his older brother was fighting while already having this injury. Ju Cheng tells them to keep it down, explaining he has old injuries and there's no need to talk about it. Ju Jingran is surprised given how capable Ju Cheng usually is. Chin Li hands Ju Cheng a pill, mentioning he's got some marrow pills ready that could really help Ju Cheng's injury, so he should try it. Ju Cheng is shocked that Chin Li has such a pill, and Ju Jingran asks about the Zishui pill. Ju Cheng says he heard the Zishui pill can boost vitality and quickly fix meridians, making it the best pill in the martial arts world. When he got back to Beijing, he tried to find this medicine but couldn't. He's amazed that Dr. Chin could even refine the marrow pill. Calling him a genius, Chin Li humbly replies, telling him not to take the medicine directly. Instead he'll give him a prescription later. Ju Cheng agrees and thanks Dr. Chin Li. Chin Li asks how long the Ju family expects him to wait for Chin Muse. Chin Muse is on stage announcing that if someone challenges him, he'll keep fighting, but if no one steps up, he'll take it as a surrender. He then asks if the Ju family isn't even going to send a decent warrior. Ju Cheng looks at Chin Muse and says he's being way too deceptive. Ju Shu declares she'll fight him. Chin Muse comments on her small size. suggesting her bones couldn't handle even one of his cannonballs. He taunts her saying, "One hit and her soul will be gone, and 2 hits will send her straight to heaven." Jushu steps forward to attack him, but Chin Muse keeps mocking her, calling her the flower of the army. Miss Jushu tries to attack Chin Muse, but he grabs her leg and tells her not to attack. He warned her he wasn't one for mercy and then just kicked her away. He rushed in for a punch, but Chun-Li quickly stepped in and blocked it. Chun-Li then asked him where he got the idea that he was such a hot shot. He said he was just curious, and wondered if the guy was really as powerful as he made himself out to be. He challenged him to win a round or two, and then apologized to his sister. The other guy asked if he'd apologize, and Chun-Li shot back, "Let him apologize. I think he's just getting impatient and wants to die." Zhu Xiu quickly warned Chin-Li not to be reckless, reminding him that he wasn't Muse's match. Staff Wang commented to Mr. Zhu, "What kind of master is this friend you invited? He seems pretty formidable." The other commander explained that he was a doctor, friend of Zhu Jinran, and they hadn't really asked much about his background. Staff Wang thought that Chin Muse, the challenger, showed some real guts to dare challenge him. He hoped they could pick a good candidate for the chief executive position this time around. Chin Muse told Chin Li that he pushed him hard enough, and now it was too late to back out. He declared that God would show him what a true warrior was, and then charged at him to attack. But Chin Li just calmly dodged his attack. Chin Li then taunted him, asking how he was enjoying the fight. Chin Li suggested that Chin Muse couldn't keep up with his speed, then reflected that even with his own little strength, Chin Muse was nothing. Chin Muse tried to kick him, but Chin Li narrowly escaped, and Chin Muse's foot slammed into the floor, breaking it. Chin Li retorted, "This is the strength of the strong. Do you understand now?" One of the soldiers remarked that Chin Muse really deserved his reputation as a level 4 powerhouse. Another soldier added that it was exactly what you'd expect from a member of the Chin family. Chin Muse tried to attack again, boasting that he could take down his opponent with just one move, but Chin Li managed to block his punch, and then retaliated with his other hand, punching Chin Muse right out of the ring. This totally unexpected turn of events left everyone completely shocked. Staff Wang thought this young man's performance was pretty interesting. Shu Kong wondered who this Chin Li was, since his little brother had never mentioned him before. He figured Chin Li must have learned from some kind of expert. Chin Li downplayed the praise, saying they were giving him too much credit. He said he was just an individual, not connected to any school or organization. General Staff Wang of the Beijing military expressed his surprise, saying he didn't know Chin Li had any interest in the military. He walked over to them and Shu Kong and his siblings saluted him. Chin Li responded politely. Staff Wang asked why, saying if Chin Li's brother wasn't going to give him power, then he was interested. Chin Li asked about the position, and Staff Wang confirmed there was still a vacancy in his leadership team. He wondered if Chin Li might be interested. Chin Li asked who the person was. Zhu Kong revealed that he was the chief of staff of the Yangtze General Military Region. Chin Li greeted him and thanked him for his kindness, but mentioned he just wanted to stay an ordinary doctor. Sergeant Wang pointed out that opportunities like that don't come around for everyone, and encouraged Chin Li to think about it carefully. He further explains that since Chin Li, an outsider, publicly helped the Shui family defeat Qin Mu, things could get tricky for him if the Qin family ever found out. Chin Li was puzzled and asked what he meant by that. Sergeant Wang went on to explain that the military banquet was actually a chance for the Yangtze army to scout for talented individuals. Since Chin Li managed to defeat Qin Mu, he was now eligible to join the army and even become a commander. He'd even be renamed Shu Kong-a, effectively making him a part of the Shu family. Chin Li hesitated, saying he was just an ordinary guy who valued his freedom. He wasn't sure about taking on such a big role, but Sergeant Wang quickly reassured him, explaining that he'd already made all the arrangements. It wasn't really convenient for Chin Li to stay in Zhongqing, and there weren't any plans to assign him a job there anyway. Chin Li thought to himself that it seemed like this person had already planned everything out. Sergeant Wang then asked if he was unwilling to serve in the military during the summer, or if he just thought the position was too low. Chin Li considered the idea of serving the country as a responsibility, thinking that if he didn't overthink it, he could just attend the meeting. But if he decided against it, he could always come back to it later. Just then Shushuani walked over and handed Chin Li a badge. Congratulating him, Sergeant Wang commented that their task was done, and he expected they'd meet again soon. Chin Li wondered what Sergeant Wang meant by seeing him again. Shujingran then chimed in, saying he'd been there a long time and Chin Li was quite talented. He asked if he could take a look at something. Chin Li thought about the martial arts he'd practiced in the past, and if it connected to the destiny Xu Jingren had mentioned earlier. He handed it over to Xu Jingren, and pondered how much he resembled Master Qin, who had been brought up before. Xu Jingran then told him that they would become family in the future, and Qin Li could choose to stay in Jingda. Xu Jingran asked Qin Li for his thoughts on the matter. Qin Li replied that it wasn't a big deal, he just didn't have a good opinion of Qinju, the former leader of the Qinjin family. He didn't think Jinju was a good teacher, and asked Shujingran if he was familiar with him. Shujingran responded that he didn't really know him, but he had met him once in the past when he was still a family member. He'd sought Jinju's help to treat his deceased brother's illness. Qin Li then apologized for his earlier remarks. Shujingran reassured Qin Li that it was fine, and the past was in the past. Qin Li then asked if Shujingran had any current information about Jinju. Shujingran remarked that, judging by Jinju's clothes and how he carried himself, he didn't seem like an ordinary person at all. He looked more like a warrior. However, Shujingran admitted he hadn't heard any news about him for quite some time. Chu Kong then suggested that, if Qin Li wanted to find out more about Master Qin, the badge he was holding might come in handy. Qin Li was curious and asked what the badge actually meant. Zhu Kong explained that the army badges came in 4 levels: iron, bronze, silver and gold. Anyone with a silver badge or higher had the special privilege to enter and exit certain places in the martial arts world. Qin Li then asked for more details about this martial arts world, and what specific places it included. Zhu Kong explained that, for example, there was a warrior bar on Taiping Road in Shangjing. To get in and enjoy the perks, you had to meet certain martial arts level requirements, and follow their rules. He mentioned he'd heard that advanced warriors sometimes gathered there to share knowledge, but he personally had never been there. Qin Li figures if he wants to find Master Qin, he'll need to hit up this martial arts bar for clues. A few nights later, a guard stops Chun Li, telling him he's in the wrong place and needs to leave. Chun Li just flashes his badge and asks if he can get in. The guard's jaw drops, blurting out that it's a commander-level military emblem. Chun Li asks if he's good to go and the guard quickly says yes. As Qin Li walks past, the guard thinks to himself that he's worked there for ages, but this is the first time he's seen such a high-ranking emblem. Qin Li finally gets to the party entrance and steps inside. He sees Xiaoma casually lifting a dumbbell with just one finger, totally wowing everyone around him. Some guy with a pimple shouts about how awesome Xiaoma is. Then a man in a black shirt chimes in, saying that lifting a dumbbell like that is pretty much standard for a level 2 martial artist. Qin Li looks around and spots a photo of Qinyu on a wall, thinking the person looks familiar. Just then he sees someone else, and calls out asking if they remember him, reminding him he's from the Serious Gang. Qin Li offers the man a drink, saying it's great to meet him, and introducing himself as a Serious Gang member. The man, who turns out to be Chao Lai, takes the drink, thanking Qin Li and mentioning it's his first time there, and he didn't expect to run into him. They shake hands and Chao Lai compliments Qin Li on beating Qin Mu, and becoming a commander. Qin Li just gives a polite reply. Inside his head, Chao Lai wonders if Qin Li is really as strong as the rumors say, especially since his dark power seems way stronger than when they last met, which should be almost impossible. Chao Lai comments on Qin Li's super strong grip, thinking that if they could get him into the Serious Gang, they'd have another top-tier member, even though his hand is kind of hurting now. Qin Li says he still needs to find someone, so he's got to head out curious. Chao Lai asks who he's looking for. Qin Li explains he only knows the person's last name is Qin, and they're a martial artist, but they've been missing for ages. He admits he doesn't have much info, but is determined to find them no matter how tough it gets. Chao Lai agrees it'll be hard with so little to go on, especially if the person is intentionally hiding, but he suggests there might be someone who can help. He tells Qin Li to come with him if he trusts him. He leads Qin Li to an elevator. Qin Li, wondering where they're off to, asks about their destination. Chao Lai explains he's taking him to meet someone who's really good at digging up private info, and might be able to lend a hand. They step out of the elevator on a different floor, and Qin Li asks if this is still part of the martial artists bar. Chow Lai clarifies that it's way more than just a bar. He explains that when Chin Li saw it from above, he was only seeing a small part. He goes on to say, these are some of the serious gang spots spanning 10 whole floors. The lower you go, the tighter the security, but he's heard that martial artists below the 6th floor have moved to a different place to train. Opening a door, he welcomes Chin Li to the serious gang's main base. Chin Li realizes his first impression of the serious gang, as just some underground group, was totally off. Chow Lai points out Xiao Feng, identifying him as the person he mentioned. Xiao Lai tells Xiaofeng that his friend here has some questions for him. Chin Li greets Xiaofeng, and explains he's trying to find a martial artist named Chin, who seems familiar. He admits he doesn't have much info, and asks if Xiaofeng can help him out. Xiaofeng realizes he's also looking for a martial artist with the surname Chin, which is quite a coincidence. Xiaofeng asks if Chin Li has any ideas about where this person might have been seen, or what events they were at. Chin Li remembers the Zhu family asked him to save their young master back then. Xiaofeng thinks that's a solid lead and tells him to go for it. Chin Li thinks about it, wondering if he can really find someone with such little info. He spots a badge on Xiaofeng and it looks super familiar. He asks if he can take a closer look at it, but Xiaofeng apologizes, saying it's a personal item and he can't let anyone touch it. He then asks Chin Li if he's one of the 19 people too, and if he knows Liang Qing. Xiaofeng replies that everyone knows about the super talented Liang Qing from the 19, but sadly she passed away recently. Chin Li is shocked and says he's been looking for these people. He asks if there's any way she could still be alive. Chin Li then pulls out a picture of her, explaining that she came to his private clinic for treatment when she was injured and now she actually helps him run the place. Xiaofeng is totally surprised she's alive, saying she's way tougher than he ever imagined. He admits he promised to help her find these people, but he's been super busy with his own stuff lately and never expected to run into Chin Li. He wonders why, if she's okay. She hasn't tried to find the others herself. Xiaofeng explains that his boss has done a lot for him, and some things are just hard to talk about. Chow Lai jumps in, reassuring him that it's fine. He says Brother Chin is their friend and he even saved his friend, so helping him out is totally the right move. Xiaofeng agrees, adding that getting any info on this stuff would take at least 2 more years, and there might not even be any of the 19 people left alive. He remembers how he almost died back then. Luckily he found a super powerful boss, and now all he wants is to get info on the traitor and make things right. But because the group is so mysterious, their only real leads are the commander in charge, and a 9th-ranked martial artist named Chin. Xiaofeng says he's actually looked into this person before. Chin Li asks what the deal is. Xiaofeng explains that the person he's after seems to have a super important identity, probably the same person Chin Li is looking for. He says all their info is locked down by a super secure system, making it tough to figure out fast. Chin Li asks what he means by a high-level security system. Xiaofeng reveals it's a secret security system used by the Yanxi military, practically impossible for outsiders to get into. Chin Li thinks about how mysterious this person is, with their military ties, and wonders who they really are. But at least now he has a lead for his investigation. Chow Lai agrees, knowing how hard it is to break into something like that. He points out that while it's tough, finding someone isn't impossible. He asks how the serious gang got their reputation. They couldn't handle jobs like this. Chow Lai then pulls up a screen, showing off the serious gang's internal intel network. Chin Li realizes the serious gang isn't just some regular gang. They're a serious underground organization with major fighting power. He says he's super eager to help, and figures the terms are already sorted. Chow Lai, being upfront, told Chin Li there weren't any specific terms. He was just glad Chin Li was there and hoped he'd join their side. Chin Li agreed, though. He privately thought that even if Chow Lai's motives were a bit hazy, his attitude towards Xiaofeng seemed pretty genuine. Chin Li offered his help for anything legal they might need in the future. They shook hands and Chow Lai warmly welcomed him to the serious gang. Chin Li mentioned it was getting late, and he didn't want to bother them anymore for the day. Chow Lai insisted he stay as their guest, and promised to keep in touch with any updates from their end. Chin Li then left the place. Xiaofeng asked if Mr. Chin was really worth all their attention. Chow Lai clicked his mouse and then asked, "How do you think Chin Li reached this position, with his vision and strength?" After checking out Chin Li's details, he remarked that Chin Li was pretty impressive, pointing out that even the Zhu family treated him with respect. let alone their own gang. Cho Lai figured the serious gang would definitely need a strong supporter like him in the future. A little while later, Chin Li messaged King Liang, letting him know he'd found one of his teammates and would be there in a few days. He figured King Liang would be super happy to hear that. Just then, Zhu Xiui suddenly showed up and challenged him to a fight in the ring. He got scared and dropped his phone, but she managed to catch it. She handed him the phone and told him to take it. He wondered why she was there too. She explained she'd come a long way just to see him. He checked his phone and asked if something had happened. She took his hand, suggesting it wasn't a good place to talk, and urged him to come with her. He led him outside and then asked him to please leave Shangjing. He asked her to explain why she was asking him to do that, as he didn't quite get it. She explained that she didn't want her Jew family to suffer any consequences because of his conflict with Chinmu. He reassured her that he wouldn't let the Jew family suffer because of anything he did. She insisted he was still young, and that the Qin family's cunning strategies were what made them such a big family in Chongqing. She stressed that she was giving him this advice for his own good. He apologized, but said he had responsibilities that kept him from leaving Chongqing. Right now she acknowledged his decision, and added that she wouldn't say anything more about it. Then she discreetly pulled out a magical needle, and suggested they head back to the Zhu family. Zhu Jingran showed up accompanied by Zhu Xiu, and was surprised Qin Li actually came, since he couldn't get a hold of him on his phone. Qin Li was equally surprised to see two Zhu Xius. Zhu Jingran was totally bewildered by this, asking if there was another sister, or if there were actually two of them. Zhu Jingran then asked why there were two sisters standing there. He stepped closer to the fake Zhu Shiryu, and asked her why she came alone. When she'd said she would wait for him, the real Zhu Shiryu warned him not to go near the imposter, suspecting she was an advanced fighter skilled in disguise. The fake Zhu Shu, however, claimed she was the real sister, and that she'd come to meet Qin Li to talk about the previous military banquet, suggesting they discuss how challenging it was, considering the skills of an advanced fighter who can assume anyone's identity in a matter of minutes. There might be no one in the world they couldn't impersonate. Qin Li thinks about this, remembering how even the intelligence networks of some serious gangs had talked about fighters who could perfectly disguise themselves. Since she managed to sneak into the Zhu family's military banquet, she's probably not just any ordinary warrior, so he holds back for now, unsure what her real intentions are. Zhu Jingran asks if she's really claiming to be his sister. She then pokes fun at him, mentioning he used to wet the bed until he was 7, which makes him totally embarrassed. He quickly asks why she's spilling all this in front of other people. She points out that the Zhu family's history is super detailed in their family records right from birth, so anyone could find that stuff out. Zhu Jingran sees her point. Both Zhu Xiu then keep bringing up embarrassing stories from Zhu Jingran's childhood. Much to his absolute horror, Zhu Jingran tries to get them to stop, and the first Zhu Xiu is surprised by how much the other knows about their family. The second Zhu Xiu declares that whatever her motive, she won't let her win. They both start fighting, and Qin Li jumps between them to break it up. He grips his magical needles in both hands and says, if there's no other way to figure out the truth, they should try his way. He apologizes for stepping in. Zhu Jingran then tells Qin Li that he actually met his sister yesterday. Zhu Xiu finds this weird. She feels no pain and your body feels all warm and comfy. Qin Li explains that if it wasn't for Miss Zhu's meridian damage from the military banquet, it would have been super hard for him to tell the real from the fake. He checks her pulse and says that only Miss Zhu's injury is something no one else could fake the fake. Zhu Xiui then says she originally just wanted him to leave Beijing, but now that he's found out her secret, he can't leave anymore. Qin Li points out that even without him contacting her, she's been making some pretty reckless moves. She admits it, adding that's why she still has a few tricks left. She then pulls out a needle and lunges at Qin Li, but he stops her and shoves her back. She quickly takes off, saying that with his current strength, he still has a long way to go in Beijing. Qin Li thinks that if he's going to stick around longer to get more info, he really needs to get stronger. He says he didn't expect the girl to get away so fast, showing just how powerful she is. Zhu Xiu thinks maybe only top-tier gang warriors from the hot summer region have that kind of power, and wonders if there's some secret link between the Qin family and those gangs. She assures Qin Li that the Zhu family will totally look into this matter. Chin-li agrees, admitting her strength is way beyond his, and Ju Jingran's. He then asks Ju Jingran how he knew he was here and what's going on. Ju Jingran explains that his big brother had an urgent matter, but they couldn't reach him, so they came looking for him here. Ju Shu walks over to their car and suggests it's getting late, so they should just head home and visit Big Brother's house first thing tomorrow morning. The fake Ju Shu, watching them leave from a tree, thinks about how she totally underestimated the young guy's sharp instincts. He realizes he not only used his own tricks to expose her, but he's also already a 7th level martial artist. Since he's set on staying in Beijing, she decides she'll help him out somehow. After a while, Ju Chang asks Chin-li how his search for that person is going. Chin-li says he's got some solid info, but still needs more time. Ju Chang offers to help out whenever he needs it. Chin-li thanks him, but mentions he heard young Master Ju is also looking for him. Ju Chang confirms this, and asks Chin-li if he's noticed anything different about his body. Chin-li wonders if he just stayed up too late, but Ju Chang insists he come over for a closer look. Ju Jingran watches them, thinking it's the first time he's seen his big brother act so chummy with anyone. Chin-li then wonders if Ju Chang is talking about the Z-Sway pills effects, maybe even an imminent breakthrough. He asks if Commander Ju mentioned he was about to hit the 4th level, but Ju Chang quickly clarifies he wasn't talking about the scar on his face. Chin-li asks if the scar isn't a good thing, and what's got Commander Ju so worried. Ju Chang explains that their trauma medicines hit the market, but their partners ended up recalling all of them. Problem is, super effective new medicine just popped up in Shangjing, and is basically taking over the whole market. Ju Chang goes on to say he even bought some himself and tried it out, which is why his face looks the way it does. He explains he's a Chinese doctor, and really wants to figure out the ingredients of this new medicine to make their own products better. He hands Chin-li a cream jar and makes a generous offer. Chin-li can use any medicine they have, and there's a reward waiting for him too. Chin-li thinks Ju Chang is giving him way too much credit. He also wonders if using the Ju family's valuable ingredients to boost his own body and martial arts would be a huge plus. He opens the jar, takes a sniff, instantly recognizes the formula. It's the medicine he prescribed ages ago. Chin-li tells him he actually created the recipe for that ointment and had his wife make it before he came to Shangjing. Ju Chang asks what he means by that. Chin-li explains that if he's not mistaken, this product must be made and sold by his wife's company. Ju Chang gets it and is totally amazed that Chin-li could develop such an advanced scar medication at such a young age, but Ju Chang is still a bit puzzled. Ju Jingran then asks if Chin-li is really married, and Ju Shu chimes in, pointing out how young he is to be married. Chin-li confirms it, saying he met his wife in college. They graduated together and then got married. He even adds that he's the son-in-law of the Ju family. Given Chin-li's amazing work with the ointment, Ju Chang then proposes a favor. Chun-li tells him to just say what's on his mind. Ju Chong explains that, even though the Ju family makes all the military medications, some of theirs aren't as good as what's out there on the market, so he wants to ask Chun-li to be their special medical consultant. He promises they're open to any conditions Chin-li might have. Chin-li replies that if his wife ever wants to expand her business into the Shangjing market, the Ju family will do everything they can to help. He stresses that he can set 3 conditions, and they'll stick to them, following all moral laws. Chin-li thinks to himself that to achieve his goal, holes and keep looking for Master Chen, he might need to stay in Shangjing and grow the business there. Chu Qiang mulls over the situation, a martial artist with incredible strength and amazing medical skills. Given all that, their best bet is to try their hardest to get him on their side. He's worried about what could happen if they made an enemy out of someone like Chun-li. He decides that accepting this amazing offer is definitely the right move. He comments that Chin-li is a really smart guy. A little while later, Chin-li is sitting in Zhongjun Villa when he gets a message from Xiao Fang saying he's arrived just then. Zhongjun walks in wearing shorts and says good morning. Chin-li gives him a weird look and Zhongjun notices. He asks what's up, then covers his legs, explaining he didn't expect those pills to be so strong, making him feel super hot. Chin-li checked his pulse, noting that it was almost time. He told Zhongjun he planned to teach him some martial arts techniques today. Zhongjun was super eager to learn. Chin-li then showed him a bunch of books and told him to pick one. He grabbed a book, but couldn't help asking if Chin-li was absolutely sure practicing it wouldn't make him go crazy. Chin-li reassured him, telling him to just keep practicing. So Zhongjun decided to give it a shot. Just then Chen-Li opened the door and saw Xiaofeng. He asked him what he was doing there. Xiaofeng replied, asking if he wasn't allowed to catch up with a teammate. He told Chen-Li to get in the car. Chen-Li wondered how Xiaofeng even knew he was staying at that place. A little while later they were both in the car. Chen-Li pointed out that he didn't think this was the way to the airport. He noted that local airports are usually in open, flat spots, but all he could see in this direction was mountains. Xiaofeng explained that he was just taking the shortest route. Chen-Li persisted, saying this path still didn't feel right. He also asked if Xiaofeng had found any info about Master Qin's whereabouts. He mentioned that Master Qin's trail was super well hidden, with no traces at all. Chen-Li added that there was always a chance Master Qin might have just vanished. Xiaofeng then responded, saying he almost lost a clue himself, as he'd had a confrontation with a highly skilled and disguised martial artist just yesterday. Chen-Li acknowledged that he'd also heard about this martial artist. He mentioned hearing that this artist disappeared ages ago, and never expected to run into him. Chen-Li reflected on the situation, realizing that from the sound of the voices in the car, it seemed he was with the man who had subdued him. He also speculated that this man had disguised himself as Xiaofeng, the fake Xiaofeng, then asked Chen-Li if he could grab his eye drops from the glove box. Chen-Li opened it, and suddenly smoke started pouring out of the glove box. The fake Xiaofeng covered his nose, but the smoke only affected Chen-Li, making him fall unconscious. A little while later the fake Xiaofeng removed his eye cover and placed Chen-Li inside an old building. He thought to himself that Chen-Li shouldn't blame him, as he'd eventually understand that all of this was for his own good. Chen-Li eventually regained consciousness and immediately grabbed his face, pulling off his face mask. The fake Xiaofeng said he didn't think Chen-Li would actually see through his disguise. Chen-Li explained that when the imposter came to see him earlier, he noticed the aura in his body was super similar to the person who pretended to be Miss Ju before. Plus, the real Xiaofeng wouldn't be foolish enough to come see him without a disguise. The imposter admitted he was too careless, but still tried to attack Chen-Li. Chen-Li quickly realized the attacker was incredibly fast, and he didn't have enough time to dodge. The imposter then grabbed Chen-Li's neck, and I told him not to blame him for not listening to his advice. In response, Chen-Li secretly pulled out a magical needle, and retorted that he never asked for his advice, so there was no reason for him to listen. He thrust the needles into the imposter's hand, making it bleed. Chen-Li realized the imposter couldn't use his right hand now, but the imposter went on the offensive again, landing a punch right on Chen-Li's face and throwing him away. The imposter commented that he had a great idea, but it unfortunately didn't work out. Chen-Li wondered just how strong the imposter really was, especially since his right arm's chi was blocked, yet he could still generate so much force. He decided not to talk anymore and started using his magic. Chen-Li observed the imposter's magic, and realized he had a super powerful aura, way stronger than his own. He knew this was going to be a tough fight, and started thinking about his options. Looking around, he spotted an opportunity in the area. It was full of barren graves surrounded by hills, a perfect spot where Isekai gathered. The imposter decides to make a run for it, but then he questions if he's really fleeing, claiming everything is within his reach. Chen-Li tries to attack him, but the imposter easily dodges, and makes fun of Chen-Li for his lack of self-respect. The imposter taunts Chen-Li, asking if he's still struggling. Chen-Li stops, hides a magical needle in his hand, gets closer and throws it at him. At the same time he uses his magic to summon the 7 deadly spirits. The deadly spirits completely surround the imposter. Chen-Li explains that he only ran to trick the imposter into the center of his formation. The imposter thinks Chen-Li believes he can close the power gap with this simple setup, and admits Chen-Li is somewhat clever. Chen-Li replies, saying it's lucky the imposter didn't notice his little trick, and that he only succeeded by chance. The imposter admits he underestimated Chen-Li, but then adds that Chen-Li also underestimated him, as he grabs one of the deadly spirits and destroys it. Meanwhile, the real Xiaofeng is tied up in a car trunk. He thinks it's been a while since the car stopped, so Mr. Qin probably didn't get into an accident. Xiaofeng needs to find a way to tell the boss as soon as possible. He moves his hand to get his phone from his pocket. Back at the fight, the fake Xiaofeng says he underestimated Chen-Li, and then kills another deadly spirit. Chen-Li is shocked by this and asks how it's even possible. The imposter moves in to attack Chen-Li, thinking that to get better results, he needs to push this kid to his absolute fighting limit. The imposter avoids breaking or standing still, then throws Chun-Li away with a punch. He hits Chun-Li in the chest again, saying that today he'll show him what a real warrior looks like. The imposter notices Chun-Li's chest is damaged, figures he shouldn't be able to breathe easily. Chun-Li breathes heavily, and asks why the imposter didn't just kill him earlier. The imposter replies that even after such a beating, Chun-Li can still keep a clear head. He confesses that his goal is to destroy Chun-Li's meridians and force him out of Shangjing. Chun-Li thinks this person wants to drive him out of Shangjing and cripple him, wondering if it could be someone from the Qin family. The imposter gets ready to attack Chun-Li again, believing this will be the final blow, hoping Chun-Li can survive it and not be beaten to death. Just then Liang King arrives, her face hidden by a mask, and throws a knife at the imposter. The imposter tells her not to get in his way. Liang King tells Chun-Li to run fast. The imposter replies that if they interfere, it's his own good deeds that make him want to run. Then pushes Liang King, making her fall on top of Chun-Li, and his mask comes off. Chun-Li asks if Liang King is okay and is surprised to see her. The imposter assures Chun-Li that no one is bothering them now. The imposter agrees, mentioning that he also wants to test Chun-Li's strength and gather his magic. The imposter observes Chun-Li, thinking that someone suddenly injured at the Tanjong point can still show such strong ability. Calling him a genius, they both get ready to attack each other. The fake Xiaofeng remarks that Chun-Li did impress him, but this time it's all over. The imposter strikes Chun-Li on the neck, knocking him unconscious. He then leaves the scene thinking that's all he can do, and the rest is up to Chun-Li. The scene then shifts to Zhang Jin, who is practicing meditation. He wondered if he was doing the martial arts moves correctly, the ones brother Chun-Li had given him. He thought the posture felt a bit off, so he decided to tweak it based on what he saw in a book. He wasn't sure if his new way was right, or if he should stick to the original. He figured he needed to ask brother Chun-Li for guidance, but then he realized it had been 7 or 8 hours already, and Chun-Li still hadn't done anything. Meanwhile, Chun-Li was in his room meditating, and thinking that the guy was definitely trying to kill him. He wondered why the man had eventually passed on his power to him, and what he really wanted. If he couldn't refine this aura right now, he was afraid he'd never get the chance to find out the answer. Outside, Qingyin Chu showed up carrying a bunch of packets. Zhang Jin asked her what all that stuff was for. She explained that the doctors hadn't found anything wrong with Chun-Li last night, but Zhang Jin was still super worried, so he bought these just in case. Zhang Jin felt relieved that his sister-in-law had thought of everything. She asked if anything had happened to Chun-Li while they were gone. He replied that he'd been keeping an eye on Chun-Li, but there hadn't been any sign of anything weird. Suddenly a magical burst erupted from Chun-Li's room, instantly grabbing both their attention. Zhang Jin wondered what was going on, asking if it was an earthquake. He replied that it seemed to be coming from brother Chun-Li's room, and Qingyin Qiu immediately rushed towards it. They got to his room and Qingyin Qiu asked if he was alright. Chun-Li said he was fine, and then asked what brought her to Shangjing so suddenly. She explained, it was because of a phone call she got from Liang Qing last night. Their new ointment was selling super well in Shangjing. He had actually been planning to come in a few days to surprise him. Jiang Jun tried to greet Chun-Li, but Liang Qing just grabbed his shirt and pulled him out of the room. He asked what she was doing. Chun-Li explained that he'd been too busy to go back and visit her. Qingyin Chu mentioned that he'd done a lot of scary stuff without telling her. He asked if she ever thought about him at all just then. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up some blood. She immediately asked what was wrong with him, wondering if something serious was happening. He told her not to panic, and asked her to let him check it out himself first. She agreed. He realized it was probably because the aura from his breakthrough hadn't been fully refined yet. It looked like to truly merge that power, he still needed to find the heavenly treasures the old man used to possess. She expressed her fear, thinking she might have made him angry. He told her it was okay, totally normal, and that he probably just practiced a bit too much lately. She then mentioned that, by the way, he had helped Master Zhang Jin step into the world of martial arts, so he could train too. He asked if she wanted to train as well. She replied that she was his wife, and she hoped to stand by his side one day, especially since she'd decided last time that she'd be his for life. He said, well, now that I've thought about it, let's give it a try after a while. Chin Li quietly left the room, while Ching Yin-chu was sleeping and headed downstairs. He saw Yang King and asked why she was still awake. She explained that she had just been to Xiao Feng's place, and after swapping information with him, she believed what happened in the 19th Division back then couldn't possibly be that simple. Chin Li told her that the military just saw her as a glorified soldier, so she really should keep her distance from Shang Jin. She agreed and thanked him for looking out for her. As he headed for the door, she asked if he was going out. He replied that he needed to check on the old man from yesterday. She offered to go along, but he turned her down, saying he had his own plans for this, and they'd see if the old man had anything to do with it. A Qin house guard mentioned that only the master of the Qin family was allowed into that chamber, and it was always being watched. The other guard confirmed it. Meanwhile, inside the Qin family's secret room, Qin Li was looking through books and realized that the highest level martial artist in their family's history had only ever reached the 5th level. He figured it really seemed like the old man had no connection to the Qin family. After all, then he spotted a note tucked inside a book. I read it and understood that Master Qin had planned all of this way ahead of time. The note said that Master Qin would tell Qin Li everything he wanted to know once he reached the higher levels of martial arts. Qin Li wondered if there was even a level beyond the 9th for martial artists. Just then, Qin Muse and his father walked past the room and greeted each other. Qin Muse asked if Staff Sergeant Wang had mentioned anything about who was participating in this year's martial arts tournament. Qin Li said no. Qin Muse then asked what was wrong. Qin Li explained that the books in the room weren't where they should be, which meant an outsider might have gotten in. Qin Li wondered if he'd been found, but no. Qin Li was actually talking about someone else who had been in the room. Qin Muse clarified that it was actually him. He'd gone in yesterday to see if there were any books that could help with his martial arts training. His father told him not to go into the secret room anymore, explaining there were many things in there he shouldn't touch. Qin Muse acknowledged this and said he understood. Qin Li picked out a painting and said he'd send it to Staff Sergeant Wang first thing tomorrow, and then he could ask about the martial arts tournament himself. Qin Muse just said okay. Qin Li then asked what Qin Muse mentioned. He'd heard that their grandfather had left behind some elixirs in the past, ones that were supposed to quickly boost a martial artist's rank. Qin Li wondered if it was a cleansing pill. Qin Muse's father confirmed it, saying his grandfather really did have one of those pills. Qin Muse suggested that if the pill was so powerful, why not let him try one? Qin Li explained that it was a half-finished product with tons of side effects, and his grandfather had actually destroyed it before anyone could use it. Qin Muse suspected that Qin Li might not know about it because it was hidden. They then left the secret room. Qin Li asked if she was looking for something too. Zhu Xuani, who was also hiding in the secret room, confirmed it, saying yes. She said she didn't think Commander Qin could still find his, even though it was hidden so well. Qin Li believed the scent was Qin Muse's. He apologized for any offense. Hearing a sound, Qin Li moved towards her and told her not to make a peep, warning that they could both get caught. He then spotted Qin Muse in the room, and wondered what Qin Muse was trying to do by sneaking around. Qin Muse pushed some books aside, and mentioned that he finally managed to get the old man to leave. He spots a small vase and realizes the old man tried to trick him, claiming the medicine was destroyed. Good thing he was careful. He figures a small side effect is no big deal if it makes him stronger. Maybe even a lie his grandpa made up to get stronger himself. He pops the pill, swallows it, and shouts that it's super hot. Suddenly he transforms into a monster. Qin Li watches, wondering what kind of pill this is, seeing other genes trying to merge with Qin Muse. Qin Muse, meanwhile, thinks he never expected to feel this pill's power so soon. Someone asks if he wants them to answer calls for him. Qin Li grabs Shushu's hand and takes off, telling her to keep up. Qin Muse is right behind them. Qin Li thinks it's not the right time to show who he really is. Qin Muse yells that he'll kill them when he catches them. She remembers. The old man told her to put the paper in the Qin family house, which was supposed to help her meet him. He didn't believe it was actually happening. Qin Li tells her to stop running and stay put. They turn onto another street and he pushes her to hurry that way. But then her foot twists and she falls. She figures they can't escape today. She also thinks Godfather should have told her that, if she could successfully take over this guy, boosting her cultivation levels quickly would be easy. He tells Qin Li that Commander Qin Li is too fast, and she just can't keep up. He replies that he's not the only one who's quick. Qin Muse almost gets them, but they manage to dodge his attack. He wonders why Chin Li came to him when he wasn't even looking for him. He thinks Chin Li caught up super fast, and wonders if he took one of those forbidden power-boosting drugs Godfather talked about. He also ponders why she's with Chin Li, maybe on Officer Wang's orders. He reminds himself that everything is still in his hands, so it's not the time to upset Officer Wang. He asks why the people who were just there suddenly vanished. She replies that he can't seem to see them, and wonders if this is the side effect the head of the Chin family mentioned. Chin Muse asks where they went and tries to run. She slaps him and he demands to know who dared to hit him. She thinks he's not faking it. He then runs off in another direction yelling, "If you guys are so amazing, then don't run." They both just watch him go. Chin Li remembers being close to Officer Wang, and asks her why she's with him. She suggests Commander Chin Li shouldn't ask, adding that she hasn't seen him tonight anyway. He replies that since she put it that way, he won't push it. She compliments him saying she likes smart people like him. Her phone rings and it's Godfather. She tells Godfather she'll rush back right now. Then Chin Li tells her all right, go tell him. He then brings up Officer Wang's request, and she says she's afraid she'll have to bother him to follow her. Meanwhile, Chin Muses vows that one day, he will definitely make everyone who angered him pay. The scene then cuts to the military base yard where Chin Li arrives, overhears their chat, and wonders if he took some forbidden drugs before speeding off. Meanwhile, Chin Muse spots Chin Li, and announces that Commander Chin Li has finally arrived, and they've been waiting for ages. Jugaswini, noticing Chin Muse's face, asks what happened. He quickly explains that he had so many files yesterday, that he accidentally slapped himself, asking them not to tease him about it. Commander Wang laughs it off, telling his niece not to tease Chin Muse anymore, since everyone's here and it's time to get down to business. He then tells Chin Li that the people gathered are Shangjin's most powerful individuals. The chief has decided these 4 will represent Shangjin in the martial arts competition happening next month in Tianhai City. Chin Li asks about this martial arts competition. Commander Wang confirms it's real, explaining that this year, it's the most advanced and largest scale fighting competition yet. I'm confident that with Commander Chin Li leading these individuals, they'll definitely snag first place. Commander Wang thinks to himself that Chin Li probably already guessed he wouldn't turn down this offer. He continues saying that Shangjing's representatives have now been officially decided. In previous competitions, he was happy enough just for the guys to participate and get some practice, but this year he's really hoping they'll secure first place. Shushin then asks if there's something special about this year's trophy. Commander Wang reveals that he heard the first place prize is the incredibly rare and valuable secret herb, the Fire Saint Lotus. Chin Li asks about the Fire Saint Lotus, thinking to himself that it's the precious herb that could help him cultivate spiritual energy. Commander Wang asks what, and Chin Li quickly laughs it off, saying it's nothing. He's just never heard of that kind of herb before and is a bit curious. Commander Wang then remembers that Chin Li also has another identity as a godly doctor, so of course he'd be interested in such things. Chin Li then turns to Ju Swanee asking if she has any advice. She addresses him as team leader. She explains that she's the weakest on the team, being only a 3rd-ranked fighter, and asks how he plans to personally train her before the competition. He agrees, suggesting they set a time for everyone to meet and discuss. Commander Wang tells Chin Li that his daughter is in his hands, and Chin Li agrees. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuanyi thinks to herself that he'll become one of her people, sooner or later. Zhu Xuanyi arrives at Chin Li's home, knocking on the door and asking if it's Commander Chin Li's residence. Hearing the knock, Liang Qing places her dagger on the table, opens the door and greets her. Good morning. Commander Liang Qing then asks who she's looking for. Joshua and I steps inside asking if Commander Chin Li doesn't live there. Liang Qing meanwhile thinks to herself, Commander, the boss is a military member now too. She also wonders who this woman is as she looks familiar. Liang Qing asks her again if she's looking for Chin. Suddenly voices can be heard from an upstairs room. Chin Yan Su exclaims, Kin Li, be more gentle. Zhuo Xianyi gets excited, saying the team captain is so thrilling, thinking no wonder he's a man I'm interested in. He's good at everything. Meanwhile upstairs, Chin Li is actually trying to start a car with Chin Yan Su. He asks how she's feeling and if she's okay. She confirms she is, while Ju Xuanyi comments that the captain is doing an excellent job. After searching for something, they both head to the bathroom. Qin Li helps Qin Yanchu into the tub, and tells her to soak and relax to relieve her fatigue, mentioning that he'll be leaving first. She starts to unwind but notes it's pretty sore. As he walks down the stairs, a long-haired girl spots him and shouts, "Captain, you're finally done." He asks why she's there, and she just shakes her head no. He quickly explains it's not what she's imagining. Just then Qin Yanchu shows up, saying he left his stuff behind. Zhu Xianyi looks at Qin Yanchu, thinking she never thought he'd be into someone like that. Qin Yanchu hands him some papers, then playfully pinches him from behind, whispering who she is all while keeping her eyes on Zhu Xianyi. He checks the papers and admits his memory isn't the best. He offers to introduce them, explaining that Qin Yanchu is his wife, and Liang Qing is his colleague, who now works at his medical clinic. He also introduces Zhu Shiwan as one of the participants in the Shangjing martial arts competition. Zhu Shiwan wonders why the captain kept such a beautiful wife, a secret from everyone, even suggesting that if he's married, he could always get a divorce. Jin Yanchu replies that he's a pretty low-key guy, who doesn't like to show off his affection. She thinks to herself, one Zhang Yan wasn't enough. Now there's another one. Just when I thought I dealt with one problem, another pops up. He explains that he wants her to come with him to Shangjing, but she's been super busy with her company and hasn't had the chance. He tells Zhu Shiwanyi he's put together a training schedule just for her, based on her abilities, and suggests she check it out to get familiar with the plan. They all head out. He mentions there's only half a month left until the martial arts competition, and for Zhu Shiwanyi, the main goal is to hit the 4th level of martial arts. He adds that Qin Yanchu and Liang Qing can follow his training too, just to see what they're capable of. But Qin Yanchu doesn't have the basics down, so she'll need a lot of fundamental exercises. She asks if he's serious about such an intense workout. Joshua also points out that jumping 2 levels in just half a year sounds impossible. He insists that as long as they stick to his plans, it's totally doable. He warns them that during training, he won't go easy on anyone, no matter who he's teaching. An hour later, all 3 girls are deep into their exercises. He tells Liang Qing to use her arms to boost her power. As the air moves strongly, he advises Zhu Xianyi to slowly rise and squat, feeling the air flow through her core. Qin Yanchu cuts in, saying she can't go on because it hurts way too much. Zhu Xianyi mentions she still can't feel the aura flow he talked about. He looks surprised and asks if something's wrong. She asks if he's a doctor and if he could check her out. He walks over, takes her wrist, and says he should take a look. Meanwhile, Qin Yanchu calls out to him, explaining she's been doing his exercises for a bit, and has been feeling something weird in her body, so she suggests he examine her too. He agrees and reaches for her hand, using his magic to check her. He figures her training should be the easiest, so there shouldn't be any problems. But as he places his hand on her head, he finds it odd that there doesn't seem to be any illness in Qin Yanchu's body. However, he spots a green breath coming from somewhere, and touches it with his magic. He wonders where this green breath is from, and why it feels like it's messing with the aura in his own body. He questions what this thing is, and then sees a magical shadow behind Qin Yanchu, asking why it's appeared in her body. He tried to touch the green energy, wondering why its scent felt so familiar, but it pushed him away hard. He thought about how close he came to having his mind taken over. Qin Yanchu asked if something was wrong with her body, and he figured this entity was probably what was making her feel bad, but he had no idea what it was. It looked like it had been inside her for a while. He'd never heard her complain about feeling sick before, so it seemed her recent practice had woken it up. He told her not to worry, saying it wasn't a big deal and she'd be fine. After some rest, he realized his current power wasn't enough to deal with the entity inside her, and he needed to cultivate more strongly. He wondered if that was truly the situation. Just then Zhang Jin came over and asked about his brother. Zhang Jin said he'd been practicing the secret book he gave him, but hadn't felt anything. He thought about why Zhang Jin wasn't feeling anything, and considered that maybe Zhang Jin had been practicing so much lately that he hadn't noticed the changes in his own body. Qin Yanchu then suggested Zhang Jin try running a lap around the area. Surprised him, she confirmed her request and encouraged him to run. Zhang Jin sat down to get ready, thinking to himself, then started running really fast. Jin Yanshu asked if she could keep practicing, and Zhang Jin, who had just finished his run, came back mentioning how effective his marrow elixir was. Yang Jin suggested that if he gave him more, it might help even more. But he explained that the marrow pill's job was to transform the body, and taking more wouldn't make it work better. Jin Yanshu then asked what a marrow pill was, and Zhang Jun explained it was a bone-cleaning pill made by Qin Li, that I could turn someone into a martial artist. Zhou Shuani commented on how high quality the captain's elixir was, and asked for one herself. He gave her one, saying there were still a few left so they could each have one. Zhang Jin then quietly whispered to him that they wouldn't feel the same way he did when he took it, and ended up sleeping naked. He explained that the elixir had strong yin and weak yang properties, so women wouldn't have the same reaction he did. Zhu Xian secretly thought about how generous the boss was to give such an expensive elixir. Qin Yanshu took the pill and said it tasted super bitter. Zhu Xian suggested it would dissolve in her mouth, and found the captain's elixir to be quite sweet herself. He then went to his room to meditate, thinking about the extra force that had entered his body, and how his senses were getting stronger. He wondered if he could turn the formation's principles into a cultivating platform to help with practice, and he believed he had managed to do it. He realized that with this formation, they could not only speed up their own training, but also make it easier for others in the formation to practice with less effort. He then heard a knock at the door and got up to leave the room, leaving Qin Yanshu asleep. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Zhu Xiaoerni sitting there in a seductive way. She asked for the captain's help, saying she felt really uncomfortable. She lay back on the floor and said her body was burning up. He told her to behave herself and tried to close the door, but she grabbed the door and said she had dressed up for him, asking if he wasn't interested in seeing her like this. He replied that he was a family man too, and thanked her for her kindness. She just said, "So what? It's not like you can't get a divorce if you're married." She added that she'd heard the captain was a member of the Chu family, and they hadn't given him any benefits. And he responded by saying that Qin Yanshu and he were husband and wife, stressing how much he cared for her. He also said there were some things she didn't know, and told Miss Zhu Shuani to go back and quickly close the door. Zhu Shuani ignored his request, insisting that a man like the captain surely needed more than just one woman. She even suggested that Qin Yanshu could be the elder wife, and she'd happily be the younger one. But before she could finish, the door slammed right into her face inside. He vowed never to betray Qin Yanshu, who it turned out was now awake and listening to the whole thing. Zhou Shuani, still outside, tried to talk to the captain again, insisting she was serious. He just told her to leave, and hoped she wouldn't try anything like this again. Zhou Shuani, however, secretly decided she wasn't giving up on him. Fast forward a month and everyone was at the airport. Qin Yanshu warned Qin Li to be careful of the women in Tianhai City. Once he got there he nodded, taking her advice. Zhu Shuani then chimed in, reassuring Qin Yangsu that she'd take good care of the captain for her. Qin Yangsu secretly thought Zhu Shuani was just using her martial arts status to mess with her, but she thanked her anyway on her husband's behalf. Once they were on the plane, Qin Yangsu told Jiang Jin to join her, reminding him it was time to get back to work. She asked where Liang Qing was. He also wondered if she'd been there just a second ago. Qin Mu felt like someone was watching them, and then he spotted someone reading a newspaper. As everyone settled into their seats, Liang Qing decided she'd follow the boss no matter what, pulling the newspaper away from her face. Zhu Xiaoerni tried to cleverly maneuver herself to sit next to Qin Li, but she accidentally landed right in Commander Wang's lap instead. She immediately snapped at Qin Mu, telling him to watch where he was stepping, and asking if he ever paid attention. She hugged him, apologizing and checking if she'd hurt him. Zhu Cheng then told Zhu Xianyi that she seemed to have confused him with someone else, which left her completely shocked. As she realized her mistake, he politely asked her to stand up. Qin Li then mentioned that, according to Staff Sergeant Wang, Shangjing had never actually won a martial arts tournament. Zhu Cheng replied, saying he'd met some really skilled martial artists before. Qin Li thought about how he'd encountered advanced martial artists himself, and wondered how close he was to becoming a level 9 martial artist. He wasn't sure if he'd be up against a level 9 or even higher opponent. After some time they finally arrived in Tianhai City. Jeshuani exclaimed that they'd finally made it, but she was totally exhausted. She called the captain over, asking him to take a look around. He privately mused that the world of martial artists seemed way more complicated than he'd first imagined. Meanwhile, Tang Yi warned Zaiwen not to bully people so much, but Zaiwen just said she planned to bully Tang Yi too, then kicked her away. The other girls quickly rushed to help Tang Yi, asking if she was okay. Zaiwen, who was the captain of the Tianhai team, reminded everyone that the event was organized by the Tianhai city military and her brother was the commander there. Tang Yi pointed out that Zaiwen was breaking the competition rules. Zaiwen just laughed, brushing off the rules and flexing her authority. She offered to let Tang Yi and her team go if Tang Yi would agree to accompany him tonight. One of Zaiwen's team members agreed with that, while another commented that it really depended on Zaiwen's decision, whether a small town team like theirs could even compete. In response, she tried to kick him and told him to shut up, but he grabbed her leg and suggested she shouldn't be angry, because he'd make her feel better later that night. She shot back, telling him to go to hell, and tried to punch him again, but he stopped her, commented that her skills weren't good enough and then kicked her away. A gray-haired man then chimed in, saying a small snake couldn't beat a mighty dragon, especially since he was last year's third-place winner. Her partner agreed, pointing out that this girl was just getting abused. Angie tried to attack him one more time, while Chin Li thought to himself that the old man's methods hadn't just improved his own cultivation, but the aura had also transferred to Chin Li. Chin Li could now see the moves coming, and told her to block with her left hand, while gathering energy in her right. She snapped back, saying, people who didn't get what was happening should just keep quiet. But she followed his lead, moving her body just as he said, and then he told her to use her right foot to kick straight for his head. She did exactly that and managed to kick Zaiwen right off his feet. Zaiwen couldn't believe it, and she herself wondered if she'd actually won. She asked Shinli to hold on a second and thanked him for his help. She then asked if everyone was just there to watch the competition, but Juji, Shinny clarified that they were there to compete just like her. She questioned competing with only 3 people, but Commander Wang corrected her, saying there were actually 4 participants. Chin Li, however, wondered why he didn't see Chin Muse around. Chin Li secretly met someone who handed him a bottle, saying, "Here's that item you asked for." He took it, and the person told him it was just 1 pill, advising him not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Chin Muse thought to himself that it really depended on the situation, figuring that even if it was poison, it would be fine if it could boost his cultivation. He was determined to get his hands on the Holy Fire Lotus, and promised not to let their leader down. Juk Shawani wondered why Chin Muse's stomach was so upset. After only a few hours of flying, something she hadn't expected, Chin Li, who wasn't even close to being their captain, quickly clarified who he was. Tang Yi was surprised to find out that Chin Li was the captain. Chin Li tried to shake her hand, and she thought to herself that not all men were as annoying as the ones they'd met earlier. Zhuge Xianyi tried to stop him, but Tang Yi went ahead anyway, shook Chin Li's hand, and introduced herself as Captain Tang Yi of the North Coast team. Chin Li commented that it was their first time there, and suggested they just laugh it off. Jaiwen also stood up, curious about this new arrival, saying she'd never seen him before. Commander Wang stepped forward, and told Chin Li that he'd been looking for them for half the day. He handed Chin Li a card, explaining that Yuji Shivani would help them take care of everything. Chin Li expressed his gratitude, thanking Sergeant Wang for his help. Doug Shiwangi reassured him, calling him Godfather Chai when noticed their interaction, and wondered what kind of luck this guy had to get Wang Xiaoyi's favor. Captain Kaio Shun mentioned that he knew someone named Chin Li. The scene then shifted to the hotel where they were staying. Enlai emerged from the bath, thinking about Jaiwen, who got 3rd place last year, which made him wonder who the 1st place winner was. Zhuge Xianyi was also in the bath, pondering her godfather and if he'd set things up this way, because he already knew what she was thinking. She wondered, what kind of person would disturb someone trying to rest at night? Just as the doorbell rang, Chinli went to check the door and found Jaiwan standing there, who apparently thought his charming personality and good looks would win her over. Jaiwan combed his hair, and as the door opened, he quickly spoke to Zhuge Shiwani, asking if she remembered him. Chinli apologized, explaining that he had the wrong person, and privately wondered why Zaiwan was even there, and why he'd been told to open the door. Chinli promptly closed the door right in Zaiwan's face. Zhuge Xianyi, who had just gotten out of the bath, asked who was calling her from outside. Jaiwan rushed and introduced himself as Jaiwan and knelt down, trying to offer her a rose. She acknowledged him as brother Jaiwan, and he was surprised she remembered him. He claimed he'd come specifically to apologize, and she asked him what exactly he was apologizing for. He apologized for not looking out for her that afternoon, blaming it on all the strangers around. He got closer to her, offering to take care of her. While checking out her new look, she just shot back that she didn't expect him to still be such a jerk after all this time, then promptly kicked him away. She wondered how a shameless guy like him even thought he could hit on her, unless he grew up and became a man like his. Captain Chin Li looked surprised, and Jaiwan immediately put him down, calling him a country bumpkin and reminding everyone who he was. He insisted it wasn't up to him to decide anything, adding that he wasn't even good enough for a level 5 martial artist like her captain. Jaiwan thought about her comment on being a level 5 martial artist, and actually thanked her for it. He said they'd see about that later and then just left the scene, then switched to a match, where a commentator was announcing that martial artists from all over the country had arrived in Tianhai. First up was the event's host, Captain Jaiwan from the Tianhai City team with his crew. Then Captain Kaneo Shun and his team from Jin City made their entrance. Commentator introduced the only all-female team in the tournament, led by Captain Tang Ying, before moving on to the last team. The commentator quickly apologized for a little mix-up, clarifying that the captain of the Shangjing team was actually Chin Li, not Su Chun. Someone in the audience asked who this unfamiliar contestant was, saying they'd never heard of him. The crowd started buzzing, calling him a newbie and even joking that he looked like a doctor. They couldn't believe the Shangjing team had sunk so low. The commentator then laid out the tournament rules, explaining it was a one-on-one battle royale. The first fighter would be picked by drawing lots, with the shortest straw going first. After that, other team members would take turns challenging each other. There were no weapon restrictions, and the champion would be the one who beat everyone else. The commentator also mentioned that the winner would get a year of free access to the Precious team and the cultivation world's greatest treasure, the Holy Fire Lotus. The audience watched in shock, with one person exclaiming they never expected to find a sacred fire lotus here. Apparently this lotus could cure all sorts of poisons, and was super important for martial artists trying to push past their cultivation limits. The commentator told the captains to draw their lots, and they all picked their numbers. Tangi drew number 4, tossed it aside, and announced she'd be leading her team. Jaiwan remarked that Captain Tangi was really brave as she stepped into the ring to fight. He joined her in the ring, mentioning how he'd shared some tricks with her yesterday on how to beat him, and now they'd see who would help her in this battle royale. Jaiwan warned her not to expect the same luck she had yesterday. She admitted he might be tough, but she couldn't lose to him. He said he wanted to see what she could do, and got ready to attack using his green energy. Someone in the audience commented that she'd made him suffer a lot yesterday, so it looked like she might have a tough time today. Another person felt bad that such a beautiful lady was facing such challenges. Jaiwan quickly ran towards her, and she was amazed by his speed as he kicked her away. Ju Cheng noted he hadn't seen Zan in a year, and didn't expect him to get so powerful. He saw Zayun's looming scorpion, and worried he might have already hit the spiritual energy transfiguration stage. Kinley wondered if all martial artists could transform their aura into a specific form. He later clarified that only level 6 or higher martial artists could do this, and he was worried their team wouldn't have an easy time winning against them. Shin Li agreed and suggested they just do their best. Jaiwan approached Tangi again, telling her to just give up, warning that she'd only suffer if she kept going. Tangi just laughed, asking why she'd ever admit defeat. She remembered her father telling her she was good for nothing, and that everything in the house belonged to her brother. She wondered why, especially since she'd earned her own achievements. She remembered her father angrily yelling that she should never even think about coming back home. Once she walked out that door, and she ended up leaving, her father just brushed off her dreams of becoming a martial artist, calling it the biggest joke he'd ever heard. Snapping back to reality, Tangi asked who he thought he was to force her to lose, then channeled her energy and launched an attack. She punched him hard, sending him flying. Ju Cheng looked surprised, noting that she actually counterattacked. Someone in the audience wondered how a 6th-level martial artist like Tangi had battle skills usually seen in 7th-level fighters. Chin Li hadn't expected her to put up such a fight. Tangy sat down acknowledging her win, but knew she'd need some time to recover from that level breaking. Combat attack. Jaewon got back up, suggesting it was way too early to think she'd won. He totally belittled her level, saying she didn't even have the right to scratch his back. Using all his energy he charged at her, practically saying goodbye. She realized it was over and found herself unable to move. Her teammates rushed in to protect her, but he quickly attacked and took them all down. He questioned their nerve for trying a sneak attack on him, asking if they had a death wish. Chin-Li noticed his broken leg, and thought he seemed pretty formidable, even though Ju Chang and his team were only 1 or 2 levels below that guy in strength. It was no wonder Ju Chang was so worried. He then glanced at Chin-Li. Joshua Ni approached Chin-Li and suggested she should fight in the next round. Chin-Li asked if she wanted to represent Shangjing and fight in the first match. She confirmed it, and he thought that with her skills, challenging Jaewon was pretty risky, but if she targeted his weak spot, she might actually have a chance to win. She asked if that was okay, and he replied that he supposed so, but advised her to be careful and use a specific signal if she was losing. Jaewon laughed, asking if no one dared to challenge him now. Ju Chang commented that she hadn't expected the captain to have already predicted everything. She stepped into the ring for the fight and challenged him for the second match. He playfully suggested he'd go easy on her. He shot back, saying he'd spare her, but wouldn't be responsible if he messed up her beautiful face. He retorted that it was unclear who would end up in trouble, asking if he'd forgotten the pain from yesterday. He angrily shouted that since she wanted to play, he'd have some fun with her, then charged towards her to attack. Ju Chang hoped she could last a bit longer, at least not lose too badly, and she quickly dodged his attack. She tried to kick him between the legs, but he caught her leg and she pleaded for him to let go. He tightened his grip, saying there was no point in struggling, and got ready to punch her. She asked for a moment, conceding defeat, but he refused, stating he wasn't done playing with her yet. She offered to let him go if he could be seductive. He excitedly asked if she was serious, and she confirmed it. He released her leg, thinking that, even though he wouldn't dare to offend Staff Sergeant Wang, she started it, so it wasn't his fault. However, she suddenly attacked his broken leg and he screamed in pain, surprising the audience, who wondered what was going on. Jaewon commented on his acting skills, and she was shocked, asking if he hadn't hurt his right leg. He explained that he had completed the quenching of his body and was about to reach the arts, so he could easily withstand her little attack. He punched her away, saying he was just teasing her. The commentator then announced that Ziwon from Tianhai City had successfully defended the ring, and the challenge was still on. Chin-Li got up, put his drink on a chair, and declared he'd take care of things this time. Ju Chang also stood up, saying he should be the one to handle him first. Du Chang mentioned he wanted to use this competition to find a way to break through his cultivation. Chin-Li agreed, telling him to be careful. Meanwhile, Ju Xuani returned, and as she passed them, she thought about the renewed rivalry between the Ju and Zai families. Ju Chang then entered the ring, which surprised Chin-Li again. Ju Xuani explained that in past martial arts competitions, Ju Chang, who was the captain, had actually been defeated by Zai Wan. Even though both the Ju and Zai families were military families, their relationship wasn't exactly friendly. Zaiwan bragged that no matter how many times Ju Chang tried, he'd still lose, which made Ju Chang tell him to shut up. Ju Chang tried to attack, but Zaiwan countered, scolding him for not making any progress. He then delivered a powerful blow to Ju Chang's neck, sending him flying. Zaiwan wondered if Ju Chang really thought it was easy to break an immortal body of a 7th level martial artist. Chin-Li checked his drink and found it was empty. Zaiwan started gathering energy to attack Commander Wang, but Chin-Li quickly threw his empty drink can right at Zaiwan's face. Stopping in his tracks, Zaiwan demanded to know who threw it. Chin-Li raised his hand, confirming it was him. Zaiwan asked if Captain Chin-Li had seen Ju Chang about to lose, and tried to help him. Chin-Li replied that there were winners and losers in the ring, and Ju Chang losing to him wasn't shameful, especially given Zaiwan's current strength. He also added that he was just checking if Ju Chang was truly immortal. Down there, he gestured downwards and laughed, saying that Commander Chin Li found his needle technique powerful, just as a needle touched his leg. The audience commented that Chin Li wasn't just there to joke around. Right, they laughed, agreeing that it seemed true. Tang Yi thought about Chin Li's strength, realizing that joking around wouldn't cause such a severe loss, unless the opponent was completely overwhelmed. She reflected that she hadn't expected to meet someone so powerful. In this year's match, Tai and Shun remarked, "What a pity, Captain Tang Yi. The taste of defeat isn't good, is it? No matter who challenges the Tianhai City team, they're bound to lose," she responded, advising him not to assume that his Jin City team and the Tianhai team would get the upper hand again. Like last time, she predicted that this year he would be the one to suffer defeat, and he should just wait and see. Tai and Shin described her as a stubborn person. In response, Chin Li stated he would take care of the situation, while Zhu Chang asked the captain to be careful. Zaiwen thought to himself that Chin Li was only a 5th-level martial artist, wondering how he would deal with his opponent. Chin Li asked Captain Zaiwen to go easy on him. Zaiwen responded that, since it was Captain Chin Li's first time leading the team, he could make the first 2 moves. He thought that he couldn't possibly break through Zaiwen's defense. With just 2 moves, he then proposed, asking if Chin Li would let him have 2 moves instead. He further inquired if Captain Chin Li didn't like the arrangement, adding that he could give him a few more strikes. Okay. The audience shouted that even before the fight began, Chin Li's spirit had already dropped by half, and someone else commented that it happened because he ran into Zaiwen. Chin Li agreed, saying okay, but for safety's sake he'd wear these gloves first, showing off a pair of boxing gloves. Zhu Chang asked him not to hold back, and Sergeant Wang observed that she seemed confident. She totally confirmed her confidence, pointing out how sharp Godfather Sergeant Wang's eye was. The brown-haired guy wondered if he heard wrong, then turned to his friend to ask who that guy even was. His friend said he didn't know him personally, but recognized him as Staff Sergeant Wang from Shangjing. Sergeant Wang mentioned how surprised he was that Zaiwen took down so many opponents so fast, thinking his strength had really shot up since last year. Zhu Chang was super confident, saying their team leader would probably beat him in just 10 hits, just like their godfather wanted. Sergeant Wang nodded in agreement. The scene then switched, and someone in the audience was eager to see if Chin Li could actually back up his big talk. Another person brought up that Zaiwen had beaten him before, hoping this time they could really show off Tianhai City's power in Yongjing. Zaiwen then challenged Chin Li to a fight, daring him to move him back even half a step, promising to consider that a win. Chin Li accepted the challenge, saying he'd take a shot. Zaiwen admitted Chin Li was pretty impressive. Then Chin Li struck Zaiwen and sent him flying. Zaiwen was totally frustrated that his defense got breached, getting super angry and thinking, "No way this is happening." He quickly popped open a small bottle and chugged all the pills inside, absolutely determined not to lose. He figured out his strength was just too drained earlier, which was why he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Chinlai realized Tianhai City's edge in the competition might be because they had an alchemist supplying these pills. Zaiwen went through a huge transformation after taking the pills, turning into a seriously tough opponent. He then challenged Chinlai to come and try to face him. Chin Li moved forward and kept landing powerful blows. The audience was shocked by Zaiwen's sudden power-up, but even more so by Chin Li's continued strength, wondering how he was still so strong. Zaiwen himself was surprised by Chin Li's abilities, since he originally thought Chin Li was just a level 5 martial artist. Chin Li got ready to attack again, but Zaiwen actually admitted defeat. He clarified that he totally misunderstood him. Chin Li then said he wanted to see the power of those pills for himself. Zaiwen responded saying Chin Li could have as many pills as he wanted, but he doubted if Chin Li would have the life or endurance to actually get them. Then he ensnared Chin Li with his magic. Suddenly Chin Li found himself in unfamiliar surroundings, pondering the strong presence of an evil aura. This magical trap had transported Chin Li back to his childhood. His mother told him to come eat, asking why he was still just standing there. He wondered what was even happening to him right now. He started to walk towards the food, but suddenly blood began spreading everywhere. He saw a crowd gathered around a funeral, and someone commented that the Chin family totally deserved this for all their wrongdoings. The person mentioned hearing there was blood all over the house that day. Expressing pity for the little boy, Chin Li pushed forward, asking people to make way, and was shocked to see the grave. Just then Qing Yinchu arrived. Chin Li asked her why she was there. She said she was sorry for not getting there on time, but even though his mom and dad weren't in this world anymore, there was no need to be sad. She moved closer and hugged him, telling him he'd be joining them down there right now. She pulled out a knife to stab him in the back, but Chin-Li grabbed her hand and threw her away, saying that even if she became more and more like Ching-In, her body odor was still just as unpleasant as before. Chin-Li was pretty shocked when the fake Qing-Yan suddenly turned into Qilong. He figured if he really wanted to fix things, he needed to get rid of this darkness first. But with everyone not cooperating and so many things in his way, he knew he had to seize this chance to push forward. He grabbed the knife off the floor, and noticed all the evil spirits lurking around. Chin-Li plunged the knife into the floor. Suddenly a bunch of Qi-Lan duplicates popped up, all yelling to kill him. Finley struck one of them, thinking that, while this guy's fighting skills weren't as good as Xian's, his ability to create illusions was definitely enough to cause some serious trouble. He realized that, if he didn't take out the old man behind these illusions, he'd probably end up completely fooled. Scene then switched to a fighting stadium. The commentator announced that Chin-Li had won the round, and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. Zaiwen watching thought that if even Killen couldn't beat Chin-Li, then this really seemed like the end of the line, and the commentator declared that if no one dared to compete, they might just announce Chin-Li as the winner of this year's martial arts competition. Just then Chin Muse showed up, saying to hold on because he hadn't competed with anyone yet. The commentator pointed out that Chin's team had already won, so there was no need for more fights. King Muse replied that even though their team, Shangjing, had beaten all the others, he didn't think there was any rule stopping them from sparring with their own teammates. This totally shocked everyone. Someone in the audience muttered that the game should have been over already, while another person remarked that this meant the prize would go to whoever won this new match. Commentator asked Chin-Li if he was okay with this. Chin-Li responded that the grand tournament wasn't bound by rules, so they should just follow them. With Captain Chin's agreement, the commentator then announced that the Beijing battle team would indeed face off. Chin Muse, already on stage, declared the match to begin. Chin Muse immediately said he was no match for the captain, and pleaded for mercy, all while transforming into a human monster. Chin-Li thought the scent was exactly the same as the last time. Chin Muse then claimed he wasn't a saint and moved into attack. Chin-Lei wondered why Chin Muse had pretended to be blind before, and stopped his attack. He asked Chin Muse if he could see him now. Why did he pretend to be blind last time? Chin Muse explained that if Miss Su hadn't been there, he wouldn't have survived this long. Chin-Lei realized it might be because of Sergeant Wang, and was surprised that the pill Chin Muse took earlier had boosted his power so much. Chin Muse declared he was revealing this now because he wanted Chin-Li dead, and lunged at him, but Chin-Li punched him, sending him flying, and a bottle of pills fell from Chin Muse's pocket. Shattering, Chin-Li spotted a pill, picked it up and wondered what it was. Chin-Li crushed the pill. Chin Muse was shocked, remembering Sergeant Wang giving it to him, and saying there was only one bottle left, to save it for emergencies. Chin Muse quickly moved towards the crushed pill, licked it off the floor and ate it, muttering that he couldn't waste it. The audience started asking what he was doing, as Chin Muse transformed into a monster. Ju Shun wondered what was happening, while Sergeant Wang thought the drugs were finally kicking in. Chin Muse lunged at Chin-Li, telling him to go to hell, but Chin-Li stopped him. Pushing him away, Chin-Li thought about how strong Chin Muse was, and how he had crushed that medicine. What exactly was it? He couldn't believe a pill could make someone so abnormal. Chin Muse attacked again, and Chin-Li decided that if that was the case, he'd use his other powers too. Chin Muse then transformed into an even bigger monster. Lin-Li watched him, realizing that the chi in Chin Muse's body was growing incredibly fast. Almost uncontrollably, he grabbed his magical needles, understanding that the pill's power had spread to the Baihui and Tianju points, and if they didn't stop him now, things would get really bad. Chin-Li proceeds to attack Chin Muse. He figures the only way to deal with this right now is to use acupuncture to seal Chin Muse's points and stop the medicine from spreading through his body. Meanwhile, Zhuge Chun remembers the last time he saw a Chin Muse come out of the Chin family chamber. He was totally blind back then, so this guy is seriously sneaky. Chin Muse is about to hit Chin-Li, but Chin-Li thinks, now's my chance, and throws his magical needles at him. Chin Muse drops. Chin-Li believes that's it, Chin Muse transforms back to his normal self and tries to get up. The commentator shouts that Chin Muse was practically about to blow up, and now he's completely messed up. The countdown begins but Chin Muse can't get back on his feet. The commentator announces that Chin Lee successfully defended the ring, and asks if anyone else wants to challenge him. Jaiwan playfully hits his friend and says, seriously, don't these guys usually boast about how amazing they are? His friends reply that they're not as good as Brother One, so they'd rather not try. The commentator then declares that since there are no more challengers, the winner of this year's martial arts championship is the captain of the Shangjin team, Chin Lee. He congratulates Captain Chin on winning this year's prize, the Sacred Fire Lotus. Chin Lee looks at the lotus and notices its powerful aura. Just being near it makes him feel his own aura getting stronger. Chin Muse cries out that he's in pain. Chin Lee looks at Chin Muse and realizes the pill's power is starting to go haywire. Chin Muse shouts that the Sacred Fire Lotus belongs to him. He yells again that the Sacred Fire Lotus is his and leaps towards it. Chin Lee sees this and thinks that the Sacred Fire Lotus has a massive amount of yang energy, and if it mixes with the pill energy in Chin Muse's body, it'll be a huge disaster. Chin Lee punches him, sending him flying. Sergeant Wang orders his men to stop Chin Muse. Chin Muse glares at Sergeant Wang, blaming him, and gets ready to attack him, seemingly ready to die in the process. Chin Lee looks at them and realizes Sergeant Wang is the one who gave Chin Muse the pill. Chin Lee steps between them, thinking that the pill's effects have already spread throughout Chin Muse's entire body. The only way to stop him now is to seal the veins near his heart. So Chin Lee throws his magical needles at him. Chin Muse is about to attack Sergeant Wang, but then he collapses. Ju Ji Jun checks on him and declares him dead. Chin Lee thinks Chin Muse won't die that easily, and it looks like his plan worked perfectly. Sergeant Wang tells Chin Lee not to worry, explaining that this is a life or death arena. He promises to inform the head of the Chin family and ensure Chin Muse gets a burial with the highest honors. He tells a soldier to send Chin Muse's body back to his family, and the soldier agrees. Sergeant Wang congratulates Chin Lee. Chin Lee thinks that he needs to keep Sergeant Wang alive and Chin Muse from truly dying until he can fully investigate everything. A little later, Chin Lee is walking down the street and calls out for Liang King to show herself. She apologizes, saying she was worried he might be in danger again, just like last time, which is why she followed him. Chin Lee thinks there are a lot of martial artists in Tianhai City, and her concern isn't totally unreasonable. He reassures her, telling her not to worry about him. He's just going to meet Staff Sergeant Wang, so there shouldn't be any danger. He then asks her to help him with something since she's already there. Soon after, Chin Lee found himself in a car with Sergeant Wang. Sergeant Wang told Chin Lee he probably had a lot of questions, but if he wanted answers, he'd have to put on a mask and come with him to meet someone. Chin Lee wasn't entirely sure about it, but he got the message. Sergeant Wang quickly added not to be offended, explaining it was just standard procedure, without orders from higher UPS. Information about these places was super confidential to the public. Chin Lee put the mask over his eyes, then joked that he must have misunderstood. He just wasn't a fan of the blindfold style. Sergeant Wang laughed, saying Commander Chin certainly had a good sense of humor. Chin Lee, meanwhile, started thinking about Liang King. It had been a while and he wondered what she was up to. He figured with her experience, knowledge and strength, he'd been working on things for a long time. It shouldn't be an issue for Chin Muse to follow Chin Lee's needle method. At the same time Liang King found Chin Muse, he quickly took down a guard, then grabbed a magical needle and pinned it onto Chin Muse's head. Chin Muse got up, asking where he was and if he wasn't dead yet. Liang King told him he'd be dead if it weren't for his boss. Chin Muse then asked who her boss was. She replied Chin Lee. Chin Muse was totally shocked to hear that. Back in the car, Sergeant Wang asked Chin Lee if he had any questions. Chin Lee said he didn't need to ask, because he was sure Sergeant Wang would give him answers. Once they arrived, he mused that the cultivation-boosting pills they were taking must have a limit, otherwise they wouldn't still be at the same level as Jai-1. Chin Lee then asked about the pill Chin Muse took. Ding Hong, who was now present, confirmed it was an advanced version of the pill he held in his hand. He explained that this pill, when consumed, enhanced physical strength, but he hadn't expected things to turn out the way they did. With Chin Muse, Ding Hong explained that his parents had paid a huge price to develop those pills. Chin Lee asked what he meant. Yi Ding-hong revealed that his parents' research back then was meant to create more talent for the military, but it also attracted the attention of people with bad intentions. Yi Ding-hong then opened a secret door and went inside. He remarked that if his parents were still around, the strength of the people in the base would be far greater. Qin followed him into the room, noticing photos covering the walls. Yi Ding-hong handed him a file, explaining it was the research his parents had left behind. Qin started reading through the file. The file detailed how at the end of their medical research, they were attacked by an outside force. Many researchers were killed or injured, and his parents' whereabouts remained unknown. After they left this file behind and vanished, Qin then asked Yi Ding-hong if he knew anything else about his parents. He replied of course. He told Qin that if he wanted to learn more about his parents, he'd have to complete a task for him first. It wasn't illegal. He just needed to safely escort a person to the US within 10 days. This person was closely connected to the project his parents worked on, and after a big incident, the institute suffered heavy casualties and substantial losses. Luckily, after several years of effort, they finally had a major breakthrough. At the same time, some folks got interested in the results, and even sent assassins to mess up the project again. King Lee figured the person he was escorting was an alchemist. He wondered why he was chosen specifically, when there were likely many strong martial artists available. He thought, did this kid figure out what I'm up to so easily? Yi Ding-hong insisted he had keen eyesight. He'd recruited all the previous tournament winners, but most of them relied on drugs for their strength, which didn't last long otherwise. He wouldn't have come to Qin Li. Qin Li remembered his parents researching pills for these martial artists, and sensed something off about their aura, but there was no other way to get more information about his parents. He told Yi Ding-hong he promised to fulfill the agreement and hoped Yi Ding-hong wouldn't forget it. Yi Ding-hong just said sure. Good deal. He handed Qin Li a bottle, telling him to take these pills along. He might need them if he ran into any half-step masters. Qin Li asked about half-step masters, wondering if he meant martial artists above level 9. Yi Ding-hong confirmed that yes, those above level 9 were considered half-step masters, possessing even more potent combat power. He explained that the person who provided these pills was attacked because of how effective they were. Qin Li realized he needed to finish refining the remaining aura in his body. He added that the pills he'd given Qin Li were more advanced, based on his parents' formula from back then, and he could use them with ease. He warned not to consume too many at once. A little later, Qin Li meditated holding the sacred fire lotus. He thought about Master Qin, saying he'd reveal everything once Qin Li broke through level 9. He wondered if Chifa being by his side was also Master Qin's plan. He reflected on everything that had happened, from receiving a military award to participating in a tournament, to winning the sacred fire lotus. Realizing it all seemed perfectly planned, knowing he needed to uncover the truth, he decided to concentrate on his training, and started working on magical techniques with the pills. The next morning he kept meditating, thinking about how fast time flew, but he felt the energy in his body had been refined, and his body felt much more relaxed. Suddenly he heard music, got startled, jumped out of bed and wondered what was going on. Zhu Jishun, hearing the noise from Qin Li's room, wondered if the captain had some unique training method. He answered his phone and asked what was up. Qin Yanchu told him to come home fast. She said their mom, dad, and Chu Zitong were in a car accident, and were at Chungcheong Hospital. The doctor said Chu Zitong's condition was getting worse. He promised he'd be right there. He drove fast, wondering how they ended up in such a bad accident so suddenly. He then noticed a car chasing him, which soon collided with his vehicle. He struggled to stop his car. The punks in the other car asked why he was driving so fast, guessing he wanted to go save someone, and seemed to be sizing him up. He worried he wouldn't make it in time. A bald punk piped up saying he heard Qin Li was a tough guy. He promised Qin Li wouldn't feel a thing after a few hits. Qin Li asked who they were, and the punk just smirked, saying they were the guys who were about to beat him up. Then he asked if Qin Li was ready for it. Qin Li, not missing a beat, confidently shot back that they were the ones who were going to get a beating. He quickly realized these guys weren't pushovers, and figured it would take a while to deal with them all. One of the punks then mentioned that there were 2 more people with Qin Li, who weren't afraid of dying. Lian King told his boss he could go and they'd handle the mess. A punk charged at Qin Muse, who calmly said, if you want to die, I'll be happy to oblige. Qin Muse kicked the punk away, then warned the others that these guys weren't just ordinary martial artists. Both Chin Muse and Leon King got out of the car. Chin Li thought to himself that they were seriously outnumbered by all these martial artists, and he couldn't see a quick way out of this. He really needed to come up with a plan. Chin Muse warned that if they didn't leave right then, they might not make it out at all. The punks yelled, "Don't let anyone get away," and charged, planning to go up and hold them back. Chin Muse looked at Chin Li and advised him that if they couldn't fight everyone, they should at least protect themselves and just get out of there. Chin Li threw a bottle to Chin Muse, telling him to keep it for a crucial moment and use it to boost his energy. Chin Muse caught it and thanked him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the hospital. Han Chu and Ching Chu were waiting. Chin Li arrived and asked Han Chu how things were. She sadly mentioned Chu Zitong, and the doctor expressed his regret, explaining that young master Jiang Jun had called him there immediately, but the patient's wounds were just too severe. Chin Li thanked Dr. Chai Webno for his time, and asked if Chi Zitan was in the recovery room. Dr. J. Webno confirmed she was still there, but wasn't doing well at all, adding that he was afraid she couldn't hold on much longer. Chin Li sensed a strong, evil presence in the room and even saw black smoke wafting out. He decided he needed to go in and check things out, first asking the others to hold the door and not let anyone else go inside for him. Han Chu yelled for him to stop right there, pointing out that Dr. Jai Webno was a medical student who had studied abroad and returned specifically to treat people. She insisted that Chu Zitan had suffered enough already, and she wouldn't let him just go in there and touch her like that. Chin Chu grabbed her mom's arm and said, "Mom, just let him take a look at her." Dr. Zai Webno suggested that they didn't have any other options right now, so they should let Dr. Chin Li examine the patient, and they could talk about it later. Chin Chu turned to Chin Li and told him she only had one little sister. If he could save her, then no matter how he did it, it was fine by her. Chin Li simply told her to rest assured. He entered the room immediately, sensing that strong evil energy. He put on his gloves and noted that it was still good. She still had the breath of life in her, meaning he could still save her. As he pulled back her blanket, he noticed a really strange wound on her chest. He wondered aloud how a car crash could possibly cause a wound like that, asking himself what the hell actually happened. He thought that she seemed halfway to the grave already, especially with that wound on her chest. But if he wanted to treat her completely, he'd have to rip off her clothes. He knew she'd probably kill him later when she found out. Jean Li thought about why Kai and Shun were so cocky. It hit him that they must have a massive group backing them up. With a sense of urgency, he takes off her clothes and she wakes up. Chin Chu and her mother hear her voice and excitedly note that she is awake. However, when she sees Chin Li, she shouts at him, questions what he is doing, and slaps him. She thinks he is taking advantage of her, but Chin Li explains that he was saving her using his needle magic. He mentions that she got involved in a car crash and had many wounds. She checks her injuries and shouts at Chin Li to turn his back. This instant, Chin Li replies that he turned around a long time ago, and if she is okay now, she should go put on some clothes. Meanwhile, his phone rings. She thinks the ringtone is ancient, like a fossil, and notices he still hasn't changed it. She finds him boring while putting on her clothes, thinking that this time she let the bad man have the advantage. Chin Li answers the call, and Lian King informs him that she has investigated the situation. Clearly there is someone operating behind the scenes, who fought back against all the martial artists, and they are on their way back from Tianhai City. Chin Li acknowledges the information. The scene shifts to a car where Kai Shen and his team members sit. One of them mentions hearing that Chin Li's whole family was involved in a car crash, and laughs. Kai Shen responds, stating that the incident is just a little lesson for Chin Li, wanting him to see the consequences of angering him. Suddenly Chin Li jumps into their car and challenges them, asking if that is so and what the consequences will be. Kai Shen becomes worried, asking what he is doing there, and wondering if this brat's power is even stronger than before. He reflects on the short period of time, questioning how he could become so powerful so quickly. Chin Li interrupts, asking what's next after deceiving a person, and if he plans to run away. He grabs him by the collar. Kai Shen remarks that he can't treat him this way, because he is working for Jun Feng. Ignoring the protest, Chin Li throws him out of the car, stating that when he lays hands on his family members, he should remember who he is working for. Kai Shen, now on the ground, asserts that Chin Li is just a weak little brat for daring to hit him. He gets up and questions if Chin Li knows his real identity. Chin-Li runs towards him, declaring that he doesn't care about his identity. If he dares to touch his family, he has to pay a heavy price. As Chin-Li is about to punch him, he pleads for him to stop and offers to give him money. Chin-Li asks how much and he quickly replies with 10 million, suggesting that he can use money to make amends. However, Chin-Li rejects the offer, saying it's not about money. Kaishin attempts to counterattack, but Chin-Li instantly strikes his chest, breaking his ribs and delivers powerful punches to his face, driving him into the ground. He tries to get up, admitting that he had been holding back before. He decides to tell Chin-Li the truth. He is the young master of the biggest, strongest killing group within the country. He claims to have destroyed Chin-Li's core of martial arts. In the past, he proposes starting a big game, declaring Chin-Li is officially his enemy. As he looked around, he noticed a ring on the floor. He was pretty surprised, wondering what it was and why it was giving off a martial arts vibe. He took it home and figured it might be Kai and Shan's secret stash. He never expected Kai and Shin to have so much treasure packed into that space ring. That's why they were so confident. He realized the 10 million they'd offered him. All of it was right there in the ring. Chin-Li figured he didn't really need all that money right now, so he decided to just leave it in the ring for later, in case something came up. Just then he heard Ching Yun-chu calling him, saying it was time to eat and asking where he was. He popped out from behind her, reassuring her he was right there. She got a fright and playfully punched his chest, telling him he scared her half to death, and asking where he'd disappeared to. He showed her the space ring, explaining he'd just been inside it. He suggested they go, holding her hand, and he'd let her take a look. They both stepped into the space ring. She looked around at all the treasure, asking what this place was and why there was so much gold. He told her it was the place he just mentioned, but it seemed like it could only store stuff, and didn't have any other functions. She touched something, remarking how real it felt. She also noticed there weren't any doors, so no one else could get in. He thought to himself, exactly, no one can bother us in here. He figured it was the perfect time to check out that weird thing inside her body. He told her he thought this was a good chance for him to inspect what was going on inside her, and she agreed. He used his magic to inspect, placing 2 fingers on her forehead. As she looked at his tense face, she wondered if the thing inside her wasn't benign. He meanwhile was thinking he'd already broken through another level, but he still wasn't sure if he could actually fight that weird thing inside her body. He tried to inspect with his magic again, but that green energy pulled him away once more. He wondered what was happening and who was pulling him. As he entered her body, he saw her transform into a different lady. He asked who she was, wondering why she looked so familiar. Had he seen her before? Then it clicked. It was her. He had a strong feeling someone was waiting for him anyway. He decided to follow her first to see what would happen. She ran off and he asked who she was and what she was doing inside Ching and Chu's body. He wanted to know their connection and what exactly was going on. He followed her as she reached a central point. He asked if she'd brought him here because she needed his help, so she should at least tell him why he spoke in another language, and he asked what she was trying to say. She thought to herself that she never imagined the seal would get so strong, completely blocking her from communicating with the outside world. Wondering what to do, she suddenly had an idea. She tried to use gestures, pointing towards some circles behind her to help him understand. He wondered if she was just gesturing and wanted him to guess. He asked if she meant she was covered by those things like a seal. Right, he then asked if that meant she and Ching Yun-chu were connected, and if she couldn't break the seal, she'd disappear in a few years, which would also mean Ching Yun-chu would die. Chin-Li asks how she can break that seal. She grabs his hands and he feels this super strong energy, thinking, wow, what an incredible aura. She hands him a book and then he pops out of her body. She asks what's happening, and he explains that her body isn't just any ordinary body. She's like, oh, so that's it. I never thought anything like this would happen to me. He holds her hands, telling her not to worry, and promising to break that seal as soon as possible. He adds that the more she practices, the stronger her body's foundation will become. She agrees, saying she'll do exactly what he says. They then hear Chu Zitong's voice calling out to them, asking where they are. She realizes it's Chu Zitong and almost completely forgot about her. They pop out of the space ring and head over to the dining table. Ching Yun-chu tells Chin-Li to try a dish Chu Zitong made. He agrees, saying he definitely has to try it. Chu Zitong annoyingly says, no, I didn't. I just happened to get into cooking recently. So anyway, I want you to try it. She adds he thinks about how these two just appeared out of nowhere. They weren't even home a few moments ago. Ching Yun-chu puts her hand on Chu Zitong's head and says, well, you worked hard cooking for us and your brother-in-law, so he'll eat it all up. She takes a bite and exclaims, wow, this looks delicious. Chu Zituan replies that it's just a dumpling. Chin Li says the pork is really good and has a perfect texture. Chu Zituan also tastes the food, quickly spits it out and asks if it's really delicious. Because it tastes awful, he replies. Well, I like burnt food. He states that as long as he likes it, and she's been stuck at home for the past few days, really wanting to go out and get some fresh air. Ching Yun-chu mentions that she's just recovered and needs to take care of mom and dad again this afternoon, so she suggests asking her brother-in-law to go shopping with her. Glancing at Chin Li, Chu Zitan hugs her and declares she's the best. Chin Li and Chu Zitan go shopping with Chu Zitan, urging him to hurry up, even though he's already carrying a ton of shopping bags, telling him to wait for her. When they get to Cars Hire, a salesgirl welcomes them, complimenting Chu Zitan's good eye, and showing off a special watch from their store. The salesgirl asks if she's thinking of it as a gift for someone, and Chu Zitan confirms. The salesgirl then asks about the preferred color, and Chu Zitan points to a watch, saying she wants to check that one out. The salesgirl pulls out the watch, detailing its features: 12 cut solitaires with rare gemstones, 26 timekeeping functions, and handmade by the finest experts. She suggests it's the perfect choice for her boyfriend. Blushing, Chuzitan corrects the salesgirl, saying she's mistaken, he's her brother-in-law. Chuzitan acknowledges her mistake, apologizes and hands over her card, saying it's alright and asking to wrap up the purchase. The salesgirl, expressing gratitude, mentions she'll upgrade Chuzitan to a VIP customer, giving her a card machine and asking for her password. After entering it, the machine flashes a notification. Insufficient balance. Chu Zitong apologizes, guessing she might have used up all the money on the card. The salesgirl remarks that it seems Chu Zitong is still a student. The salesgirl then told Chu Zitong that if she had free time, she should study hard. She added that if Chu Zitong was always busy or broke, she shouldn't waste her time there. The salesgirl seemed to regret her words, saying she didn't mean it like that. Just as Chin Li stepped up and put 2 gold bars on the table, Chin Li asked who said they didn't have money, thinking to himself that these gold bars weren't exactly easy to use. The store manager quickly stepped in, explaining it was just a small misunderstanding. She mentioned her coworker was new and still learning the ropes. The manager apologized to Chin Li, even offering a discount on the watch as a gesture of goodwill, and handed back their card. Chuzitan took the card, thanking Chin Li and promising to pay him back. He told her to watch out just as the manager tried to attack Chu Zitan. Chin Li quickly pulled her away. The manager then revealed she planned to take Chu Zitan hostage. She admitted she hadn't expected him to be so quick, then pulled out a dagger. She declared that even if she failed this mission, she'd still deal with the people around them. She asked if he was from Jade Hall and he confirmed it, even though she missed her chance. She announced this was just the beginning, warning him to expect endless revenge from her organization. As red energy swirled around her, she yelled, "Young master, this servant will go with you," and then collapsed unconscious. This drew a crowd of people outside the store. Chin Li told the onlookers to back away, then checked on her and noticed something written on her arm. He thought about Jade Hall, the organization and their brutal ways. Just then the police arrived, asking who called them. Chu Zitong raised her hand, admitting she was the one. The police then turned to Chin Li, demanding to know how he dared to kill someone in broad daylight. When the police saw the writing on the lady's arm, they got really alarmed, recognizing her as an assassin from Jade Hall. They told Chin Li he was lucky she had that mark, otherwise he might have ended up in jail. Chin Li just replied that it was indeed a close call. The police officer said that since he was okay, they should cooperate and give a statement. So they all left the mall. As they walked out, she wondered how to even talk to him, while he thought about whether she'd agree once he told her the truth. At the same time, they both realized they had something important to tell each other. Chin Li started the conversation, asking if she was feeling uncomfortable. She thought she wanted to say no, but then hesitated. She found it so strange to think of him as her brother-in-law, and struggled to put her feelings into words. She remembered how much she used to hate him, and now with him being her brother-in-law, she felt totally conflicted about how to act around him. Chin Li asked what she was thinking, saying it wasn't like her to be so quiet. She brushed it off, claiming it was nothing and she had nothing to say. She then asked if he had something to tell her. As he started to speak, she cut him off, asking if he wanted to send her to study in the United States. He explained that the people who hurt her had powerful backing from major forces, and right now he couldn't guarantee the safety of everyone around him. She asked about her parents, and he promised he'd help them recover as quickly as possible. He planned to join her when the time was right, stressing that their current location wasn't safe anymore. He suggested the best thing for her to do was to leave the country for a bit. She agreed, then asked about her sister. He replied that her sister had her own things to deal with, emphasizing that she was his wife, and he'd do everything to protect her, so there was no need to worry. She said, "Really? That's good," and then privately wondered why she felt so pathetic, convinced that fate was just messing with people's lives. Chin-Li came closer, putting his hands on her shoulders. He told her not to be sad, promising to bring her back as soon as he could. Chu Zitong shot back, asking who needed him to pick her up anyway. She'd wanted to leave this country for ages to get more freedom, but she reminded him don't forget to send her monthly allowance. Chin-Li agreed, saying it was no big deal. Then he asked if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. She just said she forgot and started walking back home. A little later they got home. Ching Yin-chu told everyone to wash up and get ready for dinner, setting the food out on the table. Chu Zitan, though, just said she was tired and wanted to rest for a bit, heading straight up to her room. Ching Yin-chu then asked Chen-Li what was up, and why Chu Zitan looked so down. Chen-Li explained that he'd actually planned to send her to study abroad. Hearing this, Chu Zayton was shocked and asked for confirmation. Realizing that's what had happened, Ching Yun-chu hugged him from behind, telling him not to worry. She believed that one day Chu Zayton would understand him. Tin-Li thought to himself that even though his family's safety was sorted out, for now the seal inside her body needed to be removed ASAP. He went to his room and started reading the book she'd given him, wondering if it was the Heavenly Heart Sutra. He even wondered if she might be lying to him, especially when he opened the book and found it completely empty. Puzzled, he thought maybe the text only appeared under certain conditions. What good was a book she gave him if there was nothing to read? While he was thinking all this, his phone rang. He answered and the caller said he did it. Ching Yun-chu said she'd meet him after taking care of their parents, reminding him not to forget to take Chu Zitong to the airport later. Chin-Li told her not to worry and asked if she needed anything else. She said no, she had everything she needed. They both headed downstairs where Chu Zitong was waiting. She commented that they were finally out, thinking they'd just hang around until tomorrow. Ching Yun-chu asked what she was talking about, and Chin-Li thought to himself that this little girl really had the guts to say anything. Ching Yun-chu told Chu Zitong, let them know when she got to America and to take care of herself. Ching Yun-chu also added that if Chu Zitan needed anything, she should just give Chin-Li a call. Chu Zitan in turn told Chin-Li not to worry about her, promising she wouldn't treat herself badly. She hugged him, saying she really didn't want to leave him. Chin-Li pointed out that it was getting late, and suggested they should really go. Chu Zitan nodded, but when Chin-Li tried to pick up her luggage, she insisted he didn't need to touch her stuff. She'd handle it herself. She grabbed her bag and left. Ching Ying-chu wondered what had just happened, since Chu Zitan seemed perfectly fine moments ago. A little while later, Chin-Li got home and noticed smoke coming from the area. What the hell is going on? He exclaimed, wondering if it could be someone from Jade Hall, but he quickly dismissed that idea. If Jade Hall had attacked the Zhang family, there'd be no one left to fight back. Worried, he rushed towards his house. Inside he saw Zhang Jin and recognized him. Zhang Jin admitted that he'd initially thought he could take Chin-Li down in a move or two, but he still didn't stand a chance. Jin-Li asked if all this chaos was really caused by Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin admitted he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Either Jin-Li took Zhang Jin's hand and told him not to move, wanting to check his progress. Zhang Jin agreed. Jin-Li thought back to when he only practiced the first part. He wondered how strong he'd be if he'd done the whole thing. He then asked about the results, wondering if he was powerful enough now. Jin-Li told him he was now about as strong as Ju Xiao's sister. Roughly at level 3, Zhang Jin was surprised he'd hit level 3 so fast. Now, he understood why the old master had made him the young family head. Qinli wanted to confirm if he really got the position. Zhang Jin then started explaining what went down. The story flashes back to a Zhang family meeting. One member spoke up disagreeing. He said Zhang Jin was just a kid, and didn't understand the main family situation, especially when it came to seniority. He stressed how important the family head's decision was, and questioned how he could be so reckless about it. Master Zhang, however, was worried about the obvious corruption within the family. Even though Zhang Jin had quickly reached martial artist level 3, and was successfully running his company and other businesses, Master Zhang pointed out that Qin Li's protection was a huge factor. Plus a lot of people in Shangjing were trying to befriend him. Now he declared the matter was settled. Anyone who had a problem with his decision was welcome to leave. The Zhang family Zhang Lin just remarked, "Finally the day has come back in the present." Zhang Chen explained that's how it all went down, and now he spends most of his time as the family head. He thanked Qin Li for everything, offering him a cup of tea. Qin Li remembered that back in Jiangcheng, Jiang Chen was the first person to befriend him, and had gone through a lot for him. He acknowledged Jiang Chen's kindness, saying that no matter his current status, he'd always remember what Jiang Chen did for him. Changing the subject, Zhang Jin mentioned he'd heard about what happened between Qin Li and Jade Hall, then asked about his next plan. Qin Li shared that Liang Qing had helped him gather information. Once he finished that, he planned to personally go after the people from Jade Hall. A little while later at the campsite, Sergeant Wang introduced Dr. Yu as the main researcher. He explained that their mission was to safely escort him to a lab in America. Dr. Yu looked at Qin Li and remarked how much he resembled him, making it feel like he'd suddenly gone back 20 years. Sergeant Wang mentioned he'd met Qin Li's parents a few times. Curious, Qin Li asked Dr. Yu what had happened to his parents back then. Dr. Yu just walked away saying it was getting late and he needed to get his stuff ready. Before they left, Sergeant Wang suggested they go meet the rest of Qin Li's teammates. Qin Li, curious, asked about his teammates. Chan Lin mentioned that Qin Li was still new there, and asked if he knew how tough the mission was, especially with his head injury. Just then Chao Ju emerged from the tent, calling out Chun Lin for being impolite. He then walked over to Qin Li, introduced himself as Chao Ji and confirmed if he was Qin Li. Qin Li affirmed it, and Chao Ji remarked that being a level 5 martial artist at his age wasn't bad at all. Qin Li responded by saying he'd do his best to keep up with the team. He said he was happy to join as a level 5 newbie, explaining he was just a rich kid, looking to have some fun with the team. Qin Li was cautioned not to show his true strength, unless it was an emergency. Chun Lin then introduced Tan Wei as their team captain. The others were just team members. He suggested they all get to know each other, and get ready to leave soon. Tan Wei advised Qin Li to remember to take care of himself. Chao Ji added that their captain was a level 9 martial artist, who might even become a half-step grandmaster in the next 2 years. He also mentioned that both Chun Lin and he were at level 8. Qin Li expressed his excitement, saying he didn't expect the captain to be so powerful. Kauger then introduced Chu Miao, the only girl on their team who was at level 7. Qin Li noticed her surname was also Chu. Chu Miao got up and commented that there were a lot of high-ranking martial artists out there, and if it weren't for his rich status, they wouldn't have let him in. Dr. Yu showed up saying he was ready and they should get going. Everyone got on the plane, and Qin Lin suggested they talk about some stuff. Now that Staff Sergeant Wang wasn't around, Dr. Yu immediately started working on his laptop. He explained that he was on a super important mission, but his strength was still pretty basic. Chu Miao agreed, adding that he was just a spoiled rich kid with a bad attitude, basically dead weight for their team. She stressed how important it was to follow the captain's orders, and not do anything without permission. She also made it clear that if things got dangerous during the trip, their priority would be protecting the doctor, and there was no guarantee for his safety. Qin Li nodded, saying he understood, and Xu Mei was surprised. He actually listened to her, realizing that not all rich people were super bossy and arrogant. Chao Ji told Qin Li not to worry about them, explaining that everyone was focused on the mission, and just spoke their minds, without meaning any harm. Qin Li assured him it was fine, and stressed how important the mission was, telling them not to worry about him. Tan Wei agreed, telling everyone not to bother Dr. Yu. While he worked, as Qin Li watched the laptop screen, he started thinking about the formula. Dr. Yu mentioned that using the sacred fire, Lotus needed the right medicinal properties, but the prep time wasn't right, so he suggested using animal bones instead. Then he realized he couldn't use bones, and told Qin Li to adjust the portion density to 27.47 at a specific spot. The laptop then popped up a notification, saying the simulation was ready. Dr. Yu asked how Qin Li knew the exact value, even grabbing his hand in surprise. Qin Li thought to himself that this info came from his parents' notes, which were super unique and tough to figure out. Dr. Yu kept pushing, asking if Qin Li knew the density and how to use it, suspecting he might be the child of his old colleagues, and perhaps had some hidden knowledge. Qin Li just said it was luck, while Yin Wei grumbled something about fate. Qin Li figured Dr. Yu probably knew something about his parents, and planned to get more details. Before the mission ended, Yin Wei suggested they all chill out, saying it was easy for the enemy to figure things out if they were too tense. An air hostess came over asking if they needed anything. Yin Wei told everyone to be careful, explaining there were a lot of people on the plane, and he was sure someone was following them. Everyone agreed. The air hostess came up to him again, asking if he wanted a drink, but he politely said no thanks. Qin Li then told Dr. Yu he'd made a mistake, and asked where the error was, which totally surprised everyone. The air hostess exclaimed that he was just trying to cause trouble for Dr. Yu, while Yin Wei quickly warned Dr. Yu to watch out. Qin Li quickly used his skills to save Dr. Yu. Yin Wei asked if Dr. Yu was hurt, and Dr. Yu replied that he was fine, just scared stiff thinking about it. Qin Li hadn't expected the killer to get away without anyone noticing. It seemed like they were ready for something like this, and he sat down to pick up his needles. Yin Wei asked if the silver needles were his, and he confirmed they were. Yin Wei then asked how Qin Li found the assassin. Qin Li explained that when he was heading to the toilet, he spotted something suspicious hidden in her hand, which made him keep an eye on her. He gave credit to Yin Wei, saying that something bad was avoided, all thanks to him. Chumiao reported that they'd searched the whole plane, but still couldn't find the killer, suggesting she might have gotten away. Yin Wei replied, stressing that their main job was to protect the doctor. He suggested they wait and see what happened next, to stop the assassin from finding any more weak spots. As Chun-Li picked up the needle, he thought to himself that he felt like he'd encountered this aura somewhere before. The scene then changed, showing them sitting in a car in the United States. Qin-Li tells Dr. Yu to get some rest, since he hasn't slept in 2 days. Dr. Yu replies that he finally figured out a formula, and asks Qin-Li to take a look. Qin-Li tells Dr. Yu to calm down. Meanwhile, Dr. Yu thinks Qin-Li is the child of that couple, and probably knows something about this formula. Yin Wei tells everyone to get ready because they're being followed. Suddenly, he yells for the car to stop when he spots a roadblock up ahead, and they screech to a halt. Lu Yin, a level 9 martial artist, steps out of another car and thanks Dr. Yu for all his hard work, offering to take him to his destination. Yin Wei and his team get out of their car, and he tells Lu Yin that he doesn't believe those rumors. Qin Li asks what rumors they're talking about and what's happening. Yin Wei explains that most of the people who attacked the research institute are from Jade Hall. He adds that they suspected a group in Yangshi was working with foreign countries to get something from the lab. Lu Yin congratulates him, saying he's right. While Yin Wei orders his team to protect the doctor, Lu Yin laughs, asking if they really think they can protect him with just a few level 8s and 1 level 9 martial artist, especially since his whole group is made up of level 8s. Qin Li thinks to himself that these guys would help foreigners hurt their own people just for money. Lu Yin then orders his people to kill them all, and Qin Li figures he must be connected to those earlier incidents. Right before they rush in to attack, both teams try to take each other down, and Qin Li stays with Dr. Yu, watching his team get defeated. Yin Wei tells Qin Li to grab Dr. Yu and run, but he falls. Qin Li urges them to run, saying that the ones who should be running are the traitors, who betrayed their own people and country. He uses his magic to attack, saying that for many years, Jade Hall has been raising a bunch of wolves. Flies in the air attack Lu Yin, who is surprised that Qin Li is already a half-step master. Qin Li hits back, telling Lu Yin to get ready to die, and successfully attacks and kills him. Yinwei comments that he killed them with just one move. Qin-Li then realizes he is the powerful person Lian mentioned, who killed the young master. Finally understanding why, the staff sergeant told him to hide his identity and power. He asks his team if everyone is okay. They're all shocked and ask if he's a half-step master. Qin-Li replies that he might be, but he's not entirely sure. Qin-Li mentions that it doesn't hurt anymore, and expects it to heal in a few days. Yinwei admits they were wrong and prejudiced against him, apologizing. Qin-Li replies that it's okay, reminding them they're all teammates, so they should just forget about it. Kocher adds that it's a good thing Qin-Li was there, otherwise they might all have been killed. Qin-Li asks why they have to take on such a dangerous mission abroad. Yinwei tries to answer, but Dr. Yu cuts in, saying it all started many years ago. The scene then shifts to a flashback, where Dr. Qin asks about how well the aura concentration pill works. Another Dr. Yuta replies that they're still testing it and should have results soon. An overweight person asks if the pill really helps him break through to level 6. Dr. Yu explains that even though the medication is still being tested, and results aren't guaranteed, it's definitely possible the person swallows the pill, saying he trusts Dr. Yu. 1 week later, the scene shifts and the person gains the power. Looking very happy, Dr. Qin exclaims that it's finally done. Acknowledging the amazing results of years of research, he congratulated everyone on their hard work, hoping they'd keep helping Dr. Yu and doing their best. Everyone readily agreed. The individual laughed, telling Dr. Yu he was confident in his success. He then asked if there were any more pills left, or eager to hit level 9 ASAP. Dr. Yu replied that yes, there were, but the results were still a mystery, and he wasn't sure about the side effects. He mentioned they were heading to the US next month for a research exchange, and with more people getting interested in the research, he really needed to boost his strength. The individual told him to just get in touch if he ever felt uncomfortable. Dr. Yu regretted not convincing him back then, thinking that if those pills hadn't failed, his friend wouldn't have died. He knew he had to succeed in this research no matter what. Dr. Yu tried using the pills again, wondering why the success rate was still stuck at 50. Suddenly there was an explosion in the lab. He exclaimed that he'd followed Dr. Qin's instructions exactly to make the pills. So how could this have happened? Dr. Yu tried again to get the exact formula, and then it clicked for him. He decided to really dig into those pills. He could follow the clues Dr. Qin left behind, and find an aura-rich spot in the US to test things out. The scene then jumped back to the present where Dr. Yu explained he'd vowed to succeed in his research for his friend's sake, and to prevent any more sacrifices. Jean Li responded saying, so that's it. Dr. Yu added that they weren't far from their destination now. Chan Lin excitedly asked if he could join the research test this time, while Chu Miao commented that blessings often follow curses. Dr. Yu replied yes, saying that if they could pull it off, all of them could become some of the top martial artists in the world. Kim Badeo suddenly arrived, looking disbelieving at Dr. Yu's words. Qin Li quickly urged everyone to protect Dr. Yu. The masked man questioned Dr. Yu Qian, asking how many more people he planned to test on. Dr. Yu shocked realized who it was and asked if he wasn't dead. Kim Bidao pointed towards Qin Li, saying that if it weren't for this kid, he'd surely be finished. Qin Li asked what he meant by that. He replied that the chief wanted to use him as a pawn to finish the research his parents left behind. He observed that the manager still acted like a good guy, but he wasn't entirely wrong either. He hadn't expected Qin Li to reach half-step master at such a young age. Qin Li admitted he didn't know if what he said was true, and he was unsure about the chief's plans. However, he had promised to protect Dr. Yu and wouldn't let anyone hurt him. Kim Badeo dismissed the conversation, suggesting Qin Li should hear the whole truth, instead of being fooled by others. He then took off his mask,